Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Reaper Scythe Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya was on his way home from the dojo he trains in. He had started training there when he was 8 up until now. He needed the training for his quirk, Scythe. His quirk made him able to summon a double-bladed green scythe. It was gigantic as he was 4 and just continued to grow with him. It was one of the reasons he trained in the dojo. Using a scythe was not that easy, and let us not talk about the weapon's abilities. The first time it happened, he almost died because he had teleported 5 meters into the sky. He was in the woods training with his weapon. He looked up at a flying bird, and a second later he was falling from the sky. He was lucky to land in the water. After that, he tried to find out how this happened. Over the years he had found out that he could immediately teleport a distance of 10 meters. For longer distances, he needed to set up markers. Then there was his scythe being able to make a portal to a pocket dimension. He mostly stuffed his belongings into it. Though it could be used as a way to contain someone, the only problem was that the oxygen would be used up after 2 hours. He knew that he was powerful. His quirk was awesome. Teleportation was an S-class quirk. It was the top of the top. Most physical quirks didn't stand a chance against it, since he could always just teleport behind them or out of the way. His scythe and pocket dimension made it from S-class to SS. Up until now, the weapon could cut through anything or be as dull as to not even cut through a book. At the age of 15, he had found out why that was. The weapon itself was extremely dull, but it used his teleportation to teleport every atom it cut slightly to the side. Even though he had such a powerful quirk, he had no friends. They feared his quirk, or better his scythe. They called him the Reaper. It didn't help that he was an alpha either, and not just any alpha. No, he was a FING Prime Alpha. This society was divided into 3 subgenders, and he stood at the very top. On the bottom were Omegas. They were the ones to give birth to pups. They are generally smaller and have a soft nature. With SBMSSV behavior, they were seen as F-toys. The government protected them, of course, but they were still often used by alphas before help could come. Betas were the neutral part. They didn't have such strong instincts as the other 2 subgenders. Their scent isn't as strong as the other 2, but they also didn't react to it like the other. They are the peacekeepers of society with 70%. Omegas make up 5% of the population, and with that, the rarest. Alphas with 25% aren't as rare, but they are still treasured. Though he was a prime alpha, only 0.05% of all alphas become one. He had won the lottery in genetics and he knew that, yet he was alone wishing for him to be more normal. Alphas are dominant, protective, and with that also aggressive. Alphas grow naturally taller and have it easier to build up muscles. Their scent alone could put others in SBMs. As Prime Alpha, this applied even more. He was about a head taller than most alphas and had an even more defined body. His pheromones were stronger and denser. He could even put alphas in their place with his alpha voice, not that he had tried it. He had hidden that he was a prime. His mother, an Omega, had always said that he should find someone without them finding out first. He hid his scent under scent blockers and never used his alpha voice. Alphas could lose their status as 1 and become betas when they lose a duel against another alpha. It wasn't common these days since nobody wanted to risk that. Being an alpha had many benefits in this society. He as Prime Alpha could do even more. If he bit someone, they would turn into a theta. Technically it was an omega, but the person would keep his body structure. Only their SXL organs would change. They would start to produce slick and stop to form knots. He also didn't have the problem to go into a rut yet. That would only start for primes after he had found a mate. Well, back to the original story, he was on his way home when he heard a fight on the other side of the wall. How pathetic you are, in a rut, and yet your scent is still disgustingly weak, he heard the voice of a boy. What in the world made you an alpha, so weak, doesn't even fight back against us betas, another said. You will never find a mate, you will always be alone during your ruts, another spat. Izuku had enough. He teleported to the top of the wall as he stared down at the group. There were 4 betas surrounding a downed alpha male. He had red hair and a pretty muscular body. Why he didn't fight back, Izuku had no idea. It didn't matter to him anyway, bullying was just for the weak to feel better about themselves. Get lost, Izuku said as he teleported in front of the beta that was about to kick the poor thing. He was almost 2 heads taller than the beta as he glared down. His scythe appeared in his hand as he held it in front of him. Get lost and don't bother him again, or I will slice your throats open, Izuku said, and the betas paled as they backed away. They slowly retreated until they thought it was safe enough to turn around and run. Hey, everything okay? Izuku asked as he lifted the boy up. That guy was muscled. Why didn't he fight back? I'm fine thanks man, the redhead said, but he almost fell on his but the moment Izuku let go. Izuku caught him again and put the other's arm around his shoulder. He was glad that their height difference wasn't too big for this. The guy was small for an alpha, but still bigger than most betas. The beta was right. If this was the scent he produced in his rut, then it was really weak. It smelled completely different from what he had smelled ever before. It was not aggressive or lust-filled. It smelled like sweat mixed with the fresh air on top of a mountain. It was relaxing, and he couldn't help but take a second breath of it. He had to be careful. Alphas don't like it when other alphas sniff them. It seemed that the redhead didn't care though, and that in his rut he must be really a gentle soul to be like this in his rut. Hey, how about you give me your address and I take you home? Being out in your rut is dangerous for others. There were often cases where alphas in rut raped others because of their instincts. I'm an alpha, I can take care of myself, the redhead replied quietly, like he wasn't even sure of his own words. Izuku sighed as he searched the other for his wallet. He must have at least his student ID and with that, his address. His hands found it in the front pocket of his pants, but he had to take them back quickly as the alpha under him growled dangerously. No alpha liked to be touched by another without permission. Their instincts would lash out. Hey buddy, I'm just helping you here. I don't want to see you in prison just because you couldn't get home and your instincts got the better of you, Izuku said as he slowly reached into the pocket and slowly pulled the wallet out as the other growled, but the smaller alpha didn't attack him. Izuku looked up where he lived and was shocked. That BS lived in another district of the town. What the heck was he doing here? Well, it doesn't matter. He started to help. He will finish it. He felt something on his left leg and looked down. He had to control himself not to punch this guy. He was rutting against his leg, against an alpha's leg. A growl escaped his lips, and it must have sounded terrifying because the alpha stopped in his motion to look up. Do that again without my permission, and I will show you how dirt tastes, Izuku said as the other alpha nodded, but he held his head high. Not a tiny bit of SBMSN. Why in the world didn't he show this side of himself against the betas? So, here is how this is gonna happen. I will escort you home and will keep talking to you so that you don't lose to your instincts too much, Izuku said, and the other nodded again. It was so unlike an alpha. Okay, so what's your name? Izuku asked as they started walking, the redhead's arms still around his shoulder. Kirishima Ijiro, the other replied in a rather deep voice. It sounded smooth to him. I'm Midoriya Izuku. How old are you? 17. Oh, so we are the same age, Izuku said as Kirishima looked him up and down in disbelief. He got that often. Most people thought he was around 22 years old. Did you also present 2 years ago? He asked because that was normal for most of them. 80% of the population presented their second gender around. This guy wasn't one to talk, but it could also be his rut. He heard it clouded your ability to think straight. This must be your 9 or 10 ruts, right? Just keep him talking, keep him thinking so that the instincts are kept away. 10. This guy should really learn to talk more. How long do your ruts last? Izuku asked. It was usually between 2 to 7 days. 6 days. And what day are you in? First, just started. But do you have someone to help you through, to take care of you? The other gave him a sharp glare as he growled at him again. To say that he needed care wasn't that appreciated by him. It implied that he wasn't a good enough alpha to even take care of himself, God forbid a mate later on. Sorry, just asking if there is someone with you, Izuku tried again. He was lucky that he wouldn't get his rut until he had a mate. No one. Every 3 months, I have to live these 6 days of hell with my hand or sheet. That was pretty normal for unmated alphas. He still felt pity for the boy. Can I ask why? You look pretty fit and your face is handsome. Shouldn't there be at least a beta that would help you? Izuku asked, completely unbothered that he called another alpha handsome. Kirishima, on the other hand, started to laugh with a blush on his face. The first person out of my family to call me handsome is an alpha. How ironic. To answer your question, it's my scent. It's weak and pathetic. It's also pretty different from the usual scent alphas make. Others don't like it, Ijiro explained. They continued like this, Izuku asking questions and Kirishima answering all of them. They were talking for almost 40 minutes, and Izuku had to say that he was a pretty nice guy. He lived with his parents and was trying to become a hero. Speaking of hero, why didn't you fight back earlier? Izuku asked. In this state? No, that wouldn't have ended well. I would have beaten them. Maybe I would have felt good dominating them. It was too risky. I could have lost control and tried to RPE them. I'm really bad at controlling my instincts in my rut. Definitely, a nice guy to say even after they bullied him. They reached the house and Izuku knocked 2 times, but nobody came to open it. Kirishima then pointed at the stone, and Izuku quickly pulled it up to see the keys. He opened the door and almost carried the other alpha in. He was already too deep into his rut. Heck, this guy was alone. Who knows when his parents might come back? Izuku sighed as he pulled his phone out. He messaged his mom that he would be staying over with someone and would message her again tomorrow. He then followed the weak scent until he reached the door of Kirishima's bedroom. The guy was too trusting to let a stranger stay in his house. Opening the door, he saw a very naked Kirishima rutting against his bedsheet as his mouth was open, miming. I will be staying and looking after you, Izuku said calmly as he closed the door behind himself. What? Kirishima growled out. What? Kirishima growled out. You are going to leave, Ijiro said as he stood up, his PP hard as it pointed away from him. Izuku had to say that it was an impressive length, almost 8 inches. Not bad. I'm looking after you for tonight at least. I'm not some irresponsible BSRD that leaves someone alone in their rut, Izuku said firmly as he glared back. Ijiro didn't answer as he attacked him. His fist hardened as he throws a punch at him, but Izuku just teleported behind him and grabbed his neck harshly. I'm staying, he hissed out as his fingers touched Ijiro's scent gland. The other alpha lashed out again, trying to hit him with his elbow, but Izuku again teleported to the side. This time he grabbed both hands and pinned the smaller alpha against the wall. His teeth were just an inch away from his scent gland. I'm staying and look after you. Attack me again and I will bite you. The smaller alpha tilted his head in SBMson as he stopped trying to get out of his grip. Izuku let go of him and the alpha rubbed his wrists as he stayed still, not sure what he should do. Just go on with it. I'm merely here to make sure that you drink and eat enough, Izuku said as he sat down on the chair by the table and got his laptop out his pocket dimension. His quirk was FANG practical. He could even teleport home from here. Kirishima wasn't sure what to do. He never had someone watching him jerk off and certainly not a dominating strong alpha. Though, it didn't matter as a new rush of lust came over him, letting him forget that someone else was in the room. He rubbed himself fast to chase his orgasm, one after another. His knot never popped though. Izuku watched how this stranger of an alpha forced orgasm after orgasm out of himself. He had helped a lot of omegas and betas through their heats. They all swarmed him after all, not at school. No, they know his quirk there. Stranger on the street did that not. They just saw an extremely attractive alpha. Taller, stronger and certainly bigger to satisfy them. But this in front of him just looked pitiful. The boy waited only 10 minutes before he started rut against something else. His knot also never came out. He knows from SEC education that it was important that a healthy alpha should at least pop them 3 times a day in his rut. He sighed as he got back to work. They had holidays. That didn't mean that the school didn't give them homework. It was hard to concentrate with the heavy scent of SEC in the room, the pheromones of lust and want. Mixed to the scent were endless and whines as he came again and again. He didn't become hard, no, for that he had himself to good under control. His mother made sure that he was always in full control. On top of that, he had government doctors teach him, prime alphas were rare after all. Time passed and Izuku was almost finished with his first assignment when he heard the front door open. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 9 p.m. It didn't take long before the door to the room opened and an older man looked in. His eyes were on Kirishima before he saw Izuku at the table. Izuku silently stood up and made his way over to the door and closed it behind himself when they got out. No need for Kirishima to notice them and feel embarrassed. "Who might you be?" the man asked as the door closed. "Midoriya Izuku, sir. I found your son almost an hour walk away from here and brought him here," Izuku said respectfully, but he didn't tilt his head or shoved any other form of SBMison. His instincts would never allow that. "Why would you do that?" the older man asked. As his wife came, she must have heard them. "Sir, with all due respect, I introduced myself. Even if I'm young, have the manners to do the same," Izuku said, still respectful, or he at least tried. "You are right, young man. Come with us," the woman said as she led him to the living room before she went into the kitchen to get him some juice. He placed himself on the couch as the fathers sat down in the armchair. They waited for the other beta to arrive. It made sense now why Kirishima was so tame compared to other alphas. He was the first in the family line. His genes aren't as pure as others. He should have known that. "Well, doesn't matter now." The woman came back and placed a glass down in front of him. "I'm Kirishima Hina. I'm the Eijiro's mother." "Midoriya Izuku, ma'am," Izuku said as politely as possible. This wasn't his house and his mother always said that good manners are everything. Kirishima Yuma, his father? Well, that was obvious. He had the same spiky hair. "As I said before, I found your son being beaten and brought him home since it's dangerous for him and others to be out on his rut," Izuku explained. "He was beaten by who?" his father asked. "4 betas. Your son said that he was afraid to lose control and rather been beaten than raping someone," Izuku explained as the mother's face softened. "That's so like him. For an alpha he was always very tame." "Though, what are you still doing here?" she asked. "I didn't know when someone would come home, so it felt better to stay and make sure that he eats and drinks enough," Izuku explained himself as he took a gulp of his juice. "That was very kind of you. Thank you for taking care of our son. My husband can take you home since it's so late. Wait, I have a cake that I can give you as thanks." The mother stood up, but her husband stopped her. "Midoriya-kun, is it possible for you to look after our son for 5 more days?" Yuma asked seriously. "Could I ask why?" Izuku sure was curious. "I had planned a surprise vacation for a week, but I had thought that Eijiro's rut wouldn't come for another 2 weeks. So, could you take care of him until his rut is over? After that he can take care of himself?" Yuma asked, seriously, and Izuku had made up his mind. The Kirishimas are too trusting. "Yuma, we can't ask a stranger to look after him while we relax at the beach. Besides, what if Eijiro overpowers him and—" A low growl made himself known as Izuku heard her words, that she thought he was a beta. "Ma'am, I'm an alpha," Izuku said carefully not to lash out at her. Doubting an alpha to even be one was one of the biggest insults out there. "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It was just that you were so polite, you have no scent and you were in his pheromones without being affected." "Again, I'm really sorry," she said, shocked because it often didn't end well to give out such an insult. "I wear scent blockers and I treat people like I want to be threatened. I'm not affected because I can control myself," Izuku said a bit harshly as he calmed himself down. "I'm sorry, it wasn't your intention to insult me. I shouldn't have spoken like that," Izuku apologized as the other two gaped at him. Any other alpha would have their head rolling now. "I can look after him. I'm also on vacation and I have nothing to do anyway," Izuku said as he gulped down the rest of his glass to bury the tiny rest of his rage in him. "That would be great. We will give you money so that you can buy food for the 2 of you. Sleeping? I think that you can sleep in our bed." Izuku held his hand up as he shook his head. "It's no problem, sir. It would be incredibly rude of me to sleep in someone's mated bed. My quirk lets me store things away. I have a mattress in there," Izuku explained. It didn't take long for the pair to pack their things and get out of the house. He will definitely write them a letter on how dangerous this could be. They let a total stranger watch their son in his rut for 5 days. He could steal all their belongings or something worse. He cooked something for them and eat his portion before he took a full plate and bottle of water with him. Reaching the door, he could already smell the cum through it. The smell didn't get better as he opened the door. The room was filled with his pheromones. He walked over and opened the window as he sat the plate down at the table. Here, drink this and then eat up. I will change your sheets in the meantime, Izuku said. His inner alpha was massively protesting against the cum-filled scent, but now that he had to change these sheets filled with it, he was a mess, his alpha instincts telling him not to be even close to the other boy. Luckily, he was still human and could resist these urges. He was in control, not his instincts. Kirishima stared at the bottle in his hand before he opened and drank it. He then slowly stood up and walked over to the chair. Sitting down, he eats the food as he hummed. Well, at least one of them was happy. This is good. Didn't know an alpha can cook like this, Kirishima said in a hoarse voice. It seemed that all the miming and whining had taken its toll. My mother is an omega. I have learned it growing up, Izuku replied as he put new sheets on the bed. Your dad must be a strong alpha for you to turn out like this, Kirishima said as he finished his plate. Who knows, never met the guy. Now go shower, I don't think there is skin on you that hasn't touched cum yet. Izuku said as he throws the dirty sheets at the smaller alpha. And put these into the washer. Your parents left me in charge of you, but that doesn't mean I have to do all the work. Izuku said as he cleaned the chair before sitting down. Wait, my parents were here and then left again? Kirishima asked, shocked. Yes, they had planned a vacation and asked me if I can watch after you until your rut is over, Izuku said. This is crazy, Kirishima replied, shocked. I know, right? What is wrong with your family to let a random guy stay? Izuku said, thankful that one of them got his point. No, not that. I mean that they really left without me. They could have at least told me about it, or not. Izuku sighed. This was frustrating. Our family prides itself with the ability to judge a good character, and my mom is a psychologist. Okay, more sense than before, but still, a little crazy at least. Okay, I get it now. Clean yourself up before a new rush of arousal hits you, Izuku said as he pushed the other out of his own room. The small alpha showed his sharp canines for a second before he moved on. Izuku found it a little cute that the guy thought he could fight back if he wanted. He was like a little pup in his eyes. It didn't take long for Kirishima to shower and come back. It also didn't take long for him to start rubbing his D against anything he could find. Oh dear lord, this looked so pitiful. Yes, he had helped omegas and betas, but never helped an alpha before, because he couldn't just F him out of his mind. Though the longer he heard the other and whine without his not getting popped, the more was he thinking of helping out a little. He sighed as the boy came again. He laid on the bed, his face a mixture of exhaustion and delight. He opened his laptop again and looked at the internet for a way for Alpha to help another. What he read let his Alpha in him scream. This would destroy his Alpha pride. He thought over other options, but he knows this is the best. His Alpha wouldn't let him though. He also didn't want to. Despite his behavior, he was prideful. It wasn't just his prime Alpha instincts, but he himself as well. If he helped the guy, then under his conditions. How many times did you pop your knot today? Izuku asked, because who knows, maybe he did when Izuku wasn't looking. Haven't, perfect, just perfect. Move over, Izuku instructed as he came to the bed. I will say this just once, so listen carefully. It's not healthy if you don't pop your knot, Izuku said but was interrupted. I know, but how should I do that? Izuku had grabbed his neck again as he silenced the boy. You don't interrupt me, I was about to say that I help you. For that I will set conditions, I will let you bite me dash. Kirishima's eyes almost exploded. Izuku could smell the excitement in his scent. On my arm. I will also give you a blowjob. Now he could see the other boy almost drool. I'm still an alpha, so that means you will get your hands above your head and don't move them. You will also not move your hips. You will also warn me when you are about to come. Should you not my mouth, I swear to God I will bite your D off, got it? Izuku asked in a dark tone and Kirishima nodded eagerly. Okay, you better not move. Okay, you better not move. Izuku could feel how the alpha under him shivered as he took his length into his mouth. He could almost fit half of it before he choked. He had to concentrate immensely to suppress his inner alpha. It lashed out at his mind every second for sking another alpha's pee-pee. Kirishima, to his surprise, tried really hard to control himself too. He didn't move his hands away. His hips trusted a little into him, but that was stopped as he put his hips down with bruising force. The boy groaned and ummed as he essayed him off. He wasn't new to this. He had done this multiple times before, but it was different to SCK a beta or omega for their pleasure. He was an alpha, and omegas or betas' pleasure was his pleasure. He liked it how they squirmed under him, how their tiny PPS fitted in his mouth. The sweet taste their cum had, this alpha's cum didn't taste sweet. It was bitter and he had no idea why betas and omegas liked it so much, probably it was the subgender that made it so. He could see how Kirishima's knot slowly started to form, he hasn't even started yet. Though, getting one orgasm after another without a knot must have set it on edge to form. That's so good, I'm gonna come soon, at least Kirishima knows what he was supposed to do. He was about to get his head off his PP when Kirishima's hands moved and shoved him back down. He choked in shock as the other alpha came down his throat, not forming right in front of his mouth. Oh yeah, yes baby. I'm gonna knock you up with my pups, gonna fill you with my cum pretty omega. Izuku's alpha had enough, he wanted to beat the shit out of this guy. But Izuku's human side knows that the other's mind was clouded, that he couldn't think straight. His alpha pride was damaged either way, he let him have this and beat the guy later up. He will fight the guy so many times until his pride is completely restored. When they are done the other alpha will not dare to look at him the wrong way. He swallowed down all the cum that came out of this fucker, he even squeezed the knot like when it would happen if he really knotted someone. The problem was even more cum came down his throat. With time he could say that he had gotten used to the taste, though, that doesn't mean that he liked it. He will chalk the alpha on his PP if his alpha's pride demanded it, just not in his rut. He wasn't this cruel, no he would wait. He is a patient man after all, he will wait for the right moment and get his revenge. Kirishima sighed in relief as he had his best orgasm in his life, no one had ever done that for him. Speaking of somebody, his mind was clear now after this intense orgasm. He would have at least 3 hours until the rush would come back. His first blowjob was done by an alpha. Not just any alpha, the guy was tall, strong and the definition of confidence. This alpha glared right back at him as he slowly took his hands from his head, his now soft pee-pee coming out of his mouth. The hateful glare he got sent a shudder through him. The other alpha's mouth closed in a snap the moment his pee-pee was out. This guy must have the best self-control he would have ever seen. He had growled at the guy when his hands just got near his pants. That guy hadn't just taken an alpha's pee-pee into his mouth, no he had also let him come in him without making the slightest threatening sound. Though, his eyes screamed that he was more than unhappy with him. That guy had even squeezed his knot in order to get him a better orgasm and he shamelessly used him, so unmanly of him. I'm so sorry bro, that was totally unmanly of me. You helped me and controlled yourself, while used you and let my instincts take over me, Kirishima said as he bowed deeply. Don't expect me to help you like this again, at least you know that you effed up. I will handle it after your rut is over, so don't think this is forgotten. Izuku said as he whipped his mouth. There was cum left and Izuku gathered it on his fingertips. He then held it out in front of Kirishima. The other alpha knew what he wanted. The problem was that his inner alpha refused to lick his own cum from another alpha's fingertips. It was an implication of SBMSN. Kirishima battled with his mind against his instincts as he leaned forward and ate on the 2 fingers. He owed that to Midoriya. Izuku didn't let that chance slip to show his dominance as he pushed his fingers deeper into Kirishima. The smaller alpha wanted to protest as he tried to back off. Izuku wouldn't let them happen. He grabbed a fistful of Kirishima's spiky red hair and held him in place. His fingers FNG into that mouth. He tightened his grip when the others started to bite him. You will take that and control yourself until I'm done. I did it as I had your D in my mouth and your cum down my throat. You called me an ifing omega. If I could take that then at least have the control to take fingers. Izuku spat out. He was angry. Not just his alpha was screaming, no, he as a human was angry with the way he was threatened. Kirishima relaxed his jaw as Midoriya forced his fingers down his throat. He choked a few times and didn't know how the other alpha had managed that. It was only fingers and yet his alpha was screaming at him. He lucked out as Midoriya took his fingers out of his mouth before he lost the fight against his instincts. Midoriya didn't stop there though, no, he whipped his fingers on his face before gave a harsh slap. He knows why he did that, Midoriya's inner alpha must have taken a hit or two from his actions. Now he tried to restore that, showing his dominance over him. Go to sleep, better get as much as you can before the rush starts again. Izuku said as he pulled an energy bar out of nowhere and gave it to him. Shower, sleep. I will change your sheets again, or do you prefer to sleep in your cum? Izuku asked seriously because he had seen Omegas that slept better in their slick-filled bed. Change it, Kirishima said as he stood up before he was slapped again. At least ask politely when a stranger is doing something like this for you, Izuku said sharply as a huff of annoyance left him. Could you change it, please? There you go, wasn't that hard now, was it? Izuku said as he started to change. He quickly got out of the room into the shower. Kirishima woke up when it was still dark outside, looked at his phone. He saw that he had slept for 5 hours. No wonder he felt so rested, that never happened before. He never slept more than an hour most in his ruts. Was it because he had nodded? He never did that before in his ruts too. Well, doesn't matter right now. A low groan made his way out of his mouth as he was hit by another wave of lust. How was he going to survive this again? He jerked himself slowly off as he looked around the room. He spotted Midoriya in the corner of his room, sleeping peacefully on a mattress from who knows where. Was his scent really that weak that another alpha could sleep in his room while he was in his rut? Or was Midoriya just a special case? He after all had amazing control over his instincts. The taller alpha slept shamelessly in just his underwear without a blanket. It was normal behavior for an alpha. Though he was in a stranger's room, a bit of shame wouldn't hurt. On the other hand, Midoriya had nothing to be ashamed about. He was the definition of manly, the goal he wanted to reach. He was a head taller than Kirishima. He had defined muscles everywhere. His back was a piece of art as he moved a little. His thighs were almost double his size. This bicep was getting drool out of his mouth. Even his neck was muscled. He would like to see how the alpha looked from the front. He must have a nice 6-pack or maybe even an 8-pack. What his PP would look like, probably as massive as the guy was. His mouth water at the view, the very definition of manly. He really wanted to have SEC with that manly guy, have him under him as he fed the guy's brain out. Bite his neck and make him his beta, make his PP warmer. He would whine his name out with each move. He would beg for more like the PP hungry slot he was. This muscled butt, it would be so FNG tight, hugging his PP the right way. He didn't even touch himself as he came. It was the second best orgasm he had so far. Cut that train of thoughts immediately or I will pin you against the floor and mark you. Midoriya said from behind him. It was like yesterday. What was this guy's quirk anyway? Illusion, mind-based, or speed? Teleportation? It was too rare. There were only 6 known teleportation quirks in the whole world. I must say that you have guts to think about dominating me, you a first-generation alpha. How did even find out? I helped enough betas to know this scent, their lust after me. But to make sure I just heard what you were clearly saying out loud. Kirishima blushed. This could really be dangerous for him. This alpha could reduce him to a beta with just a single bite, mark him and make him his property. I have shown you. A patience that you probably will never find in any other alpha again, but even I can't take these kinds of insults. Kirishima was on his stomach as Izuku holds his hands behind him. He yelled as Midoriya bit him, not his scent gland, but it was just inches away from it. He was so close to becoming a beta. He was thankful that Midoriya only gave him a lesson. P warmer, slot, miming for you and even begging. Are you even aware of how insulting that is? Midoriya asked in an angry tone as he bit his neck again. He was getting marked. His alpha protested, but there was nothing he could do. He could use his quirk, but Midoriya would just wait it out. The punishment could become harder. You thought I would kneel the whole day under your desk in class and isekai your PP to hold it warm? Midoriya asked as he bit his ear, leaving another mark. That I would be begging for your PP, that the class would watch how you me good. Another bite on his shoulder this time as his PP hardened. Any other alpha would have you on your knees now. You would be presenting yourself. They would probably F you without preparation since you angered them. They would get you outside and let everybody F you and they can decide that because they would be your FING alpha. So, keep your FNG mouth closed or I will stuff it, Midoriya said. You should better watch out. Should you ever become mine, these things will happen to you. Are we clear? The taller Alpha asked, and he could only nod against the floor. Yes, Alpha. Kirishima blushed as the words slipped out of his mouth, his head tilting in SB. The fear Izuku had planted in him as he said these words combined with his inability to move made him let these dangerous words out. Yes, Alpha. Kirishima blushed as the words slipped out of his mouth, his head tilting in SB. The fear Izuku had planted in him as he said these words combined with his inability to move made him let these dangerous words out. Izuku gulped hard as he stared down at the smaller Alpha in front of him. These words were never meant to say as an Alpha. It meant that he acknowledged the other as his superior, as better than him. That other was his Alpha, that was giving up his status to him. He would practically be his beach SLV beta, an offer that nobody turned down without a good reason. Izuku's instincts screamed at him to claim the cute boy under him, to F that guy through and mark him for everyone to see. To breed that disrespectful bee that dared to say he wanted to F him, to let him give birth to his pups. Izuku had never in his life fought so hard before, his hands clenched down so hard he could. The boy under him hissed at the pain, but that didn't matter to him. Just one wrong move and he would ruin this guy's future, even if it was him that challenged his luck. He felt how the boy had used his quirk to hinder him from breaking his bones, smart one at least. Think Izuku think, his mother always told him that he should always make sure that the person is in his right mind. That he should respect them like he wanted to be respected because his quirk and prime Alpha status were given to him. He had done nothing to earn them, luck and just luck alone had given him power, he would not abuse it. You will slowly make your way to the door and lock it once you are out. Don't run, if you run you will have my PP up your butt in a minute. Now go, Izuku said as he forced his hands to let go of his prey. Kirishima listened as he slowly walked over to the door. He took the key from the inside before locked the door once he was out. Izuku relaxed as he let himself fall to the ground. He breathed in a couple of times. His breathing became more normal as his instincts relaxed. He needed to make sure that the boy was okay. Izuku moved to the door as he thought about what to tell the boy. He wasn't going to ruin him with a claiming mark. He would have all rights over that person. He could forbid him from attending UA. My instincts are calm now. You can open the door. Izuku heard how the other took a shaky breath before the key turned. Izuku grabbed the other by his neck the moment he could. Just because he calmed his instincts didn't mean his mind was. Kneel there and I dare you to move, Izuku hissed out as he sat down on the bed, the naked boy kneeling in front of him. His PP was still rock hard from his rut. He just hoped that it was over soon. Do you have any idea how incredibly stupid and dangerous your words were? Izuku said as a rush of anger went through him. If I had any less control and you would be my FNG beach now, didn't they teach you in school that you don't say these words? As an Alpha no less, Izuku ranted as Kirishima looked at the ground in shame. Do you have no pride as an Alpha? Izuku said or more than asked. Though the reaction was surprising, the boy stood up as he stared at him down. Of course I have, he growled out as his canines showed. Then act like it, Izuku yelled back. How? Kirishima yelled back in frustration. Control your instincts, goddamned, Izuku said frustrated. How the hell do I do that? How about you will your FNGPP down for the start? Izuku said as he tossed the boy's t-shirt and pants before he found the underwear. Kirishima put his clothes on as Izuku went to the table to do the same. They needed to calm down. Alphas fighting would only result in pheromones being sent out that made them even more aggressive. Okay, I know that you are in your rut and mentally even more unstable as it should be. Let's sit down for a moment before we continue, Izuku said as they both sat at the bed. Silence took over them and Izuku noted the smell of arsenic coming from Kirishima. It seemed that the shock was over and his lust started to take over. He will train this boy a little for now. It was dangerous for an Alpha to run around like this. If he continues like this then he will really end as a PP warmer. Okay, I will show you how I trained. You have to find the confidence in yourself, not your Alpha, but your human being. You have to understand that you are a human being that has instincts, but also a mind that is way more powerful. Izuku explained as the other listened. We will start slow. I will set a timer of an hour. Until the time is over you will not touch yourself. You will sit still and read something. Izuku said as he got his book from the table he had worked with. This will help you to understand that you are more than just instincts. I will reward you if you manage it. Izuku said as he pulled his phone out and set a timer. 2 days continued like this. Kirishima had to control himself always an hour after each orgasm. It was painful, stressful, and tiring, but it also helped him. He could feel it, how he had control over his instincts. Midoriya always rewarded him with a handjob if he managed it. It wasn't nearly as good as his BLWJB, but it was still a lot better as his own. For an alpha, Midoriya showed a godly amount of patience for him. He was forgiving and always helped if he could. The only time Midoriya growled at him aggressively was when his phone ringed and he wanted to give it to him, but it was normal for alphas to be possessive. Izuku called his mother each day to have her know where he was and that he was safe. It seemed that his mother worried quite a lot. Unlike his parents that left him with a stranger and never called, but in their defense, he didn't call them either. Okay, your rut is almost over, let us speed things up, Midoriya said as he stood before him. The last 3 days he had come to the conclusion that Midoriya was the nicest person he had ever met. That guy forgives him for forcing his pee-pee down his throat or for calling him slut and other things. If he had been in Midoriya's position, well, let's say the pee-pee warmer didn't sound too bad. I will touch you around your body, you will hold your instincts under control, Midoriya instructed, and he just nodded. Midoriya then slowly started to round him like he was his prey. His instincts instructed him already to go into defense position. He stayed still as Midoriya's hand touched his naked back, then it touched his left hand. He felt how the alpha in him wanted to growl or attack directly. He can do that, he will restrain himself. A touch to his pee-pee let him squirm, but he was getting used to being touched there. Midoriya's hands traveled over his entire body over time and he was proud of himself that nothing more than a growl escaped him. That was until the hand touched his butt. This was a no-go for another alpha to touch there. Now let's see if you are good enough for this. The alpha in him rose to the challenge. He will show him how under control he was. Midoriya's hands stayed at his butt as they continued to squeeze his butt. He even gave them a small smack. Kirishima couldn't hide his smug smile as he didn't react. His inner alpha was fighting with all his might to get away. All his thoughts stopped when Midoriya pocked against his hole. He was about to turn around when a strong hand on his neck prevented it. You have come this far, are you sure that you want to give up? Midoriya's tone was mocking, challenging his alpha to handle it, but at the same time, his alpha wanted that finger away from there. An alpha's hole was never touched, it was a signal to give up his status. It was the same as the words he had said, but he said them and here he was still an alpha. He brought up all his willpower to overwrite the feeling to lash out. Good boy, Midoriya praised as he circled the hole. What came next shocked him as Midoriya pushed his finger in. He lost it as his canines showed and he growled dangerously low at Midoriya. He was about to attack when Midoriya pressed him against the floor. I'm sorry, but I'm not so forgiving as you might think. Coming down my throat, calling me slut, begging for pee-pee, but my favorite was pee-pee warmer. You damaged a huge amount of my pride as alpha, so I will have to put you into your place. Midoriya said as he started to move his finger roughly in and out of him. He whimpered as his butt ached. He tried to get free, but Midoriya like always had completely overpowered him. This was humiliating in so many ways. His alpha instincts were throwing a tantrum. The taller alpha ignored his shouts as he put a second finger in him. They opened him up as he gave up getting free. Then it struck him, an electric pulse of pleasure shot through him. He ummed shamelessly as Midoriya started to hit this spot over and over again. After 2 minutes he was a mess. His pee-pee rock hard as he was still pressed against the floor, then horror overcame him as he felt that he was about to come. He was about to come from his FING but, no even worse, he was coming from his but that was finger fed by an alpha. Are you enjoying yourself, Kirishima? Because I do, seeing you like this I start to regret not having claimed you. What? What the f was happening? Was Midoriya enjoying effing him up like this or that he could put him in his place? This hot body, not like the pitying build betas and omegas had, but still small enough that you wouldn't look weird sitting in my lap. A blush formed on Kirishima's face as he heard Midoriya's words. Nobody had told him that they liked this build, he was always too small to be a proper alpha. This cute pink hole clenching around my fingers, how it would feel around my pee-pee, Midoriya whispered as he was just inches away from his face. He then buried his nose into his scent gland and took a deep breath. Yes, your scent is so delicious. I have fed countless beta and omegas. Their scent, while sweet, is already fast to get sick of. Yours, this smell of mountain fresh air, always so refreshing and nostalgic. Hey, he must be in the wrong movie. Who in the world liked his scent? It was weak and pathetic, but it seemed that Midoriya liked it. Maybe I should make you mine now. You would be such a good pup for me. You would make me happy, would carry my pups, Izuku said, and the praises added with the PRTD simultaneously brought him over the edge as he came with the loudest mmm he could make. Maybe I should make you mine now. You would be such a good pup for me. You would make me happy, would carry my pups, Izuku said, and the praises added with the PRTD simultaneously brought him over the edge as he came with the loudest mmm he could make. Kirishima left all strength he had as he enjoyed the high he had gotten from his first anal orgasm. His arms and legs were competently powerless. Midoriya didn't stop though, no, he trusted his fingers a few more times against his abused and oversensitive PRT. He cried under him to stop, and to his luck he did. Question my status as an alpha again, and I will not only shove my fingers in here. I hope we understand each other, Midoriya asked as he pulled his fingers out. He had shut his mouth to suppress a whine because of the loss. Yes, sir. That was close. Good, because even if I don't look like it, I'm probably more prideful and possessive as you could ever imagine. I'm only good at hiding it, and I have the patience to wait for the right moment, Izuku said. I have seen, Kirishima dryly replied. Good, now get up and clean the entire house. Your rut is ending. The smell is significant less lust-filled, Izuku said. That can wait until later, Kirishima hummed out as he was content to lie on the floor. For the time being, a smack to his butt changed that though. Get your butt up, I have lived in this cum-filled room for 4 days now. Izuku said. Now down from his high, Kirishima still tried to process the words Midoriya had said. They were extremely flattering and at the same time insulting. Midoriya liked his body and even his scent. It was nice that someone found him attractive. The problem was that it was another alpha. His human mind knew that it was more than flattering that Midoriya found him attractive. He was strong, caring, and seeing that he looked after him the last 4 days, he was also responsible. He was the perfect guy to go out with. The problem was that he was an alpha. His instincts told him a clear no to this, but his mind was telling him that it wouldn't be so bad to be his beta. His parents were betas and they lived fairly well with it. Betas were still respected. It isn't like he would become an omega. Omegas were lost. They had to ask their alpha for permission if they wanted to be a hero, that is if they could even become one. Omegas weren't seen often in hero work. Alpha villains could control them with just their voice. There were only a few omegas strong enough to resist the alpha voice. Their ranking also wasn't that high. Kirishima cleaned the house as he mulled over the things in his mind, and result, he wasn't sure what to do. At least the house was clean now. Oh God, yes, I can finally relax now, Midoriya said as he sat down on the bed, breathing in deeply. Oh, you have no idea how exhausting it is to control your D for 4 days straight, Midoriya said, and now that he thought about it, Midoriya was right. That guy lived in a house that smelled of SSC and didn't get hard once. Kirishima felt dumb now. He thought that he did great with 1 hour between his orgasms. Midoriya did it for 4 days. Now that your rut is over, what should we do? Midoriya asked. No idea, I thought that it would last 2 more days. Kirishima said as he plumped down beside the other teen. Well, how about we watch a movie and relax? The last days weren't that relaxing after all, Midoriya offered. They did exactly that. They watched one movie after another and ordered pizza. The next 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. They didn't do anything together. Kirishima noted that Midoriya was also intelligent since he solved university-level physics questions. The guy generally did a lot of studying over the time at his house. He still tried to find out how Midoriya got all his things. His pride wouldn't let him ask outright though. He wanted to solve the puzzle himself. He followed Midoriya's example and studied. He wasn't the best if it came to studying or school in general. He was slow to understand and always had to go over his notes at least 3 times to get it. He sometimes asked Midoriya a question he didn't understand. The guy always answered them patiently. He even tried to explain it in 3 different methods when the other 2 didn't work. That's it for me, I will be leaving now, Midoriya said as they stood at the door. It was the 5th day and Midoriya's mother was alone all the time. Thanks again for your help, for all of it, Kirishima said. He meant it. Who knows what could have happened if Midoriya hadn't brought him home. It's no problem, you have my phone number and address. You can always call or come by if you have questions. Kirishima gave Midoriya a sad smile at that. Oi, don't give me that look, you are a cute little guy. I'm sure that your future mate will call himself lucky to have you, Midoriya said as he started to walk away from the blushing Kirishima. A week had passed and Kirishima couldn't stop thinking about the other alpha. His parents thought highly of him. Well, who wouldn't after what he had done for them, but they said that he had to find the answer himself. He was after all legally allowed to mate who he wanted. Mating was allowed as long as both parties had agreed and were presented. An alpha couldn't claim an unpresented person since it could affect their subgender, but if they were presented it was all fine, even with 15. Midoriya was the perfect mate material. It was a wonder that he wasn't claimed until now. It was probably because alphas weren't claimed, but claimed the others. Midoriya had too much control as to claim someone by accident, but he could claim him. He could ask Midoriya for a duel. It was a bit out of date but still. If he made Midoriya SBMSSV to him that would be great, because that guy made his blood pump faster by just thinking about his body. Could he win against Midoriya and make him his beta? Was he strong enough for that? Midoriya had pinned him down often. He had been put in place by Midoriya often, but that was in his rut. He didn't fight probably the last times. Even if his quirk isn't flashy, he still had power. He had a low-ranked A-class quirk after all. Having an A-class quirk was an honor. Only 4% of the population had such one. Most people had E or D quirks, like being able to stretch their fingers a little more or being able to glow a little. C-class quirks were something like strength enchantment. B-class was already good enough for hero work. They were something like invisibility or information gathering. A-class was the prime that you could reach. He never had seen someone, other than pro heroes, that had a higher class than A. They were quirks made for combat, like his hardening, his body and strength enchantment. Without the strength part, his quirk would probably be a mid-B class. A-class quirk is raw fighting power. S-class was a dream and seen so rarely that most people forget that they really existed. Endeavor had an S-class quirk. Usually, it would have been a high A-class, but he had an extremely high amount of raw power combined with almost perfect level of control. Endeavor had only reached low S-class after 7 years of training. He wondered if he could reach the same. The quirk examination was made all 3 years regularly. Adults had to go to the hospital for that. Children and teens had their school check them. The next exam will be at UA University. He hoped that he could reach mid-class, but he wasn't sure how to train it probably. These ranks were of course for the battle power or in other words for heroes. There were also other rankings like business or medical. In their ranking, his quirk would probably be in E as it is totally not needed there. The best example for that would be Principal Nedzu. His quirk is only B rank in the hero ranking. He is S rank in business, which shows that he didn't let his quirk decide what he did. Chances of the classes. E class 35%. D class 30%. C class 20%. B class 10%. A class 4%. S class 1%. And that wasn't all. In this 1% of S ranks there is only a tiny amount of them that also choose hero work. From that tiny amount of people, half of these amazing S-class quirk wasn't made for combat. So seeing S-rank quirks were pretty rare, because most of them hid in companies. The problem was he didn't know what class Midoriya's quirk was or what it was in general. He knows that Midoriya had enough power to lift him even without a quirk. He must work out almost every day. He just couldn't forget the teen. He must be the right mate for him, but he feared that he could lose against him and become a beta. Then there was the question if he would even accept a duel. 50 years ago it would be a thing of honor and not accepting was like losing. Now it was almost forgotten that you could even do that. He was always told that a man should always value his honor. He was going to keep that. It would be unmanly to back off just because he is scared to lose. Even more so when he asks Midoriya to lose the same, but he felt it. Midoriya was the right one to be his mate. With his personality, he would be so great when he raises their pups. He had to control himself not to think about that again, or Midoriya will kill him. He will just do the things when he has him as his mate, of course only if he agrees. What have you been up to the last few days? Yuma, his father, asked. They were eating dinner and it seemed that Ijiro spaced out again. I wanted to ask if it was okay too. Ijiro stopped. This wasn't right. He had already made up his mind, he was off age for that and he was an alpha. No, I wanted to inform you that I want to challenge someone to a duel. His parents halted in their movement, staring at him to find out if he was serious. It's the Midoriya boy, isn't it? His mother asked. Yes, I have this feeling that he is the right one to be my mate. He answered with confidence. And are you sure that you can win? His father asked concerned. No, I'm confident in my power, even more than before. But the outcome is a mystery, it's a gamble I want to take, Ijiro answered honestly, no need to make false hope for them. Then you are aware of what you might lose, are you still sure that you can live with that, with him? His mother asked, more curious than concerned now. Yes, it just feels right. My instincts are telling me that he is the right 1 inch. Well, you two are already presented, so it is legal. We will not forbid it, no we can't forbid it. You know that we always supported you, that doesn't change now. As your parents we want to make sure that you have thought this through, it is after all literally a life-changing decision. His father said seriously, and Ijiro know that whoever wins had to take care of his mate. Are you ready to move out or share your room with this boy? Are you aware of the responsibility that comes with a mate? His mother said as she agreed with his father. Yes, I'm well aware. I have thought over the last few days, I think it's worth it, Ijiro replied. Well, as I said, we will support you. He is a nice boy, he was responsible, caring, polite, and his mother interrupted his father. And he is extremely good-looking, tall, muscular, green eyes and hair. You have good taste, his mother finished the sentence. I will go tomorrow and get over with it, it has been on my mind too long. Ijiro answered, ignoring his mother's words. Well, introduce us to our son-in-law after this is all over. Ijiro didn't say that Midoriya could just deny his request. Izuku groaned as he moved from his bed to the front door. His mother was at work in the hospital. Who in the world did come to visit him at 8 a.m.? Opening the door, he came face to face with the redhead from last week. Kirishima, what are you doing here, and so early on that? He asked. The other boy was just staring at him, or better up to him, before he gulped. I came to ask for a duel. I came to ask for a duel. Izuku was fully awake now. That didn't stop him from sighing as he gestured Kirishima to come in. Their apartment was way smaller than the house Kirishima lived in. Well, Midoriya did say that his dad was out of the picture. Sit down, I will just get us something to drink, Midoriya said as he left, probably for the kitchen. So, a duel, huh? Didn't pick you to be this old, Midoriya joked as he came back. Well, ever since you left, I can't stop thinking about you. My instincts are telling me that you are my perfect mate, Ijiro said. Should I be flattered or be disappointed that our training didn't work out like I hoped it would be? Izuku said with an amused laugh. Ijiro also laughed about it and smiled. Because Midoriya didn't outright reject it. I know that it is old-fashioned, but it really feels right, and I would be really happy to have you as my beta. Ijiro saw how Midoriya's mouth twitched from a smile into a smirk. I promise that I will make you happy, that I will care for you. Ijiro continued. That is touching and all, but did you think about what will happen if you lose? Midoriya asked him seriously. Yes, I did, but I will take the chance, Ijiro answered with confidence. Are you even aware of how much responsibility you are giving me? Have you seen this apartment? Our family doesn't have that much money, it will be hard for me to take care of you. Do you think that you are the first person to ask me to mate them? I have dozens of requests from strangers, but well, you are indeed the first alpha. Midoriya said, I didn't know about your situation, but I still have to ask you to accept. If you lose, you don't have to care about this anymore, I will look after you. Ijiro said, and Midoriya couldn't hold it anymore as he started to laugh. I'm really sorry, but there is no way you will win, Midoriya said. We will only know that after the fight, Kirishima said, a little angry that Midoriya didn't saw him as a threat at all. Do you have any idea how the universe made it up to me that my dad left us? Midoriya asked, and Kirishima had no idea what he meant. It gave me the genetic jackpot. I'm the definition of genetic lottery winner, Midoriya explained. What is your quirk, B class? Maybe high B rank. Midoriya asked. It's low A rank, Kirishima answered. Well, mine is SS class. The world stopped for Kirishima. SS class only appeared 16 times on the whole world as long as this system existed. So, it really was teleportation. Amazing, his mate would be amazing. I will not decline the duel, but I will give you the opportunity to take it back, Midoriya said, and this guy was really caring, to think about him. That is really nice of you, but I'm a man of honor. I will not take something back just because I'm afraid. It would make me really unmanly, so no going back, Kirishima said. Well, my future mate isn't a PP at least, that is something I can respect. I also can't deny that you are very handsome, and your scent is good, Izuku said, and Kirishima blushed. I know that you made up your mind and that you probably will not change it, but I'm a prime alpha. If you lose, then you aren't going to be a beta, you will become an omega. Kirishima just stared at the guy in front of him. He had said that he was a genetic jackpot. But it was outright ridiculous. Tessin Prime? Are you FING kidding me? Still, his chances might be almost zero, but he wasn't a quitter. He will not go back on his words, even if his instincts screamed at him to go back home. I still want the duel, he stuttered out as he fought against his instincts. Never in his life had they fought so hard. Not even as Midoriya pushed his fingers into his, but, no, now it was their whole existence that was being threatened. You have my respect, Kirishima, a man of his words even when your entire body said no. Kirishima gave Midoriya a little smile as he tried to stop his hands from trembling. Are your parents aware of this? Midoriya asked. They support my decision, or better, they support me, Kirishima answered. Well then let's go, Midoriya said as he stood up. What about your mother? Kirishima asked curiously if Midoriya cared about his parents' approval. What about his? It's fine, I will introduce you as my mate after the duel. However, it ends, I will take care of you on my own. I will not put my mother in more work, and if you win then it will be easier for her, Midoriya said seriously, and Kirishima was thankful that Midoriya did take him seriously. He didn't brush him off or made it already clear that he would win. Are you sure? Midoriya asked as they were in a clearing in the woods. Yes, Kirishima answered as he hardened his fists. Okay then, I don't know how this duel is done, so go? Midoriya stated. Kirishima ignored him as he went off as fast as he could. He was just 2 meters from Midoriya away when he summoned AF Scythe. It had 2 blades and was green. It really suited him. He feared for a moment that it would cut through his hardening, but to his luck it just blocked him. He was about to strike again when he felt the inside of one blade against his throat. He hardened it, and a second later he was thrown into the sky as Midoriya had pulled the weapon back. Midoriya appeared above him and kicked him down, making his fall more painful. The landing was so hard and that it even left a few cracks at the ground. He groaned as he stood up shakily. A hand grabbed him from behind on his neck and threw him back down. He landed on the ground face first into the dirt, and Midoriya got on his back as he pinned his arms down. I will take good care of you. You will be my beautiful Omega. Midoriya said as his mouth was already on his neck. Kirishima's heart pounded as he felt Midoriya's teeth piercing his scent gland. A cry of pain and pleasure left his mouth. There you go, you are mine now. Midoriya said, liking his mark. They were permanently bound now, there was no going back. He tilted his head in espiamsen as his mate started nibbling on his neck. He felt how Midoriya left one mark after another. Nobody will touch you, I'm your alpha, and there will be no doubt about that when I'm finished. Kirishima just let him be, as he tried not to by every bite his alpha made. How the F can this feel so good? He was just being bitten. Midoriya's hand left him, giving him the opportunity to move his own. He then heard a light scrubbing sound. Oh God, that feels good. It's already been years that I hid my scent. What? Years? He then smelled it, and OMG, was it good. Midoriya's scent was the complete opposite to his. It was strong and thick. It smelled like the forest after the rain. This was so overwhelming. They were in the wide open, and yet his scent was so clear and dominating. He panted as his pee-pee throbbed in need. Was this how it would work? His alpha would just let him smell his scent and he would be hard. He was scented by Midoriya before the other teen finally pulled him up. Okay, I will bring you home for now. What the F is happening? He was sent home? Didn't Midoriya like him? Was he too pitiful? Now, don't make that smell just after I claimed you, Midoriya said as he hugged him from behind, his chin resting on his head while his back was pressed against Midoriya's torso. It will take some time for your body to change. I will use the time to solve a few issues before I mate you probably, Midoriya said as he gripped his hips and squeezed them. Suddenly a growl came out of his mouth, shocking him. Oh, so aggressive. Well, that was to be expected. Your body will change with the mark, but your instincts will have to be trained. Kirishima shivered, so he still had his alpha instincts and Midoriya would train that out of him. Are you regretting it now? Midoriya softly asked from behind him. No, it would be insulting for both of us to say so. I still think that being your mate is the right thing, even if I'm an Omega now, Kirishima answered honestly. That's good to hear. I have a few rules for you to follow. Do you think you can do that, or do I need to use my alpha voice? Midoriya asked, his breath tickled against his ear. I think I can manage it without it, Kirishima panted out. This was so frustrating. Will he get always so aroused by just his breath, his voice? Good boy. Oh, if that did things to him. I will bring you home now. You will pack your things and say goodbye to your parents. I will get in you in 2 days. Until then you are forbidden from touching yourself. Kirishima's eyes almost fell out. Was this guy serious? Do you understand me? Not here. His pee-pee was touched, and certainly not here, Midoriya said as he squeezed his butt. You will also not go out or let any other alpha touch you. I hope that you understand that I will punish you if you are a naughty Omega, Midoriya said in an amused tone, and Kirishima shivered. This was going to be interesting. I understand, Kirishima said, but he got a smack against his butt that let him yelp. Try again, Omega, Midoriya said as he bit his ear. Kirishima thought about what he did wrong. Try again, Omega. It was that. I understand, Alf. He got a kiss on his cheek as a reward. There you go. I think you will learn fast, Midoriya said. They started to walk away from the clearing. Izuku had brought Kirishima back home and was now standing in front of UA University. One of the world's best hero schools. Graduating here meant success. The acceptance rate was below 0.2%. In other words, you would have to be the best of the best to get in here. He knows that he wouldn't have a problem getting in. Kirishima had good chances, but he will train him more. He stood at the crossing line and knew that the alarm would go off the moment he overstepped it. The whole campus was surrounded by sensors on the walls. The funny thing was that there aren't any on the campus. He will just teleport over the sensors and good is. Well, he couldn't blame them. He would be the world's 7th official registered teleporter. He of course knows that there must be more, that they hid just like he is doing. But the number was still low, so the chances weren't that high that one would attack UA. He laughed a little as he teleported in. His quirk was pretty strange to begin with. It had no limit to how often he could teleport without a pause, but it had a time limit. He could teleport an hour around starting after his first teleport, but after that, he had to cool down for 30 minutes. If he stopped halfway through the hour, then the cooldown time would be 15 minutes. It had been worse. As a child he could only teleport for 15 minutes, but he had trained hard to archive today's time limit. His range had also increased from 4 meters to 10 now. It was by no means far, but for a fight, it was more than enough. Furthermore, within his time limit, he could teleport as often as he wanted, which meant that he could travel a few hundred meters in seconds. He walked through the campus and did so as if he was a student. He even asked one of them where the principal office was. For young heroes in training, they sure were careless. On the other hand, they were safe here. He took one last breath to calm his nerves before he knocked at the door. Come in. Come in. Izuku opened the door and slowly walked in as he stared at the creature in front of him, just like Nezu did with him. They both stared at each other for a while, not sure what to do. Izuku was trying to find the right way to start, while Nezu tried to find out how this boy got into his campus. They had security after all. Well, this is a surprise. Who might you be? Nedzu asked politely as he leaned back into his chair. Asking wouldn't hurt after all. Midoriya Izuku, sir, Izuku said as he sat down without asking. He was an alpha. They didn't ask for permission for something as simple as that. What brings you here, Midoriya-kun, and more importantly, how did you get here? Nedzu asked as he made them a cup of tea. I'm here to make a deal with you, Izuku stated, and he could see how he got Nedzu's interest. And what would that be, not to be rude, but you are what, 17, or what qualities do you have to make a deal with me? Nedzu asked as he sipped his tea. I have this, Izuku said as he teleported back to the door and then back to his seat. Well, that explains how you got in, and it's certainly an important quality, Nedzu stated as he analyzed the S-class quirk in front of him. That's not all, my quirk is SS class. Oh, now he had Nedzu's attention, double SS class. He would be 17 official SS class user and one of the 3 living at that. The other 2 lived in Europe, one was a world-class healer, while the other was a financial master. The rest were all long dead. In the 200 years quirks existed, he would be the not only that he would be also going into the hero industry, plus his ability is teleportation. There were only 6 official teleporters. He was so rare that Nedzu had a hard time calculating his price. I'm also a prime alpha, Nedzu sparkled. He had to get this kid to attend his university. No matter the cost, he had to get him. But he will test him first. Let's see if he has smarts as well. I see, that are very favorable characteristics you have. What kind of deal do you want? He asked the teen. I got him made a few hours ago. As his alpha, it's my responsibility to take care of him. I came here to get money from you. In exchange, I will attend your university, Izuku said. First off, congratulations. Nedzu said with a smile. But wouldn't you have come to this university anyway? We are the best after all. Let the test begin. I would have, but I have an Omega to look after now. So, I would also go to another hero school if they can get me a better offer. Huh, that kid isn't dumb. He wanted that Nedzu offered him something that the other hero schools couldn't. But you are only a student. Don't you think that your price is too high? I would practically just throw money on you without getting something back. Nedzu was testing the waters for his offer. Did the other know how much he was worth? I'm well aware of my worth, Nedzu. I'm not only double SS class but also a teleporter and a prime alpha on top of that. Me going here would probably triple the donations and investments you will get. Then there is the publicity. The media will love you. Your influence will raise with it. You will gain recognition for bringing me here. Nedzu was surprised that the teen really knows his stuff. If I had to guess, then the board of the university and you aren't on friendly terms. They don't like it that the best hero school has an animal as principal. They can't fire you since you make no mistakes, but if you can get me in here it will be difficult for them to even speak against you. Well, Midoriya was right. I will gather information and give you an offer in a few days, Nedzu said, but Midoriya didn't look impressed at all. Well, then I will have to visit other universities. I'm sure they are fast to get me signed in, Izuku said as he stood up. Okay, I get it. You don't like to be played with. Sit down, let us talk about what you want, Nedzu said fast as he feared the boy would really leave. Then let me hear what you have to offer, Izuku said as sat back down. Well, let us start with the living arrangement. Where are you living right now? Nedzu asked. I live near here. The address is XXXX, Izuku answered. How about this? I will give you a house that is big enough to fit at least 5 people, Nedzu offered and Izuku nodded. That would do. Who knows what will happen in the future. You will also get an allowance of 1 million yen, about $10,000. This is the salary of a rank 50 hero, Izuku nodded again. This would certainly do its job. His mother wouldn't have to work so much anymore. I will protect you from whatever organization comes after you, be it government, hero commission, or private companies. This was what Izuku was waiting for. No other hero school could give him the same amount of protection. And lastly, it will start from today on forward, even if the new semester starts in 9 months. Okay, this was even better. Izuku was sure that he made the right decision with Nedzu. But I have conditions of my own, Nedzu said as he leaned back. And that would be? Well, nothing was free after all. Advertisement, you will have to put on a breathtaking result in the entrance exam. We will make a video that shows how you will dominate the robots. It will bring us a lot of recognition. What in return will raise our prestige and with that my influence? Well, it was acceptable. We can do that, but I want to hide that I'm a prime alpha. It will be already hard to find out who is after me. For me, you can announce my prime status at the sport festival. This will also give the media to write something new related to UA, or do you disagree? He asked the rat. No, it's acceptable. Is there something more or are you satisfied? Nezu asked. My mate also wants to become a hero. Izuku could see the hesitation in Nezu's eyes, like he was going to ask to put him somehow into the hero course. I wanted to ask if I and him could use the training grounds here. He will take the exam like everybody else. If he fails, I will not go back on my part of the deal. Well, that was comforting for Nezu. At least the guy wasn't a lovesick dumb guy. Of course, let us finish this here. This is a MasterCard. I will transfer the money at the beginning of each month and these are the keys for the house. Izuku looked shocked at Nezu as he held out keys and card. Did you think that you are the first person to come here like this? Well, you are the most expensive for now. Oh, he really thought that he was first to demand something like this. Well, it doesn't matter. We will drop by for training. Until then, Izuku said as he vanished. What an interesting diamond I have gotten. He is still raw, but if I polish him. Mom, I'm home, Izuku said as he came back. She should be back by now. Izuku dear, where have you been? His mother asked. How about we sit down for this, Izuku suggested as he led her to the couch. I have mated someone today. The shock was clearly displayed on her face. It's the cute alpha boy I told you about from last week. He came and asked for a duel. I know, pretty old-fashioned, but he is really nice, and I like him, Izuku tried to explain. Where is he? His mother finally asked. I brought him home for 2 more days to set up a few things. I will introduce you later, Izuku said, and he could see how his mother swallowed, probably thinking about the extra money they would need. Mom, I made a deal with the principal of UA. I got us a house and money. In return I have attended his university and have to perform outstanding, Izuku said. His mother looked more relieved, but also suspicious. And you are sure that he isn't using you? She asked. He is, but so am. We have a deal that benefits both parties. I'm sure that Nezu will be careful. Izuku said. Well, you are almost 18 now and you are mated. By all means, you are grown up. You are a proper alpha now. Thanks, Mom. So I was thinking if you would move with me. The house Nezu gave me is big enough for the 3 of us. I would like to share with you, Izuku asked softly. His mother sighed. Izuku, look. You are going into a new phase of your life. A house, a mate and university is also around the corner. You are an alpha. You have to handle these things on your own now. I will stay in this apartment. My door is always open for you and your mate, but I'm not coming with you. A small tear ran down her cheek, but they didn't bother. I see, well, the same can be said for you. We will always welcome you in our home, and I hope you will visit us, Izuku said with a smile. Of course, I will. I want to see my son-in-law. Oh, bet you will have such cute pups, with red curly hair. Izuku blushed as he looked away. Mom, I'm not ready to have children yet, Izuku complained. Oh, but think about your partner too, okay? Maybe he wants pups. I wanted you. Izuku tried to bury what he just heard. Kirishima waited for 2 days and it was getting dark outside. The newly formed SBMSSV side in him started to fear that Midoriya had left him. That he wasn't ready for the responsibility, it was his fault. He shouldn't have asked for the duel, shouldn't have pressured. A wave of hope washed over him as he heard the doorbell, but he will wait for Midoriya to come and get him personally. He wouldn't run to the door like a desperate puppy. A tiny amount of guilt filled him, telling him that he wasn't good for his alpha, but that was buried fast. Kirishima-san, he heard Midoriya's voice at the front, so he did come back for him. You can call me father or father-in-law, whatever you prefer. His father said warmly. Okay, call me Izuku then. Is my mate hiding from me? Midoriya asked in an amused tone and he blushed. I think that he is just nervous. His father said. Hope that he will feel more relaxed around me in the future. It will be his home after all. Izuku said with a small laugh. At least he didn't have to fear that Midoriya will have problems with his parents. Speaking of home, Ijiro told me about your situation. If you want, we can help you out a bit. His father said, and he was curious what Midoriya would say. The offer is really kind of you, but I as his alpha will take care of him myself. I have already solved the issue. I had a plan before the mating already. The mating just pushed me to do it a few months earlier. I have a house and money to take care of your son. So, no need to worry. Midoriya said. That is good to hear. Just make sure to ask should you ever need help. He is our baby boy after all. Yeah, he wouldn't let his father say more embarrassing things. I'm ready to leave, he said before his dad could call him more names. There is my pretty little mate, Midoriya said as he hugged him and buried his nose in his neck. He blushed as his father only smiled at them. Have you said your goodbyes? Midoriya asked him. I have. Mom is away, but I will see her again, he answered. Perfect. Then please step in there, Midoriya said as he pulled his scythe out and cut the air. A room opened right at the cut. I can't teleport anything with me, but I can put it into the pocket dimension and then teleport. That made sense, but he was a bit afraid of it. It's safe, I promise, and I will get you out in a minute. Kirishima nodded as walked in and sat down on the mattress. At least now he knows from where he had it. We are here, huh? He literally just sat down and Midoriya already opened the door to the room. Welcome to our home. Welcome to our home. Kirishima stared at the house and wondered how Midoriya had gotten it in just 2 days. He had known that Izuku didn't have that much money. Hell, his family had no money at all. The inside was just as beautiful as the outside. It was a modern wooden setup with a warm feeling to it. Downstairs was the kitchen, living room, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and the master bedroom with its own bathroom. How? Kirishima didn't know what else to ask. This was just so overwhelming. How in the world did Izuku do it? He didn't use his quirk to rob a bank, did he? I had it already planned out, but it seems that I have underestimated my own worth. I would have made this deal earlier if I had known it would go this smoothly. Izuku said as he slumped down on the couch. I made a deal with Principal Nedzu. He will sponsor me for the time being, Izuku explained as he gestured Kirishima to sit down. The other boy looked around before he decided to sit in the armchair across from Izuku. Sit here, it wasn't an order, but Kirishima could feel that Izuku would be upset if he refused. He quietly moved over to sit on Izuku's right side, but the other boy didn't let him. Izuku pulled him into his lap and hugged him from behind before he could even react. He tried to free himself, but a dangerous growl near his ear let him reconsider his action. He shuddered as he felt Izuku's tongue on his neck. He flinched as the warm and wet thing touched his mating mark, but it didn't stay that way. His instincts, although much weaker, were still that of an alpha, so it wasn't that surprising that he let out a growl of his own. It seemed like Izuku didn't even care about it, as he just tightened his hold and started to SCK on the mark. Kirishima let out a tone that could be described between a mmm and a whimper. It was even better than the first time when he got his mark. Pleasure went through his entire body as his limbs got weak. He stopped struggling when Izuku pulled him deeper into his lab until his back was against his chest. Have you been a good boy? You didn't touch yourself, did you? Izuku whispered into his ear as his hands roamed his body. He couldn't even concentrate enough to answer as he was having a difficult time between enjoying his touch and fighting his own instincts. Can I take your silence as a no? Izuku asked, biting his ear. He blushed as he felt how Izuku's hand got near his pages. He knows that Izuku had already seen him and even touched it, but that was in his rut. A slap on his butt let him regain consciousness, as he nearly jumped out of the lap. Back? Izuku asked as he lifted him from his lap and set him to his right. Yeah, thanks, Kirishima answered as he tried to hide his blushing face. How in the world did they get from his talk about the house to this? Well, he will ask him later about the principal. How about we settle down and talk about this whole mating thing before we do anything rash? Kirishima suggested. Sure, anything you want, Izuku said as he gave him a small kiss on his forehead. Kirishima's face exploded as he buried it in his hands. Meanwhile, Izuku started to take his belongings out of his quirk. It really is convenient. So, what do you want to talk about? Izuku asked him as they finished putting away most of their stuff. It seemed that they will be sharing the master bedroom, or that is what he assumed as Izuku also put his clothes there. I researched a little on the internet the last 2 days. From the information I read, it says, that my duties are all around the house. Cooking, cleaning, laundry and pleasing. The last part was whispered, but Izuku could hear him well enough. I'm still new to this, so give me some time. I swear that I will do my best, Kirishima said as he tried to hide his blush. He wasn't sure if he could please Izuku without his instincts interfering. You seem to have misunderstood something, Izuku started, and Kirishima wasn't sure what he meant. The internet said that this would be his duty. We will do these things together. I'm not planning to let my Omega do all the work. Now, this was a surprise to Kirishima. He was sure that alphas didn't do any housework. I have learned all these things from my mother. Oh, that's why he knows. Still, it was pretty nice of him to help with it despite being an alpha. And I'm sure that I can please you pretty well too. Kirishima's brain stopped for a second before his head exploded again. This guy was teasing him to no end. He will take revenge when the time comes. But this is all secondary. Let us talk about school and your future. Izuku said as Kirishima tensed. This was the moment his alpha will decide his future for him. Well, I'm going to UA University, Hero course. I don't know what you have planned out, now that you are an Omega? Izuku asked him, and it was the first time that he thought about it. How did he forget that his future plan as a hero won't work out as an Omega? Omegas weren't often seen in the hero industry. That's because Omegas had to be able to withstand an alpha voice to come into the business. Something that just a few handpicked could archive. He wasn't one of them. He was already submitting to Izuku when he was an alpha. How on earth should he ever be able to resist that in his Omega form? Hey, why this sour smell? Izuku asked, worried as he pulled the silent boy in his embrace. The smell was doing something to Izuku that he never thought would happen. It let his instincts out. His whole being demanded to comfort his Omega. His mind was clouded as he hugged the other boy. He pressed the boy's face into his neck as he started to release calming pheromones. He already felt how the smaller man started to relax a little. Not long after he felt how his shoulder got wet, the poor boy was crying silently. He just silently rubbed the boy's back as he waited for him to calm down. Sorry, it was barely whispered, but Izuku could hear him anyway. Kirishima seemed to have calmed down as he whipped his tears and sat back. Looking at his watch, he was surprised to see that the poor thing cried for 15 minutes. You good now? Izuku asked as Kirishima just nodded. So what made my little Omega cry? Izuku asked as he whipped Kirishima's cheek clean. It's nothing, Kirishima said as he set up to get out of Izuku's lap, but his alpha just pulled him back to him. Don't be like that. How can I care for you when you don't tell me what's wrong? Izuku asked as he bit Kirishima's ear. He wasn't sure why, but his body was just going crazy for the other man. After these 2 long days, his body felt so needy for his Omega. It was so hard to be this near to him and yet unable to take him, unable to fill that sweet hole of his. He could only speculate how tight he might be since it was already hard to get his finger in. His body longed so much for this man's touch, but he didn't want to force Kirishima. It was already hard enough for the man to drop from an alpha to an Omega. Using his alpha status to get him laid would be such a low move. That didn't stop him from getting at least this much thought. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard a low growl. It seemed that Kirishima didn't like him biting his ear. Well, nothing he can do about it. This is the least he will grant himself, or he would take him on the spot. It's just that Omegas can't become heroes, Kirishima said after a while, giving up getting away from his massive alpha. It was ridiculous how much strength Izuku used to hold him in place, just so that he could nibble on his neck. And who said that you can't? Izuku asked as he stopped assaulting him. What do you mean, who? Everybody knows that just a handful of Omegas are heroes. Kirishima said, defeated. Hey, why give up that easily? The man I met before wasn't this kind of a person. He challenged me knowing that he would lose and didn't back down. Where did this manly guy go? Izuku asked as forced Kirishima to look into his eyes. Kirishima stayed silent as he stared back into the most beautiful emerald green eyes. They were filled with hope and warmth. It gave him a feeling of a new start. It was true that he was an Omega now. This, however, doesn't mean that he couldn't follow his dream. Yes, these are the eyes I have seen, Izuku said as he let go of Kirishima's face. I also want to go to UA University, hero course, Kirishima said with a smile. Yeah, he will work hard to get there. Then you will have to ask me really nicely if you can go, Izuku said, and at that moment Kirishima's heart dropped. His alpha could forbid him from entering the hero course. This world is so effed up, what should he do? I'm just kidding, why this serious face? Could it be that you thought that I was such an but to do that? Izuku asked with a smirk. No comment, Kirishima said as he looked away pouting. This guy was teasing him whenever he could. Fine, however, we must train you to be able to get into the hero course. You already have a massive advantage compared to other Omegas. You still have your alpha instincts in you, we just have to reform them a little. Kirishima shivered as Izuku mentioned his instinct training. He clearly remembered that Izuku will train his instincts out of him. It was the only time in his rut when Izuku was really strict with him. He didn't want to imagine how hard it will be. The evening ended with them talking about their work share. Izuku would cook and do the shopping, while Kirishima would clean the house and do their laundry. Kirishima didn't know how to do any of this, but Izuku said that he would teach him. Izuku's cooking was delicious, at least one of them could cook. They organized their schedules since they both had to finish high school. They still had 2 months left before the summer break starts. Izuku showed him around the house, taught him how to clean and do laundry. They joked and laughed. The only thing that wasn't going smoothly was his instincts. He growled every time Izuku got too near him. Kirishima was glad that Izuku ignored it each time. But this was going to be a big problem. How is he going to be with him when his instincts always lashed out the moment he got too near? It was late and Kirishima was extremely nervous. They hadn't talked about it, but it seemed that Izuku planned for them to sleep together. He wouldn't have minded at the time he was an alpha, but now it was different. Is Izuku expecting something from him? Will he lose his innocence tonight? His heart began to beat faster with each piece of clothes Izuku took off until he was only in his boxer shorts. His body was perfect, the very definition of alpha. He was tall, muscled, handsome, powerful, and most importantly extremely caring. He on the other hand was weak and pathetic, his scent was plain, and his body was just too big for an Omega. Sure, with Izuku's height it was still small, and he already said that Kirishima would fit perfectly into his lap. What are you waiting for? Izuku asked amused from the king-size bed. Kirishima got back from his thoughts and started to take his clothes off. Leave your shirt on, Izuku said stopping him. This was new to him. Alphas always slept with just their boxers. They were stronger, and their bodies didn't need the extra layer of clothes to protect them from the cold. Well, he was an Omega now, even though his body was still that of an alpha. It wouldn't hurt him to listen to his alpha, so he let it on as he got into the bed. He faced away from Izuku as he positioned himself at the edge of the bed. He felt how the bed moved as Izuku came over to him, and not a second later he was pulled into the middle. His surprise didn't stop the loud growl thought. Izuku sighed as he let him go. Look here, Kirishima, Izuku started, and he already knows what he wanted to tell him. I know that you just recently became an Omega and I can ignore your growls if we work around the house. I think that they are cute, Izuku said with an amused tone, and he wanted to punch that smiling face. But I can't have my own Omega growl at me when we are in bed. Do we understand each other? Izuku asked in a serious tone that made him nervous. He just nodded as already started to fight his inner alpha. I already said in your rut, but we are humans first and instincts second. If you have a problem with cuddling as a human, then I will not force you. However, if it's just your instincts, then I will warn them now. Izuku said as he stood up and moved around the bed until he stood in front of him. His hand shot out and grasped his neck as he lifted him up. I'm your alpha and I don't want this disrespectful behavior anymore, so let this meaningless attempt go or I will show you what happens when my patience runs out. Izuku said in a dangerous tone, as he let him go. Kirishima gasped for air as he landed on the bed. Who would have thought that this guy could react so violently? Izuku got back into the bed as got the blanked right and held it open for Kirishima. Your instincts should be quiet for now, so are you willing to cuddle a little or do you just don't like it? I'm not gonna force you, I will accept whatever you decide as long as it is your mind and not your instincts. Izuku said. I haven't cuddled before, but we can try, Kirishima said with a blush as he got beside Izuku. Well then I will take your cuddle virginity, Izuku said with a laugh as he pulled Kirishima to the chest as he spooned him. You, Kirishima said as he almost exploded from embarrassment. Well, we will see about that, Izuku whispered into his ear, and Kirishima knew that he was literally F-ed now. Well, we will see about that, Izuku whispered into his ear, and Kirishima knew that he was literally F-ed now. School starts tomorrow. Are you going to be okay, or do you want me to go with you? Izuku asked as they had breakfast. I will be fine, no need to worry, Kirishima said quietly as he finished his plate. I will block my scent, that should do the job, Kirishima said as Izuku looked at him doubtfully, but the alpha didn't press further. Okay, but text me should something happen, I will teleport to you right away, Izuku said as he took the plate to put them into the dishwasher. Sure. Something was strange, but Izuku wasn't sure what it was. The day continued and he didn't know why, but Kirishima always blocked him. The problem was that it turned his instincts on, an omega that was trying to get out of his reach, his omega. It was afternoon when Izuku had enough and grabbed the boy. Do we have a problem with each other? Izuku asked as he cornered his omega, but his reaction told him everything he wanted to know. Kirishima blushed as he looked away from him. Oh, are your two instincts fighting? Izuku asked as he leaned into Kirishima's personal space. He liked at his ear getting a gasp. Could it be that my little omega is needy? Izuku asked in a mocking tone as his hand touched Kirishima's crotch, his hand squeezing the pee-pee behind his pants. The reaction was so perfect, his mate blushed as a low escaped his lips. It turned him on. Well, we did talk about training, didn't we? Izuku asked in a stuck tone as he lifted Kirishima against the wall. Now face to face, he couldn't hold himself back as he kissed his lovely mate. Kirishima, the poor thing, could only and gasp as Izuku worked him up. They both know that the attraction to each other was probably to 50% the fault of them being mates now. That their biology and instincts were taking a huge part in this, but it was how the world worked. He grabbed Kirishima's waist with one hand to hold him in place as his other hand got under the shorter man's shirt. It traced over the soft but still muscled body until it reached his nipples. A new smell let his mind go completely blank as his instincts took over. He wasn't in control as he carried Kirishima into their bedroom. He also wasn't in control when he ripped his mate's clothes off. He could see the fear in Kirishima's eyes as he didn't stop no matter what the boy said. He wanted to stop, but his instincts were too strong. He could smell it, the slick, his omega was producing slick for him. He was so close to tasting it, so near to get his finger in his mate's tight hole, but he stopped as he saw the expression Kirishima made. He looked afraid, he was scared of him. His mind took over the moment it could, and he stopped himself. Sheet, he whispered as he took 2 steps back. This was a disaster, it never happened to him before. How could he of all people lose control? Looking into Kirishima's eyes, he knows that he had fed up. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he mumbled as he pressed himself against the wall. He wasn't like this, he remembered his training. Close your eyes, breath in, breath out. Repeat it until your mind is clear. Are you physically hurt? Izuku asked after a minute of breathing. No, it was whispered so shyly that his heart hurt. Can I come over? I swear that I'm in control, Izuku said, but Kirishima hesitated. To his luck, his mate wasn't so stubborn as he nodded after a while of thinking. He walked over and used the blanket and rolled Kirishima in it to cover him. He then lay himself down on the bed and pressed his omega against his chest. He released calming pheromones as Kirishima started to tremble from the shock of being almost raped. Guilt was building, but as he looked at the small frame of his omega, how could he do that to his mate? I'm so sorry, I don't know what came over me. I'm always in control, but this urge after I had smelled your slick. I have never felt that way, my control was ripped off my hands and he stopped there as he didn't know how to continue. It's okay, you are my alpha after all, Kirishima with a quiet voice. No, it's not. This is terrible and I swear that it won't happen again. I swear that I will not force you into something that you don't want to, Izuku whispered as he pressed Kirishima against him. However, I can't deny that the urge to claim you is getting stronger, but I think we should first get used to the idea of having sex with each other before we jump right into it. Izuku suggested as Kirishima's trembling got better. The boy just hummed as he didn't look into Izuku's eyes. It hurt to see his mate so afraid. And how are we gonna do that? Kirishima asked as he looked up. I will take my clothes off and then I will just play a little with you. It will be enough to satisfy my urges and for you to get used to it. Kirishima's face was beet red as he slowly nodded. A grin spread over Izuku's face as he slowly took his clothes off. If he was confident in one thing, then it was in his own body. He was not disappointed as Kirishima stared him up and down, mouth open as drool dripped out. Putting his clothes down, he got back into bed and pulled on Kirishima's blanked a little. The other man blushed as he was exposed before his mate again. Do you like what you see? Izuku asked from above him, and Kirishima could only nod as his fingers traced the 8-pack right before his eyes. It was so firm and he couldn't stop but wonder. The smirk on Izuku's face didn't help this one bit. Is my body good enough for my little Omega? Izuku asked him teasingly, his hands on his shoulder as he leaned down to kiss his mark. A shudder ran through his body. It felt so good to be touched by his alpha. Almost getting raped by Izuku had one good thing, and that was that his instinct was completely still whatever Izuku did to him. No growling, no snarling. Kirishima closed his eyes as he felt Izuku's tongue on his NPL as he started to sek on it. It felt so fang good as his PP started to hurt from how hard it was. He was already so close since he wasn't allowed to touch himself the last few days. His hand let go of Izuku's body as he reached for his PP, but Izuku pinned his arm above his head. When did I allow you to touch yourself? Izuku growled out and did wonder to Kirishima's body. You are an Omega now, and until I have trained you enough. This, Izuku said as he grabbed his PP. Will only be touched by me. Do you understand your alpha? Izuku asked as he stared into his soul. He could only nod as he wanted to please his alpha. This urge to be good for his alpha was overwhelming. He could already feel how slick dripped out of his butt. Good boy, now put your other hand over your head and hold them there. If you move them, then I will not be as merciful as back then. Kirishima could hear that he meant it, so he grabbed the sheets as felt Izuku's mouth travel over his body. He felt how he seked everywhere on his body, leaving one mark after another. A shiver went through his body when Izuku spread his legs apart. His eyes focused on his handsome face as he looked up at him. A devilish smirk appeared on Izuku's face as he saw him looking. Without breaking their eye contact, he let two of his fingers around his waiting hole and gathered his slick. Kirishima's eyes grew even wider when he saw how Izuku brought them slowly to his mouth and liked it. The effect was instant. His eyes blew wide and filled with lust as he looked at Kirishima. He feared that he had lost control again, but Izuku surprised him when he just got his 2 fingers gently into his hole to get more. You taste so good, Izuku whispered as he leaned up to give him a kiss. He then felt how the 2 fingers in him started to search for something, and not a second later he gasped. Stars clouded his vision as his body was filled with pleasure and lust. He was so close to coming. His body ached for it, cried to get release. Come for me, baby. Give your alpha what he wants, Izuku whispered into his ear. Kirishima couldn't take it anymore as his cum painted Izuku's abs. Izuku just gathered as much as he could before he put it into his mouth. It tastes just like you look, sweet and CC, Izuku answered his questioning gaze. It's my turn now, Izuku said as he turned him on his stomach, and panic came up as he felt Izuku's pee-pee slide between his butt cheeks. He tried to turn back, but Izuku held him in place. Don't worry, I'm not gonna F you. But my little pee-pee seeks a bit of friction, Izuku said as he rutted between his butt cheeks, and Kirishima scoffed. Little pee-pee my butt, this thing was a monster. It felt like it was at least 13 inches long. How was this supposed to fit into him? He heard Izuku groan with each move, and he started to control his breathing as he noticed that his pee-pee got hard from it. Not only his pee-pee, but his butt also produced slick without stopping, pushing it out for Izuku to slide better. Sheet. Turn around, babe, I'm gonna mark you all over with my cum, Izuku suddenly said. Kirishima didn't even think about it before he turned facing Izuku as he came all over him. How the F could a guy produce this much semen? His hair, face, chest and stomach were painted with it. And he didn't mean a small splash. No, it covered his entire body and started to run in all his openings. Liking it away from his lips, he realized how addicting it tasted. It tasted so good, no wonder that Izuku couldn't stop liking his slick. You look gorgeous marked with my cum, Izuku said as he gave him a fierce kiss. Did it feel good? Izuku asked as he broke their kiss. Yeah, it felt good, no need to worry, Kirishima said with a laugh. Come, let's get into the shower, or do you prefer my cum to dry on you? Izuku asked with a laugh as his face turned red, now that he was coming down from his high. You, Kirishima said with a laugh as he stood up. It's please F me Alpha, but you are gonna learn it, Izuku said from behind him as he slapped his but making him blush again. The rest of the day was spent in peace. Kirishima's instincts didn't complain at all whenever Izuku touched him, didn't mean that he didn't complain. They showered together and it gave him a fantastic view on Izuku, and a few comments of course, but still worth it. Izuku made them dinner, while he cleaned the mess they had made in the bedroom. It still amazed him how much a single person could come. The day ended with them watching a movie as he was in Izuku's lap. The next day was a bit different as Izuku didn't have a good feeling about this. It made him uneasy to be away from Kirishima like that. Not that he was away from him, but more like that, he didn't know how others might treat him at school. He ditched school to look after his mate as he took the bus to Kirishima's school. He will have to ask Nedzu for a temporary hero license, or he will take forever to reach Kirishima. He should just mark Kirishima with his teleportation symbol, that way he could reach him whenever he wanted. He took his time as he went to the flower shop and got a few roses for his Omega, with a smile speeded up to his goal. The flowers hit the ground the moment he saw his mate. Rage took over as he materialized his scythe. The next person that moves will find himself in the hospital. The next person that moves will find himself in the hospital. The scene before Izuku made his skin flare in rage, his blood shot through his veins as he stared at the 4 kids over his mate. For brats that thought they had the right to even touch his mate. It was 1 alpha and 3 betas. The betas were holding Kirishima down as the alpha was circling them. The 4 didn't even let go of Kirishima as they looked at him. They just stared, not even looking guilty, just a little frightened. What the F are you doing to my mate? Izuku asked as he teleported behind the alpha and grabbed his neck. The boy tried to free himself, but Izuku couldn't have this as he lifted him a little from the ground before he slammed him face first into it. I said, what the F were you doing to my mate? Izuku growled out as his teeth got near the other boy's neck. We were just playing. The words sent a fit of rage through Izuku. They were doing this to his Omega just to play? I think I should play with you too, Izuku said before he kicked the boy so hard that he vomited. The 3 betas paled as they looked at him fearfully, but he just passed them as he lifted Kirishima off the ground. Hey there, everything okay? He asked as he tried to find injuries, but it seemed that they hadn't done something until now. Kirishima didn't answer him as he just went limp in his arms. Izuku sighed as he opened his pocket dimension and put Kirishima on the mattress. He put a cover over him before got back out. The 3 betas were already behind the alpha boy as they tried to leave. Stop right there. It felt strange to use his alpha voice since he rarely used it until now. Are you from Kirishima's school? Izuku asked as stood in front of the other. He was at least 3 heads taller than the other alpha boy, which meant that kid was just around 15 years old. Yes sir, one of the betas answered. We are very sorry sir, another said as he bowed. Oh, you will be sorry. Do you know what consequences it has to assault a prime alpha's mate? Izuku asked as he watched in satisfaction how their faces paled even more. Give me your student ID, I will have someone talk with your parents, Izuku said as he held his hand out for them. The betas got their IDs from their wallets, but the alpha looked up at him with opposing eyes. Give me your ID, brat, it was dangerously growled out as the boy slowly pulled his ID out. It was clear that he did it against his will, but he wasn't strong enough to defy him. Now scram and don't do something like this again. They run away from him as he released his hold. He will give Nedzu these IDs. He wanted to kill them for attacking his mate, but Kirishima was his first priority. He didn't have the time to give these kids the beating of their lives. Teleporting home, he got Kirishima out and placed him on their bed. He got a towel as he slowly took his Omega's clothes off and started to clean him up. The boy looked so helpless as he didn't resist at all. He got Kirishima one of his t-shirts and had to smile as it was way too big for the other boy. He lay beside his mate as he covered them both with a blanket. It was just afternoon, but he didn't care as he hugged his boy and closed his eyes. It was late at night when he woke up as something in his arm moved around. It seemed that Kirishima wasn't sleeping well. Izuku sighed as he rubbed his scent blocker off. Their bedroom slowly filled with his scent. It was true that just your scent could put your mate at peace. He will keep that in mind for the future. If he had to be honest, then this whole mating thing freaked him out. Don't get him wrong, the physical part was great. However, the emotional part was scary as they had gotten mates overnight without really knowing each other. Now he was responsible for another human being, even more he was in charge of Kirishima. Being an alpha and a decent human being will be a hard job. How can he make a decision for someone when all he thinks about is to bury his pee-pee deep inside of him? Kirishima isn't helping him either with his stuck blushes and cute glares. See, his thoughts are all back to his mate's cuteness. He really wasn't sure how to be a good alpha. He will have to find someone to talk with. Maybe an older alpha or maybe an omega. He should probably ask both sides. For now, he will just continue as he did before. Kirishima will have to learn to voice his desires or discomfort himself. He will enjoy his life and cuddle with his mate and maybe, just maybe build his own family. Waking up, Kirishima could feel the warmth around him, could feel the presence of his alpha behind him. He wasn't sure if it was good, but his body felt content with the other hugging him from behind. The only thing that bothered him was Izuku's morning wood poking his back. Man, this guy was just too big. He tried to move a bit, but that made Izuku's arm around him tighten even further. Sighing, he just tried to ignore it. It still scared him to think that this thing will one day be inside him. Just thinking about it made his own pee-pee hard as his body reacted on his own. Shit, being an omega was really troublesome. He just thought about his alpha and his own body started to produce slick. How in the world will he be able to go to school again? He felt how the smell in the room got a little bit hornier as he felt Izuku's pee-pee leak pre-cum against his back. It was disgusting, but at the same time it turned him on. Then he felt it, how slowly his slick started to run down his legs. This was so effed up, but there was nothing he could do about it. He tried the last time to get Izuku's arm away from him, but the alpha just shifted around with him. Perfect, really FING perfect. Now he had a pee-pee between his butt cheeks. Why the F was he even naked down there? Shit, is he waking up or does he have a wet dream to rut into him? Kirishima tried to turn a little, but Izuku's hand was like stone holding him in place. If you want something, then just say it. This gave him almost a heart attack. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Izuku smiling down on him. Why, I'm wearing nothing but a t-shirt? Izuku gave him a sad look. Huh, and here I thought that you would ask something CC. Like hell. Well, I cleaned you up yesterday and just didn't find it necessary. Kirishima stopped himself from asking why he wasn't wearing underwear either. If he was too lazy to put him something on, why should wear something himself? Can you take your arm off me? Kirishima asked as he expected Izuku to let him go. He always did what he wanted if he asked nicely. However, this time the arm stayed at its place as Izuku sighed. I'm not sure if it were right thing to do so, he said, and Kirishima wasn't exactly sure what the other man meant. It would feel right for me? It was said like a question. He wasn't sure what Izuku was thinking. I know, but it doesn't feel right for me, and I'm the alpha in this relationship. Though, I don't want to be a JRK and neglect your feelings. Oh, well, that was a problem. Do you need to go to the toilet or are you extremely uncomfortable? Izuku asked, and Kirishima thought about it. No, it's annoying that my back feels sticky and that your pee-pee is pocking my butt, Kirishima said after a while of thinking. Well, then endure it for the time being because I like it how it is right now. Izuku said as his nose got near his scent gland. He heard how Izuku took a deep breath of his scent. Your scent is refreshing. He commented as he took another breath of his scent. They stayed like this for at least half an hour. Izuku would hug him and kiss his neck. He even bite his ear. I slowly need to go to the toilet, Kirishima said after a while. If my princess wants to go, as if, Kirishima thought as the arm around him let go. That guy didn't let him out for almost an hour, but he couldn't say that it was totally uncomfortable. Coming from the bathroom, he saw that it was already 10 a.m. Shit, he had skipped school. Don't worry, I have sent your school an email and asked for a leave. Oh, So he was organized, well, at least one of them. It was somehow funny that the alpha in their relationship did all the things he was supposed to do. "Wanna cuddle with me, or should I make us some breakfast?" Izuku asked from bed, laying there in his naked glory. His eyes almost fell out as he saw Izuku ball. How in the world did he not see that before? These things were as big as tennis ball. No wonder he could shoot SM in like there was no end. This is really dangerous. His body was already reacting again. "Breakfast please, I will come down after I took a shower," Kirishima hurriedly said as he turned around. "I can smell your slick Omega. Are you sure that you want breakfast?" The alpha asked from the bed, and Kirishima had to concentrate not to look back because that could lead to a yes. "Yes, I would like to eat." That was close. If that's what my mate wants, Izuku was at least considerate enough to respect his wishes when he felt they were important. "But you know that we can't postpone it forever?" Izuku asked in a serious tone. He wasn't flirting or horny, it was a fact that he wanted to confirm. He wanted to know if Kirishima was aware that they had to have SEC for the mating to be official. "I know," he simply answered as he got into the shower. Looking into the mirror, Kirishima saw all the bite marks Izuku had left on him. It covered him from head to toe. That alpha really bit his toe. What is he gonna do with him? He was so sure about this mating thing, but maybe he didn't think long enough about what he will lose. Izuku was by no means a bad alpha. He was a true gentleman if you left out the one incident where he almost took him by force. True, he was flirty and a little horny, but that should be normal for newlywed mates. He was also caring and kind with an extreme amount of patience. His stomach grumbled as he smelled the food downstairs. He was also a fantastic cook. He smiled as he got himself a set of clothes from his cabinet. Getting down, he saw how Izuku worked around the kitchen like it was his second home. It truly looked hilarious to see such a big guy working in the kitchen meant for a small Omega. It seemed Izuku smelled him as he turned to him with a smiling face, but it changed into a small frown. "This won't do." Kirishima had no idea what Izuku meant as the other man came over to him. With each step, it made him realize how much smaller he was compared to Izuku. Arms up, he still didn't know what his alpha wanted, but it didn't hurt to follow his orders for the time being. Izuku grabbed his shirt and pulled it off, making Kirishima blush. Before he could even protest, he felt how a new shirt was put on. Getting his head through the hole, he saw Izuku standing before him without his shirt. Something that didn't help his blush in the slightest. Looking down to make sure, it was really Izuku's shirt he had on. "That's way better," Izuku hummed, as he looked at the smaller man in front of him. The shirt was so big that it almost hangs to his knees. It slid to the side, exposing his left side completely. Kirishima looked at the smug F in front of him as he tried to pull that shirt off again. "Stop." It was kindly, yet even warm, but his body froze completely. He was unable to move as Izuku took both his hands and kneeled down a little so that they could face each other. "I know that this is a bit mean of me, but I'm the alpha here and I like it when you wear my shirt. You will have to learn that you aren't an alpha anymore, Kirishima. Omega normally like it when they can wear the clothes of their mates. They like it when the smell of their alpha surrounds them. We have to train some Omega instincts into you. So, as long as I don't hurt you, I will make such decisions, even if you feel a bit embarrassed about it." Kirishima stared at his alpha as he heard him. It hurt. He wasn't in control anymore. No, this was the man in front of him. He could literally control him like he wanted, but on the other hand, Izuku was right. He had informed him that he would become an Omega and even gave him a chance to withdraw. It was his own free will that led him to this point, and Izuku wasn't doing something cruel to him. He was just training his instincts, and maybe have some fun in watching him struggle. He sighed as he felt the hold over him disappear. "We good?" his alpha asked. Kirishima answered as he nodded. "I asked if we are good, Omega?" This time he sounded sterner, but why did he ask again? He already nodded and he was sure Izuku had seen him. "Omega?" It was training again. "Yes, Alpha," he answered, his own instincts still fighting. "Good boy. Good boy. Now eat something, we will start training today," Izuku said as he placed 2 on the table. "What exactly are we going to do?" Kirishima asked as he took his first bite. As the last few times, Izuku food was godlike. Was it really this good, or was it some strange mating thing? I will do something that your alpha instincts won't like, and you will have to endure it for your alpha, but I think it will be no problem for you. Your instincts seem to have already accepted me, you didn't growl at me once today. In short, he is going to have his fun and Kirishima will have to suffer at his end. If I have trained your Omega instincts enough that you truly see me as your alpha, then I will start to train you to resist other alphas. Are in luck. With my prime alpha voice it is even harder to resist, but the effect of other alpha voices on you should reduce with it. It made sense, but it meant that Izuku is going to commend him around. They finished their breakfast, and Izuku had told him to wait in the bedroom like a good Omega while he put their things into the dishwasher. He waited for Izuku for about 30 minutes until he had enough and looked where his alpha was. Walking back down he saw Izuku with a tray of snacks and 2 smoothies. His happy thought for snacks and a drink vanished as he saw Izuku's disappointed look. Didn't I tell you to wait in the room? Oh, even his voice was filled with disappointment. You weren't coming, so I wanted to know what you were doing, Kirishima explained himself. And that would have been okay if we are finished with your training, but at the time being I want a completely obedient Omega. Izuku said as he got closer. Let's go back, I will think about a punishment, Izuku as he walked past a frozen Kirishima. Coming back into the bedroom, Izuku was already waiting for him on the bed. Kirishima wasn't sure how this was all going to work, all these classes and nothing had prepared both of them for this. This awkwardness because you don't know each other that well, and yet you will be together. Have a seat, let's talk first, Izuku said as he handed a smoothie over to him. I would like to make one thing clear, I don't like this nor do I enjoy it, and I'm sure that the same can be said for you, Kirishima nodded as he drank his smoothie. We both learned in classes what to do when we made an Omega or a Beta, but nobody has trained us for this. I really like you, you seem to have a gentle personality and have outstanding looks. There is nothing more I need for a mate, but that doesn't change the fact that we both know almost nothing about each other. Kirishima nodded with each sentence Izuku said. It was so true, they were almost strangers if you exclude the fact that they had seen each other naked. We will train and after that, we will talk with each other, I'm interested in what you like or dislike. Now take this, Izuku said as he gave him a pill. Kirishima just stared at it as he had seen it before, but he wasn't sure where. It's birth control, Izuku answered his silent question and the poor little Omega chalked on air. I'm not ready for pups yet, but we can talk about it if you want it this early. Kirishima just shook his head as he took the pill, he was by no means ready for pups. The idea that he would carry children in him someday sounded absurd. I thought Omegas could only get P-argin and T in their heat, Kirishima said as he watched Izuku taking a different pill. I'm a prime alpha, I even have to take a pill to make sure. Primes don't follow the normal rules of mating, you will get P-argin and T with each knot I pop in you. This is why we both need to take the pills. Your body will change again when I knot you, you will become a theta then. Izuku explained. What is a theta? Kirishima asked curiously. It's the Omega version for a prime alpha, your body will adjust that I'm maybe slightly bigger than normal alphas. The good thing is your mind will become more resistant to other alphas. Izuku said and Kirishima had to hold back his scoff again. Slightly bigger my butt. So, it is a natural instinct that protects thetas from another alpha? Kirishima asked to make sure. That is correct. Now my little Omega, be good and present yourself. Kirishima's brain froze. I'm sorry, what? He asked after it got back to work. Wrong answer. Present now, his alpha said as he lay back, completely relaxed like he didn't just ask him to show him his butt. Did this guy think that he would do it? That he doesn't have any shame? No, why should I? Kirishima said a little angry. How come that you can be so defying to me, but you couldn't fight off a few middle schoolers? Izuku asked as he slowly stood up and around the bed. Present, it was a demand now and it was downright humiliating. No, Kirishima said as he looked directly back at his alpha. What a stubborn Omega, where is your instinct to please your alpha? Izuku asked as he got closer until he was just inches away from his face. He then took him by his hands and pinned them above his head as he used the other to take his pants and underwear off. Kirishima struggled as he kicked Izuku, but the other man didn't let him go as he turned him on his stomach and pressed his head into the mattress. He then pulled his hip put until he was presenting his butt to that guy. This is the presenting position, you better learn it, Omega. Izuku said as he gave him a slap on his butt. Why are you doing this? Kirishima breathed out as he asked that. His alpha instincts, while way weaker, still tried everything to get out of this position. I think I have already said this before, I'm awakening your Omega instincts while at the same time suppress your alpha ones. Izuku said as he let go of him. Stop this, I can't do this, Kirishima whispered as he inched away from Izuku. He pulled the blanket up to cover himself. I know that you do it for the two of us, that this is necessary for my Omega instincts. However, I feel like I'm losing a part of myself. Kirishima whispered as he rolled himself up in the blanket. He was a little startled as he was touched from behind. For such a big guy, Izuku sure was stealthy. He was pulled into his alpha's lap as his head was pressed against Izuku's chest. I'm sorry if I forced you into something you didn't want. I tried to act more like an alpha. I tried to lead, but I forget my most important job of mine. You have to tell me from the start if something truly bothers you because your well-being is my first priority. The words of his alpha truly touched him. It was clear that Izuku meant every word that he said. That he wouldn't do something he wouldn't want, it gave him a feeling of comfort to know that. I'm new to this, I hope that you can understand that my instincts are leading from time to time. I will have to be more considerate that you need time with your new status, but please have in mind that my own instincts also have limits. Izuku said. How about this, I take you out for dinner and we get to know each other better. We can talk about our hobbies and discuss what kind of limits our instincts can tolerate. The suggestion seemed reasonable. Their first official date was in a nice restaurant. He and Izuku had talked about their hobbies, what they liked. He had told Izuku about his hobby. To spend time in the forest, it was one of the reasons why Izuku's scent turned him on this much. Izuku told him why he spent his time studying this much. It seemed that his mate wasn't liked at school. He didn't know if he should be angry or grateful to them. It was their actions that prevented them from mating Izuku until now. It seemed that they both liked Korean food more than their own Japanese. Well, nobody had to know. They talked about movies, the arcade, yeah, even the kind of music one liked. The only thing they left out was their instincts. It was a heavy topic, and both were content to continue their date like this. It was nice to be out. It gave them some fresh ideas in their relationship. Kirishima was now even more sure that he made the right choice with Izuku. That, while he needed time to adjust, he didn't hate the thought of being Izuku's Omega. He liked it how the other man glared at other alpha that came too near him or when he gave a small peck on his cheek when they thought nobody was watching. While this was a nice evening, I think we both know that this has to be discussed, Izuku said as they both laid in their bed. They somehow had managed to postpone the topic until now. Well, what could he say? It was a magical day for him. He didn't feel like a stranger anymore. It was nice to know all kinds of embarrassing stuff about your partner. He was glad that Izuku had shared this much with him. I know that you have problems with being threatened like an Omega. I can treat you like an alpha again. Kirishima perked up at this. Was he for real? Would he let him back to be more independent? Could he decide what he wanted and don't wanted for his own? No, that can't be. He shouldn't get his hopes up. He had chosen to be an Omega. He shouldn't think like this. An alpha wouldn't let an Omega go around unsupervised. It would imply that he wasn't dominant enough to handle him. That he was too weak to look after his mate. It was unheard of. I would let you go around like before, just like the time you were an alpha. Okay, maybe his mate was a little crazy, but he knows that Izuku wouldn't say this without a thought. We both know that my instincts would protest to this, are protesting to this. To compensate them, you would have to fulfill a few conditions yourself. Izuku continued. And that would be? He asked a little uncertain. A normal alpha would get his daily dose of domination naturally when he is around his Omega. That would not be the case should we go with this idea. Kirishima nodded. I would want a 100% obedient Omega the moment we step through this door the evening. Kirishima gulped. It was a good deal. He would have time to slowly came clear to the fact that he was Izuku's Omega. He would have his freedom, just the bedroom. It was a reasonable request from Izuku. He knows how Alpha's instincts worked. He knows that Izuku would have to fight them the whole day, so he could fight his instincts the evening. Sure, he shortly replied. I also want you to be wary of other alphas. I don't mean that you can't have alpha friends, Just be careful that you don't let them near your neck. Again, a more than reasonable request, he wouldn't have let someone near there anyway. I can do that, he answered. If a situation is too much, then you will have to forgive me should I budge in. That was so Izuku-like to say. Any other alpha would do that anyway. They wouldn't ask him, or God forbid think that they were unwelcome to begin with. It won't be a problem, he said. He knows that Izuku would be respectful. Then we have a deal, Izuku said with a smile. Now present. Now present. Kirishima suppressed a growl as he slowly turned around as his alpha wanted. His heart was going to explode as it pounded like crazy in his chest. His knees trembled as he forced his head into the mattress, as his but slowly rose, presented himself before his alpha. Kirishima's head was a mess as he waited for something to happen. With each passing second the fantasies in his head got worse. Was Izuku going to F him now? Would he lose his virginity like this? His instincts were protesting like crazy, but he managed to suppress them. That's enough. Relax, Ijiro, I just wanted to see if you would obey me. Come here, I want to go to sleep. Izuku said as he pulled his Omega close, cuddled the young man. Kirishima breathed out a sigh of relief, slowly pressing himself against his alphas. It felt nice to have someone beside you, to feel the warmth as Izuku wrapped his arms around his waist and chest. He felt content with the deal they had made. He knows that even though Izuku demanded obedience, he wouldn't abuse it. A smile made itself known as he slowly drifted into his sleep. The next day was completely different. Kirishima had expected that Izuku would cuddle him again, but the other man had left him alone. He barely touched him as they moved around the kitchen. Izuku even went into the office to study. It was strange to have his normal routine back like this. He decided that he would visit his friend. He had so much to tell him. Denki was his best friend. After all, the two talked about everything. "Sue, you are telling me that you mated someone in these few days that you weren't in school?" His best friend asked as looked at the bite mark. His fingers inched forward, but Kirishima batted them away with an annoyed sigh. "Congratulations, when I'm going to meet your beta then?" Denki asked, and Kirishima flinched as his scent soured. Denki immediately understood what that meant. He placed his hand on Kirishima's shoulder to comfort him. "Oh, do you want to talk about it?" The beta asked as he tried to find the right words to comfort his friend. "There isn't much to talk about. He is a very nice and caring alpha. I challenged him to a duel and lost, so this is the result of my own decision." Kirishima explained as he let himself fall back onto the bed. Is he at least CC? Denki asked with a laugh as his friend blushed beside him. "Oh, so he is." Denki confirmed as he leaned closer to Kirishima, who in return blushed even more. "He is attractive, very, very attractive, but it's hard for me to get used to my new situation," Kirishima admitted as he shoved Denki away. "And when I'm gonna meet your mate?" Denki asked again as he deemed it a safe enough topic to approach. "Let's wait for the time being. I don't want to scare him with my crazy friend." Kirishima answered with a laugh as Denki punched him lightly. "Huh, what does he do for living?" "He is a student just like." "Oh, so he is the same age as us, and here I thought that some old guy mated you," Denki joked as he dodged a jab from his friend. "So, you are still living at home, I assume?" "No, he got us a house," Kirishima answered shortly, and his tone made it clear that he didn't want to talk about it further. "Well, how about I walk you home so that I can meet your lover boy?" Denki said as he already stood up and got his jacket. Kirishima tried to find a reason how to convince his beta friend that it wasn't the best idea, but there was no reason not to. "A house? This is almost a effing mansion," Denki Whisper yelled at him as they reached their destination. Only now did he register that doesn't have a key to their home yet, so he did the only thing left and knocked. It didn't take long for Midoriya to open the door, and to say that Denki froze up beside him would be an understatement. Denki as a natural beta was already a bit smaller than him, but compared to Midoriya he was like a puppy. Izuku just smiled as he stepped to the side to let them in. Kirishima sighed as he took his friend's hand and dragged him in. The poor boy couldn't get his mouth closed as he passed the other alpha. "Midoriya, this is Denki. Denki, this is Midoriya, my alpha," Kirishima introduced as Izuku greeted the beta with a polite nod. "Nice to meet you, let me know if you two need something," Izuku said as he ruffled Kirishima's hair a little. The low growl let him take his hand away fast as he made a sheepish expression. Well, call for me if you need something, Izuku said as he escaped the awkward situation. Dude, how can you growl at a guy like this? He could probably beat you into the ground with his bare hands, Denki whispered as Izuku was out of their view. He is okay with it. He knows that my instincts need some time to settle down, Kirishima explained as they made their way into the kitchen. The Omega looked through the fridge as he searched for something to eat. Taking out 2 plates, he warmed up some of the leftovers for them. Denki just hummed as he took his first bite. It seemed that he wasn't the only one that enjoyed Izuku's cooking. Good, so it was his actual skill and not some kind of weird mating crap. This is so delicious. Where did you order it? Denki asked as he finished his plate. He cooked it, Kirishima simply answered as Denki's eyes grow big. Dude, that guy is handsome, tall, muscular and can cook? How can you be so lucky? Denki asked as Kirishima blushed even more. He knows that Izuku was a perfect mate. He, on the other hand, he was anything but perfect. He was the complete opposite. An Omega that growled at their own alpha. Where would you even hear something like this? They would call you defective if someone knows what he did, would say that something was wrong with him. Well, they wouldn't be wrong. Any Omega or even Beta wouldn't even think of letting Izuku go again. They would try to please him to the best of their abilities, and yet, here he was, growling like some defective product. Shaking his head, he buried these thoughts as he went up to their bedroom, Denki following close behind him. So, when are you going to be back at school? Denki asked as he sensed that the other topic was too heavy for his friend right now. I don't know, it happens so much in these few days. I will talk with my mate over it again and see what we will decide. It surprised Kirishima how easily he could call Izuku his mate. It was going to be more and more difficult to pretend that this didn't happen as Denki already started to smirk at him. His face slowly turned red as he just hid himself under the blanket. Denki just laughed at him as he let himself lay down beside him. So did you too? You know, Denki couldn't hide his laugh as Kirishima almost exploded. All the images of their time together flashed through his mind as his face turned crimson. He didn't need to answer thought as a heavy scent filled the room. He could see how Denki stiffened beside him. It was something that he didn't see before. Betas, like Denki, were immune to scents as they didn't smell them as strong as Omegas and Alphas did. They weren't affected by it, and with that served as some kind of peacekeeper between Alphas, should a fight break loose. It was one of the reasons why Betas were seen most in the hero industry. They weren't overly aggressive, were resistant against Alpha commands and had a natural calm aura. It was unseen that a Beta was overly affected by an Alpha's scent, and yet here he was. Kirishima could clearly see how his muscles tensed up and how his breathing became quicker. His own body wasn't far behind, but his reaction was due to lust. He could feel how his body warmed up and how his insides clenched as the scent penetrated the room. It didn't take long for a half-naked Izuku to come into his room. Okay, maybe their room. It seemed that he had taken a shower downstairs and forgot to get himself some fresh clothes. Now he was standing in the doorway in his naked glory, shoving off his perfect body. It didn't even seem like that he was ashamed in the slightest. He just appeared to be slightly surprised at their presence. That didn't stop him from shoving off, as he slowly made his way over to the closet as each of his muscles flexed in front of him. It did something to him as his alpha slowly let go of his towel. His reaction was instant as he grabbed Denki and turned him around. There was something that he didn't want to share with his best friend, and this piece of art was one of it. He was sure that Izuku did that intentionally, but boy, if it didn't work out well. He could feel how slick started to run down his insides. Did you see my scent blockers? Izuku asked as he finished hiding his body behind some clothes. Kirishima looked around until he found them at his nightstand. He gestured for Denki to throw them over, but the poor Beta was completely frozen. He couldn't move an inch as Izuku moved over to them. He was already towering over them when they stood, but now when they sat on the bed it was like his head would fall off just to look at him. The alpha passed them as he got the scent blockers himself. Kirishima was just glad that he wore them himself, or the room would have been filled with his scent. Sorry for the interruption. I will cook something now. Anything you like? He asked as he looked at the Omega directly. Thought Kirishima couldn't even work out any kind of response as his brain froze up. He likes anything as long as it has meat in it. Denki answered as it seemed that Kirishima would be frozen for a while. Izuku just smiled as nodded. Have fun you too, he said closing the door. This was hot, Denki breathed out as the alpha was out of the room. A low growl let him jump in surprise. Chill dude, it's not like I want to steal him away from you, Denki said as his hands were up in mock surrender. It better stays this way, Kirishima warned. Possessive little sheet, Denki just whispered as he got punched. The day ended rather uneventful after that. They talked about a lot of stuff, like school and their friends. It seemed that they all missed him, but Kirishima wasn't sure if he was ready to go back right now. Well, he will talk with Izuku about it. Speaking of the devil, the guy really did leave him alone the whole day. He couldn't really believe it, but his alpha had not gotten overly close to him just once. The thing is, the evening was coming and he had to say that he was a little scared. He knows that they had made a deal. That didn't stop him from imaging many scenarios that he was too nervous to even think about. Stepping into their bedroom, he could already smell that Izuku was in the bathroom. It seemed that his alpha had taken off his scent blockers. Kirishima gulped as the bathroom door opened. Now then, shall we start? Now then, shall we start? Kirishima's heart began to beat faster with each step Izuku took towards him, his alpha. The alpha had only his boxers on as he came out of the shower. The scent washed over him immediately. His alpha was horny. He could smell it how much the other wanted him. Remembered that he smelled like this once in his rut. He had seen a pretty omega the day before. It was the same kind of scent, lust and desire. He was so effed right now. He felt how the slick started to coat his insides. He hated that his body betrayed him faster than his mind did. Well, his mind wasn't far off as his omega instincts purred at the sight. Have you stared enough? Izuku asked with a laugh as the cute omega in front of him blushed. Yeah, his omega, his mate. He made his way over to the cute guy as he slowly let himself sink into the bed beside him. Kirishima still seemed to be nervous around him. Well, that was understandable. Nevertheless, they had to mate in the following days. The only thing he could do was to prepare him for it now. He had to make sure that Kirishima was comfortable and well prepared before he effed the living sheet out of him. Just thinking about it made him hard as his pee-pee strained against his boxers. It hurt. He had a massive problem with blue ball since he moved in with Kirishima. His body reacted to the omega, produced cum as if it was water. It probably thought that they would have AC every night, and if he had to be honest, he would have effed that cute guy every night if he could. Would have marked him as his. But that had to wait until his mate was ready. I'm going a bit further today. You can stop me if you become too uncomfortable, he said as he towered over his omega. Really? Kirishima asked him a bit surprised. I won't do something that you absolutely don't want. We both know that your alpha instincts probably don't want my PP in you, but I mean what you don't want as human, okay? Izuku asked as he caressed Kirishima's cheek. The smaller man nodded under him as he leaned down to kiss him, a short, gentle kiss. His hands slowly worked on Kirishima's shirt as he pulled it off him. His omega was so beautiful, all these CC muscles as his hands traveled over them. He could hear how Kirishima's breath quickened, how horny he got just from his hands on his upper body. But he wasn't far off. His pee-pee strained against his boxers so much that it hurt. Pants, take off your pants, he breathed out. It wasn't in his alpha voice. No, he wanted to see if Kirishima would listen to him without it. His question was answered as Kirishima slowly pulled his pants down, leaving his boxers on, that is. My pretty omega, you know exactly what I meant, he whispered into Kirishima's ear as bit him a little into his mating mark. The effect was instant as the omega under him gasped in pleasure, his body tensing up for a second as he almost came. Or do you want me to take them off? He asked again as he liked over the bite. He could see how all the resistance left the omega as came right there in his boxers. Yap, if that didn't turn him on, then what? He knows that they are extremely sensitive, so fresh of the bite, that this would reduce after some time, but still. He just bit and liked him a little, and that was enough. He should tease him a little more. What a naughty boy, when did I allow you come like this? He asked with a smirk as Kirishima blushed. I think that calls for a small punishment, he said as he slowly took Kirishima's boxers off. Cum was smeared over his entire soft pee-pee and stomach. He leaned down before he took the entire thing into his mouth and cleaned it up. God, he tasted like FANG candy, or better a milkshake. Kirishima could only groan more as Izuku started to SCK him off. He wasn't even sure if he was an alpha and not some kind of slot with these skills. Not that he would ever dare to say this. It didn't take long before he came a second time right into his alpha's throat with a loud groan. God, was he good at sking D-. He would have been the perfect beta for him, perfect while carried his pups. Wow. He hissed as Izuku's hand gripped his pee-pee with such strength that it hurt. He looked down to see his alpha staring at him with deep disappointment. How bold of you to say that into a prime alpha's face. He paled as he heard his alpha. Had he said that out loud? No, he could already see the disappointment and hurt in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. His voice stuttered in fear and guilt. He knows that even he would be insulted to hear something like this. And he had the lowest self-esteem from all alphas he had known. Izuku would probably teach him a lesson now. He would make him submit with strength and show him who was the alpha. I will sleep in the guest room. I'm not in the mood anymore, Izuku said before he left the Omega like this. Kirishima could only stare after his alpha as he saw how he clenched his fist to suppress the rage in him. The rage that any alpha would have felt when they would be insulted like this. It was unforgivable. The room felt empty, it was quiet, and he didn't know what to do. He had made a mistake. No, not just a mistake, he had fabricated the biggest crap one could do as an Omega. He felt uneasy so alone in the bed. It didn't feel right. The warmth of an arm around him was missing. The heartbeat of someone close behind. It was all gone, his insides clenched at that. He knows that it would be easy to go over. Izuku would let him sleep with him if he explained the circumstances, but did he have the right for this? No, he didn't. He had made this mess. He wasn't going to be even more of a disaster with clinging to his alpha now. What a day. It was all going fine until now. His day was good, his friend had shown support, yet even Izuku was considerate and had let him be. He just hoped that tomorrow things would be better. To say that he slept miserably would be an understatement. He had woken up 5 times and each time the feeling of loneliness had consumed him. He could already hear his alpha making breakfast for them. Sighing, he stood up as he made his way downstairs. Morning, he greeted as he sat down by the dining table. Morning, yeah, this was definitely not his talkative alpha. Did you sleep well? He asked to begin a conversation. No. Me either. What else was he supposed to say? Really? Didn't you dream about me with our pups? Yorji, that hurt. He knows that he was in the wrong, but he didn't think that he would be this angry at him. I know what I did was wrong and swear that I have accepted you as my alpha. Kirishima said as he looked at the taller man. The alpha just hummed out as he bit into his toast. Kirishima was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to do more in this situation. Was that it? Was this how their time together would end? They haven't slept together, so the mating mark would vanish with time. Fine, but I think we should pause the deal for the time being because someone's instincts are clearly confused who the alpha in this relationship is. Kirishima could only nod along with Izuku. He was glad that his alpha had forgiven him like this. He knows that this was his fault to begin with. Thought, Izuku hadn't fault him for it. He was said and that for a reason, but he didn't fault him. He ate his breakfast as he watched his alpha. It always impressed him how his face looked so sharp, no baby fat. He looked so much older than him and his friends. His arms flexed with each movement he made. He could stare at these muscles the entire day. Eat up, I'm going to drop you off at school. Now that let him look at his phone as he saw that it was already 7:20 a.m. How could he forget that he still needed to attend school? I can go by myself, you don't need to bring me, Kirishima answered as grabbed his toast before he went upstairs to change. He packed his backpack and washed his hair before styling it into the spiky form. Coming down he didn't see his alpha, so he looked around to search for a second key for the house. What are you looking for? He will never admit that he shrieked like a girl as Izuku appeared behind him. A second key for the house, he answered. Oh yeah, of course. I totally forgot about that. Here, Izuku said as he handed him the key. Thanks, see you later. He was almost out of the door when a hand on his shoulder held him in place. Aren't you going to wait for your alpha? Izuku asked in a low tone. But I said that you don't need to drop me off. Kirishima said as he turned. Bad idea, he should have looked at the street. Because what he saw was a very dissatisfied look on Izuku's face. And I said that I would. The statement was clear, he was the alpha, he had been challenged just last night and yet again. Oh God, why the hell did his brain not register that? Sorry, he mumbled out as Izuku nodded before he put his shoes on. Izuku's arm was around his shoulder as he brought him to his school, but not only that, no, he had brought him to his class. Many students whispered as they passed them, pointed at Izuku as he had him cuddled to his side. Yeah, the whole school would know that he was mated now. Izuku didn't even say something as they reached his class. He wanted to sit down, but his alpha's hands didn't even loosen a bit. He could already see them all staring at them. Denki was even taking pictures. As all students in his class had come in, Izuku slowly pulled off his scent blockers as the entire room was filled with his scent in mere seconds. It didn't take long for the Omegas and Alphas to drop in SBMs into the neutral scent. Betas tried to resist and some did, but most of them bared their necks in SBMs in front of his alpha. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I will personally show up at your home should someone even think about bothering my mate. My name is Izuku Midoriya and I will personally show up at your home should someone even think about bothering my mate. Oh God, please kill me. That was the thought that went through Kirishima's head. Izuku had just challenged his entire class to go against him, to come even near him in the future. He just hoped that this wouldn't strain his relationship with some of his alpha friends in the class. He could see that they were terrified, that some of them shivered in fear as they submitted to him. God, please let the class begin and the teacher come to get this over with. To his luck, Izuku gave him a last kiss on top of his head before he let him take his seat. I will get you later after your lessons. Izuku said before he left the class. That of course let the entire group of students look at him expectingly as they stared at his mating mark. That was different from yesterday. Did something happen between you two? Denki asked as he came up to him. It seemed that the others didn't dare to approach him for now. Great, just great, now his already small friend circle will shrink even more. We had a small argument, Kirishima replied, not giving him a direct answer since the entire class was probably listening. Well, we will see how things turn out. You two are still fresh together and he is definitely someone you shouldn't let go of. Denki said as Kirishima couldn't do anything more than to agree. Because Izuku was indeed someone that he wouldn't let go of. His instincts wouldn't allow that. He had felt it before he mated Izuku as Alpha and he still feels it as Omega right now. His day was rather uneventful compared with the start that Izuku had left him with. Some students had come up to him during lunch to ask who the person was that accompanied him through the halls of this school. The students of his class had left him alone, still not sure if it was safe to talk with him right now. The only one that was sticking to his side was Denki since he was, 1. Idiot that didn't know fear and 2. A very loyal friend that would stick with him through thick and thin. Kirishima. Your lover boy is waiting outside for you. A girl yelled as instantly the entire class rushed to the window. They tried to see the alpha that he had mated, while weak, in their eyes, but still very attractive redhead of their class. Kirishima sighed as he packed his stuff up and left the class to get Izuku as far away from these drooling Omegas as possible because he wasn't sure if Izuku wouldn't leave him if he found out that other Omegas would be way more obedient than he was. That they would be way easier to handle, that they would willingly spread their legs for him anytime anywhere. So yeah, he was a little insecure about his mate leaving him, but he was also not someone that wanted to share this eye candy with someone else. Hey, how was your day? Did anyone bother you? Izuku asked as he came out, putting his arm around his shoulder pulling him close. A little lonely, since someone scared all my potential talking partners away. Kirishima answered with a small smile. Izuku was smiling at him with the warmth he had before yesterday. His tone was friendly and relaxed. I may have overdone it little this morning. Sorry, Izuku apologized as he rubbed Kirishima's shoulder in an apologetic way. You better be sorry, that really wasn't all right, Kirishima scolded in a moment of braveness. Izuku chuckled as he patted Kirishima's head a few times in amusement. All right, I will buy you ice cream as an apology and you will stop trying to play the big guy with me, okay? Izuku asked with a laugh as the two of them made their way home, probably stopping to get Kirishima his ice. So, What put you in such a good mood today? Kirishima asked as he watched his mate cleaning the dishes. It was kind of cute to see such a big guy carefully and diligently cleaning the pan he had just used. I kind of realized that I overreacted yesterday evening and didn't consider that you had lived as an alpha your entire life. Of course, these kinds of instincts are hard to overwrite, but we still see the process, so yeah, I'm proud that we too are working out the problems like this. How, that surprised him again on how deep his alpha tried to understand him all the time, that he saw these small steps as progress instead of an annoyingly slow pace. Sue, how are we going to continue this? Kirishima asked carefully as he touched his alpha's chest to stop him from roaming around. Fixing the big guy in the middle of the kitchen, he looked up to see into these beautiful green eyes. They were shining down on him as they fixated at his own eyes, a smile spreading over his lips as his dark green curls fell, covering one of his eyes. We will just continue where we left yesterday night. I would say that apart from the small incident, that we both enjoyed it quite a bit, or would you disagree? Izuku asked as his hand went over Kirishima's shoulder down to his waist. Izuku's left hand slowly lifted Kirishima's shirt up as his left hand caressed his perfect six-pack stomach, something he was sure that no other Omega had, at least none of the Omegas had one with those he had slept with. He felt how the smaller boy leaned into his touch, how his ears flushed in this cute red. It was just perfect to watch him melt away under these simple touches. He slowly took his scent blocker off. The effect was immediate. The fresh-off Omega wobbled for a second, falling into his arms. "Let's get you upstairs," Izuku said as he lifted the smaller man effortlessly up. His heartbeat quickened as he felt how his arm got wet from the slick that Kirishima produced. The Omega was more than willing to F around with him. The only problem was his still remaining alpha instincts. Dropping his Omega on the bed, he stripped his shirt off before joining the now whining man as he was already taking off his shorts. Izuku watched fascinated by how the other was desperately trying to take his underwear off while he still tried to save the rest of his dignity. "Hey Dash," Izuku started as he snatched Kirishima's hands and held them above his head. "When did I allow you to touch yourself?" he asked playfully as Kirishima tried to rut himself against his stomach. "Huh, such a needy little thing we have here," Izuku commented before he went down and SED on Kirishima's nipples, going even further down, kissing these perfect abs until he reached his Omega's PP. "I will SCK you again. You would do us both a favor if you keep your mouth shut this time," Izuku warned, because while he understood where Kirishima was coming from, he still didn't like it. Kirishima nodded in understanding as he groaned in frustration. The pheromones that Izuku sent out with his scent really did a number on him. Izuku didn't wait long after his warning and took the PP of his mate into his warm mouth. It was just like the first time he had tasted it, but Kirishima's cum tasted like forbidden candy. Something you know wouldn't end well if you got too much of it and still ate it. Kirishima ummed under him as he bucked his hips up, into his mouth, making him GG a few times. He was used to sking small PPS from Omegas and Betas, but a former Alpha's PP was still something else. It didn't take long until the young man under came down his throat. It was accompanied with a loud and Izuku felt delighted that he had brought that much pleasure to his mate. His inner Alpha was purring in satisfaction. Coming up, he gave Kirishima a long and deep kiss as he explored Kirishima's mouth with his tongue. Slowly, he was getting up as he caged his Omega under him. Should I?" Kirishima said, totally unsure of what to do now. It was clear that the boy had zero experience before him, something that amused him and at the same time let his inner Alpha roar in delight. His Omega was completely untouched. Nobody had seen this piece of art before him. "That depends," Izuku whispered as he bit Kirishima's earlobe. "Do you want me to continue with what I'm doing, or do you want to take things in your own hand?" Izuku asked as looked deep into Kirishima's eyes, though the Omega looked at him a little puzzled. "Dude, do you want to take control and do it at your pace, or do you want me to stay in control?" Izuku was a little more direct as it didn't seem like Kirishima would get it anytime soon. It was cute how Kirishima's face flushed up in embarrassment, his eyes casting down to see his Alpha's pages. Izuku could hear the audible gulp. "I will try," he mumbled as he lowered himself until he was in front of his D-dash. It was gigantic and he wasn't even sure if his PP would fit into the young man's mouth. "It won't bite you," So just lick it to start off, Izuku encouraged. If he had to be honest, he just wanted to held Kirishima's head still while he fed that pretty mouth of his with deep moves. But that would have to wait until he is trained a little more. Kirishima started to lick his up and down before he took the tip into his mouth. Izuku couldn't hold himself back as he groaned loudly. Kirishima's wasn't particularly good at sking PP yet, but Izuku was suffering a heavy case of blue ball since he had moved in with his mate. So, it wasn't surprising that didn't even take 5 minutes until he came. He came so hard that Kirishima's gagged and couched while letting his PP out of his mouth, that however was the wrong decision as cum was shot all over the place, hitting his face and chest. Well, if you don't look fuckable right now, then I wouldn't know when else, Izuku said as he saw Kirishima had gathered his cum from his chest before he liked it like a lollipop. How did you find your first BLWJB? Izuku asked as he started to clean Kirishima a little with a towel because while he liked how CC the boy looked covered in his cum, it was sticky and that would ruin the fun he had planned with the boy for later. It was okay I guess, your cum tastes good, he mumbled out the last part. I know, just like your own. I think it's some weird mating sheet, but oh well, it lets us give each other BLWJBS with candy as present, Izuku replied as finished his rough cleanup. Right, Kirishima replied, not sure how to react to this weird type of conservation. That wasn't so bad for our first try together I would say, the Omega said as he looked at Izuku expectingly to hear if he found it as good as him, but what he saw were a pair of eyes that looked at him hungrily and with so much lust that his own body already reacted as he felt another wave of slick coming out of him. Who said that we are done? We are just getting started. Who said that we are done? We are just getting started. Izuku's eyes stared down at his Omega as he looked at the smaller man like he was going to eat him alive. He probably was. He felt his PP harden again, even though he had just come all over Kirishima. He liked his lips as he saw how Kirishima tried to wiggle his way out under him, how he tried to avoid looking into his eyes. But the Omega was caged between his arms and his body. It was driving him crazy that the young man was so inexperienced that he was embarrassed to be naked in front of his alpha. Look at me, Izuku said as Kirishima tried to hide his embarrassed face under his arm. His body reacted at the words that were directed at him. Omega, look at me, Izuku said again, his tone a little bit more serious, but still without his alpha voice. The Omega looked at him hesitantly as his face flushed even more, his body trembling in anticipation as Izuku's hand went over Kirishima's stomach, tickling him a little as he got a small giggle as a reaction. Relax a little more for me. Izuku hummed out as he liked Kirishima's NPL, getting a gasp. He was so sensitive to all his small teasings. It didn't take long before the Omega was hard as well, his PP leaking pre-cum on his toned stomach. You can touch me too, you know. Or are you going to let me do all the work? Izuku said as he leaned down to capture Kirishima's mouth in a deep kiss. Kirishima was in total bliss. Never had he experienced this kind of pleasure before in his life. His mind was completely clouded with all the sweet signals it was getting. How in the world did his body even produce so many hormones to fill his brain with it? He was by no means thinking straight as his hands traveled over his alpha's body. His hands couldn't get enough of these firm chest muscles of his alpha, how they fitted perfectly into his palms. How they felt firm and jelly at the same time, going down his stomach. His alpha was ripped as if he had worked out each day for a year. It was fascinating how his 8-pack moved under his hand. With one bold move, he grabbed onto Izuku's curly dark green hair as he pulled the alpha down for a heated kiss, his hand going around his broad shoulders as he tried to move Izuku even closer to him. But his attempt stopped as he felt something really FNG amazing moving under his fingers. Turn, Kirishima said breathlessly, but Izuku only stared at him puzzled. Turn around, now, Izuku still looked puzzled but did what his Omega wanted from him. After all, it was the first time that Kirishima had expressed himself in their SXL activities. Lay down, again, just doing what his cute Omega wanted. It didn't take long before he felt Kirishima crawling over him as he sat on his legs. It also didn't take long for his blood to boil as he felt Kirishima's PP hit his butt. He was about to throw the man off him, but stopped when Kirishima's hand ran over his back. This looks effing amazing. Izuku heard him mumble as he felt how Kirishima's hand went all over his back. "Sheet, this looks so manly." Izuku just hummed as his blood cooled down, knowing that his Omega didn't try to F him again. No, it was something that let his inner alpha scream in joy, because it was the first time that his Omega admired him so openly. His thoughts were stopped as he felt something wet and warm on his lower back. It slowly made its way up until it reached his shoulder blades. And if that hadn't felt good. It was electrifying how Kirishima's warm tongue went over his back. How the trail of spit that he left behind was colder, how it took all his concentration away from his SEC-clouded thoughts. He couldn't resist flexing his muscles a little to impress his Omega even more. "God, you are a piece of art, you know that, right?" Kirishima whispered as he liked his neck. Izuku just huffed out a laugh as he slowly rose up, Kirishima still on his back like he wait happy face said nothing. With one blink he teleported. The Omega let out a short shriek as the person under him disappeared, letting the Omega fall down. "I think we had enough staring for today. You can join me in the showers later if you want, but now I want to go a little further," Izuku said as his right hand pinned the smaller man down, while his left hand slowly inched to Kirishima's hole. "Hey, look at me and just relax, okay?" Izuku instructed, almost folding the Omega in two as he pressed Kirishima's legs against his. It was hard to control your own alpha urges when you know that this slick gushing hole was only for you to use, that nobody before you had used this perfect body. It gave him unimaginable desire to F his Omega right here and now. "You make it really hard for me to not just stick my PP into you like this. I can't imagine how hot and tight you will feel when I'm in you," Izuku said as gathered slick with his right hand before he slowly pushed his index finger into the waiting hole. Looking at his Omega, he could see that he wasn't the biggest fan of what he did, but Kirishima had to accept that he wasn't an alpha anymore. And it seems that his head was already faster than his instincts since he clenched the bedsheets as he tried not to growl at him. "How does it feel?" he asked as he leaned down to lick over their mating mark. Kirishima's mouth instantly opened as a low escaped it. "A little weird and full," Kirishima groaned out. Izuku just hummed as he continued to SEK Kirishima's scent gland. It distracted the Omega long enough to push a second finger in him. Kirishima only reacted with a small grunt, his face showing the discomfort and pain. It was again plain clear that this was a totally unused hole, something that wasn't used to DLDS that Omegas used in their heats. So full," the Omega groaned out. "Just a little more, you are doing so good," Izuku encouraged as he SEK'd on Kirishima's nibbles. But that didn't help the hiss that escaped Kirishima's mouth when Izuku pushed his third finger in. "I can't, it's so full, there won't fit more," the Omega breathed out as Izuku just continued to nurse Kirishima's neck with light sking and biting. "Just one more and we will stop for today. Come on, you are a big guy, right?" Izuku asked as the Omega glared at him for a second. It had surprised Izuku that hadn't lashed out with his alpha instincts. "Can I?" Izuku asked again to confirm as he waited for permission. Kirishima's gritted his teeth but nodded. At least the fourth finger was the little one, so it wasn't that much to take in, but with Izuku's hands, it was still more than normal. "Such a good Omega, you have done well," Izuku praised as he let the Omega adjust. He tried to distract Kirishima from the discomfort with sweet talk and kisses as he deepened the kiss to let his tongue in. It surprised him as instead Kirishima's got in his way to fight for dominance, but he wasn't angry at his Omega for that. No, the other had already suppressed so much of his instincts, he can tolerate this much. He will have to stop here for today. It was clear that Kirishima's hole needed a lot of stretching before he could even think about FNG that guy. He will just have to. "Who in their right mind?" Izuku cursed when both of them halted for a second as they heard the doorbell. The Omega under him blushed furiously just thinking about the situation he was in when someone was just standing outside their house. He tried to struggle free, but Izuku tightened his grip on his hip to hold him still. "You will stay here just like that. I will look who it is and what they want. When I come back you better be in the same position," Izuku said as he put on a pair of pants and wiped his face and hands clean with his shirt. He grimaced at how much had been on him. Well, he couldn't wear that. Sighing, he just made his way down without a shirt. It wasn't like that he was shy or had any reason to hide his body. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down the last time before he opened the door. Denki was getting nervous. He just wanted to meet Ijiro and tease him about the situation that happened this morning. But now, waiting in front of his best friend's house, he was getting nervous. He was just about to walk back home as somebody opened the door. What? The man in front of him asked after the poor beta kept staring at the alpha in front of him. Denki had already seen Kirishima's mate naked once, but it still took his breath away as he stared up at this tower of muscle. I wanted to talk. With Kirishima, he added as the alpha just raised his brow at his words. Huh, Denki was it? The alpha asked as he nodded. Okay, come in. Denki slowly followed the alpha inside. He was about to go upstairs, since he didn't see his friend in the kitchen or living room he bypassed, but a strong grip stopped him. Where do you think you are going in someone else's house without their permission? The alpha asked seriously as he turned him around forcefully. I just thought that Kirishima would be upstairs, Denki mumbled out, more than a little intimidated by the alpha. You will have to wait for 30 minutes. We were on to something before you came and I'm not finished with him just yet. Denki exploded in crimson red as he heard the alpha in front of him. It set the alpha's look in a completely new light. Looking more closely, he saw the sweat that covered the alpha's entire upper body. But what made him gape was the cream-like white substance in the alpha's hair. His best friend was just f***ing around with this Greek god. Yes, sure, take your time, Denki just uttered in complete disbelief. That guy wasn't even the slightest bit ashamed that he was f***ing his best friend right now. Not that he would dare to tell him off. Izuku just turned as he didn't care about how the beta would spend his time waiting for his friend. Getting back into the room, he was pleased to see his Omega still in position as he waited for him. He was panting as his PP was leaking cum all over his stomach. But that didn't matter to him. What mattered was this pretty hole gaping at him as it closed and opened in front of his eyes. Your friend Denki is here. I said that he could wait in the living room, Izuku as Kirishima immediately moved to get up, but a low growl let him stop in his tracks. We are not done here yet, Izuku said as he took his pants off, get on the bed to his frozen mate. His PP was hurting from how hard he had been the whole time. Why aren't you getting back in position, Omega? Izuku asked as he cupped Kirishima's cheek. But Denki could he yes, Kirishima shuddered out with a heavy blush. Then you better be quiet, Izuku said as he got a box from under the bed. Opening it, he took a middle-sized DLD out. We will put this inside you so that your hole stays stretched. It will also help you to adjust to the feeling of something inside you, Izuku said. Kirishima looked at the DLD. It was definitely a little smaller than Izuku's hands. Sighing, Kirishima turned on his stomach and got in. Presenting position, his hole right in front of Izuku's face. Get it in so that I can go to my friend. He breathed out. Get it in so that I can go to my friend. He breathed out. Izuku stared down at the smaller man with his piercing emerald eyes, his face showing how annoyed he was with the tone the Omega used with him. Please, Izuku said in a firm tone, two of his fingers sliding back into Kirishima's gaping hole. The Omega groaned at the sudden PNTarton and the fullness that came with it. Please, Kirishima droned out, his attention was completely focused at his entrance. But Izuku didn't make a move to insert the plug he had chosen. No, he was patiently playing with Kirishima's ball as he kneaded and pulled them a little. Please, Alpha, Kirishima finally realized. Wasn't that hard now, was it? Izuku asked as he lubed the plug up before he slowly pressed it into the waiting hole of his Omega. Kirishima grunted at the cold plastic feeling he got. Even though the plug was smaller than Izuku's hands, it felt way more uncomfortable compared with the smooth and warm hand of his Alpha. There you go, Izuku said as the entire thing was in place. With a sigh, he let himself fall on his back as he slowly started to jerk off. You can go now, Izuku said when he saw that Kirishima hadn't moved from his position yet. The Omega slowly rose until looked down on the Alpha, who was shamelessly wanking in front of him. The plug in his hole was strange and made sitting not the most comfortable, that was for sure. Denki is waiting, so if you don't mind? Kirishima asked, a little unsure of how this was supposed to end if he had the permission as Omega to just go like this. I'm finished with you, I will just finish myself off before I go down and cook us something, Izuku answered calmly, his eyes closed and breathing a little rigid as he tried to imagine how Kirishima's tight hole would feel like around his PP. Kirishima stared at his alpha, lying there before him with his massive D in his massive hands. It was kind of sad how that gigantic PP looked normal-sized in Izuku's own big hands. He had no idea what his alpha was thinking. He didn't ask him to help him JRK off, but he also didn't let him go to his friend right away. He just couldn't predict what Izuku was thinking. It was a mysterium how he decided what he found important for his instincts and what not. The question now was, should he help his alpha to come, or should dress himself up and go down to his friend and get teased? Though just the idea to not help his alpha felt wrong, it seems that his omega instincts slowly kicked in. The urge to please his alpha was getting stronger. But the question was, should he help Izuku or not? And that means he should help Izuku the person and not his alpha. Because one thing was for sure, he didn't want to help someone just because of his instincts. No, he as a person will decide if he was willing to help someone else sexually. He didn't need long to think this through though, because Izuku was one hell of a guy he would want to have a CC with. This only means that Denki will have to wait a little longer for him. Izuku almost came the moment something hot and wet wrapped around his member. Opening his eyes, he saw a still naked Kirishima with his lips wrapped around his pages. An absolutely delicious sight to see, and now he hoped he would see more often in the future. Kirishima didn't even start slowly. No, he took almost half of Izuku's entire PP in his mouth. It wasn't the best blowjob he ever had, but still, for someone that gave his first blowjob today, this was an improvement. Easy there, Izuku reminded when Kirishima gagged on his PP as he tried to get more in. Yeah, just like that, Izuku ummed out, his eyes closed. Though, he couldn't deny that the sound that Kirishima made while gagged on his PP turned him really on. Just the thought of Kirishima gagging on his PP made him almost come. Izuku knew that he couldn't hold it in much longer. He had been horny the entire time as he had stretched Kirishima open with his fingers. This was just the finishing touch to bring him over the edge, and Kirishima was doing his part really fing good. Izuku's left hand came down on Kirishima's spiky hair and held his head in place as came in the Omega's throat. Ijiro was gagging and couching around Izuku's PP as he couldn't swallow the gallon of cum. He tried to get his head away from the massive PP, but Izuku's hand kept him perfectly still with a firm grip. Only after the 8th load of cum did it finally stop and Izuku's grip loosened. Sorry for that. I just couldn't help myself. Izuku apologized as he felt Kirishima's throat up and down to see if it had swollen up at his rough treatment. Ijiro just let himself be felt up as he tried to get as much air back into his lungs as possible. It's okay, Kirishima said as he patted Izuku's hand away in annoyance at the mothering his alpha did. It hurt his pride that his alpha thought that this would be too much for him. Do you want me to? Izuku asked as he gestured at the obvious Urkton. It kind of felt weird that his body was turned on just because his alpha used him as cum dump. No, I have a friend waiting for me and I can control my urges. That felt good to give his alpha a verbal slap like that. Izuku indeed looked a little dazed at the obvious reference to his loss of control a moment ago and his Omega's decline to please him. But I wouldn't say no, should you later want to return the favor, Kirishima said as he suddenly felt bold enough for it. He grabbed a new pair of boxers and pants and went for the bathroom. Aren't you coming to clean me up? He asked at the door, looking over his shoulder at the dazed alpha. Though, Izuku didn't react as flustered as before. No, his expression changed into a light lust-filled smirk as he rose up. Sure babe, I will be there in second. Be a good boy and get the water temperature right for me. Ijiro had trouble forming a replay as his mind was filled with one SEC fantasy after another. His alpha really was just like a walking SEC machine. You will be a good Omega, won't you? Izuku asked again as he only nodded. Sure. He answered shortly as he tried to not let his body betray him. Good boys deserve a reward, right? Izuku said as he came near. Ijiro took a few steps back into the bathroom until he hit the shower wall with Izuku right in front of him. I think you deserve a good reward from your alpha, Izuku said a final time before he got down to give him a BLWJB while he turned the hot water on. Denki was waiting for almost an entire hour now and was already thinking about leaving again when he heard footsteps on the stairs. Coming down were two very happy-looking mates. Sorry for the wait. Do you want something to drink? the tall alpha asked as he stared down at him. It was a miracle for him how someone could get so tall to literally look down on him. A Coke would be nice, he answered as he still looked at the obvious smile on his best friend's face. Kirishima looked like he was in heaven. I will get one. With that the alpha was gone, only and his best friends staring at each other, though it seems like Kirishima wasn't really here with him right now. Wouldn't have picked you for one that would let his friend wait to F around with his mate. Denki said with a sly grin as Kirishima's smile vanished and big fat blush replaced his face. Did he F your brain out? Denki asked, this time more out of curiosity than teasing, since he really wanted to know what SEC with such a monster would be like. He did no such thing, Kirishima denied as he sat down on the couch. Oh come on, I'm your best friend. You can tell me something about your mate and I will listen to your awesome AC life. Denki said as he let himself fall on the couch, his head over Kirishima's lap. This was how their relationship was before. Kirishima, the alpha, had always massaged the beta's head as they talked, while Denki ranted about his crushes and Kirishima listened. We didn't F yet, we just fooled around a little. Kirishima said, his eyes closed as he tried to fight against the rising blush, but this was Denki, the two of them talked about everything. Oh, so that was fooling around for you, good to know, Izuku said as both young men at the couch jumped up in fright. I didn't mean it like, Kirishima tried to defend himself but Izuku just put his left hand over the Omega's mouth as his right hand went over his eyes. Don't worry too much, I also like fooling around myself quite a bit, Izuku whispered right into Kirishima's left ear before his big hands started to massage Kirishima's skull. His mouth slowly gave light kisses over the Omega's neck and shoulder before he bit the collarbone. The Omega ummed under him as all his concentration was taken away with the BLNDFLD that was Izuku's hand. His mind was only concentrating on the pleasure he was getting from his alpha. I will leave two alone now. Have fun and don't fool around too much, Izuku said before he vanished in thin air. That quirk was one hell of getting used to. So, you two fooled around, huh? Denki asked with a sheet-eating grin. Shut up, I will never talk about this. Kirishima said as he gave Denki the death stare that was born out of embarrassment and hate for the mortifying situation that just happened in front of his best friend's eyes. Next time call me when you just fool around, Denki said as he jumped up and started to run for the bedroom upstairs as he dodged Kirishima's japs at his ribs. Stay still you little sheet, Kirishima yelled after his friend as he tried to get him. Like I would be so Denki couldn't finish his sentence as he didn't see Izuku around the corner while was talking with his friend. The result was that all three of them had fallen to the ground with an Izuku as the victim who was used as a pillow for the other two to land comfortably on pure muscle. Denki, the beta groaned in pain as he was sandwiched between two overgrown guys that weighed at least 2 times as much as him. With Izuku it could be even more. If I had known that you two miss me this much I wouldn't have left. If I had known that you two miss me this much I wouldn't have left. Izuku breathed out a heavy sigh before lifting the two other men from him as he stood up. He looked over Kirishima and then Denki to make sure that they were okay. Sorry, Kirishima said softly, totally not blushing that Izuku had lifted him and his friend of him with just one hand. Happens, I will start cooking in an hour, let me know if your friend will be staying for dinner, Izuku said. He moved to pass them, but Kirishima grabbed his hand. Let me know when you start, I will help, he said not looking at his alpha. Sure, have fun you too. Bro your mate is a walking sea machine, Denki breathed out. Denki? Kirishima growled warningly as he fixed his hair. What? I wouldn't mind joining you too when you fool around. Denki said as Kirishima punched his best friend in the shoulder. I'm warning you man, I don't want to hear something like this again or you will see how much of my alpha instincts are still left in me. Kirishima said seriously. Chill dude, I will keep my hands to myself. Denki said, I'm watching you. So what brought you here? Kirishima asked. Nothing important, just wanted to tease you about this morning. Man, you should have seen that look on your mate's face. He was like, I'm gonna murder you if you hurt my mate. It was in your words real manly. Kirishima blushed as he remembered the whole class had stared at him. Man, this is so going to explode into his face later. Do you need any help? Denki asked as he watched the couple working around the kitchen. Well, Kirishima was just doing what he was told to do, but Midoriya was working faster than he had ever seen as he made something that smelled already delicious. "No need, you are our guest, so just wait and relax," the Alpha said as he pressed his body on Kirishima's from behind, his hands going around the smaller hands of his Omega. "Here, hold the knife like this and use your entire arm and not just your wrist to cut it," the Alpha said gently. Denki could already see how embarrassed his best friend was as his ears turned as red as his hair. The Alpha didn't care though as he continued to cut the onion as he guided his mate's hands. "There you go, please prepare 2 more, Midoriya said as he kissed the back of Kirishima's head. Denki couldn't really put a feeling to it, but he kind of felt jealous. He knew that he shouldn't feel like that for his best friend, but he did. That guy had gotten himself the perfect mate, the perfect Alpha. That guy was CC as hell, caring, gentle, and he could cook. Like what the hell? Where do you even find someone like this? It was like the dream guy that every beta wanted, and his friend, an Alpha, got him. The beta, are you 2 good friends? Izuku asked as they made themselves ready for bed. Denki? We are best friends, why? Kirishima answered as he stopped himself from taking his shirt off. Just want to know a little bit more about you, Izuku replied. He would have to wait and observe, but he was sure that he smelled jealousy from the beta today. He didn't want to start a fight though, so observation it is. He just wasn't sure how to bring it up later should his suspension be right. Well, he will have to figure that out when it happens. Sure, so could we take that thing out of my hole? Kirishima asked. I would prefer it if you continued to prepare yourself little by little, since we both don't know when your heat or my rut hits us, and I really want our bodies to be already used with each other or somebody could be hurt. Izuku explained. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot that I have a... Kirishima said as he didn't finish the sentence. Kirishima still had to wrap his head around the idea that someone else will shove their PP up his little version, but... Your heat? Izuku asked to make sure as Kirishima just nodded quietly. You don't have to worry too much about that. I have plenty of experience taking care of Omegas in their heat. Well, that didn't go so well with Kirishima as he glared at Izuku. Sorry, Izuku mumbled out as he got the message. So, Netsu allowed us to train in UA? Maybe we too train there a little tomorrow after school? Izuku asked as he tried to change the subject. Sure, that sounds fun. That night Izuku didn't try anything with Ijiro. He could already feel how uncomfortable Ijiro was with the idea of having section. Maybe a little alone time while training hole would give him time to think about it more deeply, because he meant what he said. He was a little afraid of what will happen when one of them hits their rut or heat. He wasn't sure if he wouldn't hurt his Omega. He still brought Ijiro to school the next day before going to his own. It was strange that his mother didn't make him lunch anymore. He missed her, just like Ijiro missed his parents. They should probably visit them or invite them for dinner. Yeah, that sounded like a good idea. You ready? Izuku asked as he picked his mate up from school. I hate math, Ijiro just answered as Izuku laughed. I can help you when you want, Izuku said as he placed his hand around Ijiro's waist. The Omega didn't growl out of instinct, so this was progress. They walked to UA for about 20 minutes before Netsu personally let them in. The rat led them to the personal training ground of the teachers since they weren't UA students yet. Kirishima was totally fascinated with the buildings as they walked through them, and also with the rat itself. He was shining the moment they entered the training ground as he saw all the gym equipment and sparring ground. I think we should start with weight training first and spare later, Izuku said as he waited for his mate's reaction, who just nodded. The two separated as they trained on different equipment, but that didn't stop them from glancing at each other as they both took their shirts off after 20 minutes of sweating. Aizawa didn't know what to think of the scene in front of him. 2 young men were brutally sparring against each other. Well, the green-haired one was brutal, the redhead was getting brutally punched down. His first reaction was to go down and yell at them for using the teacher's training ground. But he thought better of it. Because 1, he hadn't seen these 2, which meant they probably weren't students of UA if they weren't from a business class, which seemed very unlikely by their fighting ability. Second, how did they get in here? Without a key, it was almost impossible, and the other teachers would have informed the group chat if they had let students here. So that left him with only one option, and that was that Netsu was playing something again. That rat bastard loved chaos. Loved it when nobody understood what was going on, and he will sure as hell don't get himself involved in this mess. He watched how the two fought until every last drop of their stamina run out. The redhead had good instincts but no formal training at all. He was getting his butt handed by the greenhead, who obviously had learned how to fight for a long time. What made watching them so interesting was that both of them didn't use a visible quirk once. They both fought to their heart's content with just their skills. He could see a lot of potential in them. Yeah, maybe he could train them to be F-. He just got caught in Ned's trap. Phew, okay, it was just a thought, nothing to worry about. He doesn't have to worry about it, he will just ignore this and go out now. Although, he expelled all his students this year, so kinda had time to spare. Just looking wouldn't hurt. It was a long time ago that he saw 2 students spare to improve, and boy did they improve while fighting. Especially the redhead. That young man was getting nearer to the greenhead with each attack. You have to lean a little bit more forward when you rush at me. Put your center of gravitation as low as possible to be steady and fast to change directions, Izuku instructed. You should also stop running straight at him. Both young men turned instantly as they heard the advice. Oh, you are the homeless-looking person Principal Nedzu talked about, Kirishima said as Aizawa's eyes turned red, his hair raising as both men took a step back. You here to train us? Izuku asked as he stepped in front of his mate. Just a simple advice, Aizawa replied as his quirk stopped with a blink. Anything else? The Alpha asked as he still blocked Aizawa's sight with the redhead behind him. You two should also jump less. Once you are midair you have no chance to change directions to dodge something. Aizawa said. With my quirk, Izuku couldn't finish as Aizawa interrupted him. Your quirk is just a tool to support you. If you want to become good, then you will have to learn how to fight first before you use tools, Aizawa lectured as they nodded. Well, what are you waiting for? Again, Aizawa said impatiently as the two went for another spare. This was how their daily training after school started. It was kind of ironic that the man never asked them their names or if they even went to UA in the first place, but he knew what he was talking about. The lanky man with black hair, whom he and Ijiro respected, was one hell of a fighting machine. He took them both down multiple times, and that was before he went to use his support weapon. What was even more interesting was that they both couldn't figure out which pro hero he was. Izuku and Ijiro both had stopped caring much about their secondary gender, with the training draining all energy out of them every day. That of course also pushed the thought of SEC completely out of their minds as they trained until falling down from exhaustion. Ijiro panted as he looked to his side where Izuku was laying on the ground beside him. It was getting harder and harder each day to reach their sensei, because that man was raising his expectations for them with each spare. Again, mix up your movements, you are predicable, the man said as Ijiro sighed before getting up, holding his hand out to his alpha to get up. Normally it would have been the alpha's job to make such small gestures like this, but they both stopped caring with how exhausted they were. Ijiro again charged at the man and lowered his gravity point so low that he was almost bent in half as he ran towards his target. The only thing that kept him from planting face first into the ground was the speed that he built up. He had become much faster under this man's guidance and had become better in close combat battles. He was trying to learn as much as possible since he was on Omega now. He would have to work twice as hard to be recognized as an equal, and even harder to stand beside someone like Izuku. He brushed past his teacher as the man grabbed him around his shoulder to throw him, but was stopped as Izuku went for the man's leg. Ijiro used this moment of distraction to sling his legs around the older man's throat and pull him down with all his weight. The man stumbled a little before japing his ribs with enough force that he cried out in pain as his grip loosened. The man grabbed his shoulder again as he threw him off at his mate. Ijiro cursed as he panted. His entire body was on fire. It was as if his whole body was heating up. He was about to get up again when 2 strong arms wrapped around his body, pulling him back against his alpha's chest, who growled dangerously low into his ear. Boy, get your hands off your friend. Aizawa warned as his hair went up and his eyes turned red, but Izuku continued to growl at their teacher. Izuku, what is going on? Ijiro asked because he wasn't getting why Izuku suddenly acted like this. Mine? Izuku simply replied as he liked his scent gland and he couldn't help but, when did he become this sensitive? Redhead, get away from your friend, your heat started, why did you even come? Aizawa hissed as Izuku's growling became even more dangerous. My heat! Aijiro was trying to understand until it clicked, and boy did he panic. He became aware that his scent blocker must have been ripped off while fighting. Yeah, your heat. Come, I will bring you to a heat room, the older man repeated as he came nearer but jumped back as Izuku's scythe blocked his path. Do not come near my mate, the prime alpha hissed out as his scent filled the room. Is Aizu, it hurts, Aijiro whined out as his inside felt like they were on fire. Everything will be alright. I will take you home, I will take care of you, Izuku said as he split the dimension in two with his scythe and carried Aijiro in. We will return after his heat is over, Izuku informed their teacher before vanishing, letting Aizawa alone. The older Omega could only stare as the young Alpha took his mate into a second dimension and then teleported away in front of his nose. Now he was trapped in Nedzu's plan. He was already attached to the two. That meant he would be teaching a FNG teleporter. Great, just FNG great. Great, just FNG great. Izuku teleported home and got Aijiro out of his pocket dimension as fast as possible. He carried his Omega to the bed as the other already started to smell like slick and section. He almost dropped Aijiro as his mate had bitten his NPL through his shirt. God have mercy on him. He placed Aijiro carefully on the bed before going to get a few supplies. They needed a few bottles of water and energy bars. He also got them a few towels since he knew that this was going to get messy. Having all the necessary preparations for this heat done, he went back to the bedroom. Coming in his nose was attacked with a thick scent of lust, so much that he almost doubled over. He felt how his D went straight and ready as his mate was already in position playing with the butt plug they had stuffed into his hole. Aijiro looked beautiful as he lay on his stomach, eating himself with the plug as he ummed like a shameless slut. God help him, that guy will be the death of him if he continued to play this innocent. Izuku placed the towels, bottles and snacks on his nightstand. Aijiro still hadn't said a word to him as he continued to F himself with the toy. He wanted to join and show his Omega how it's done correctly. But he would not let Aijiro take control. He would wait and make his little Omega beg to be played with, to be F'd into oblivion. So, he slowly pulled his clothes off as he sat down on the chair right beside the bed and started to scratch off his scent blockers. The room was filled with his scent, which was also heavily influenced by his lust and horniness, and well, it had an instant effect on Aijiro as his Omega froze. Aijiro slowly turned to him and his eyes zeroed on his abs. Izuku had to suppress a laugh as it was the first thing that Aijiro showed interest in, even in his heat. He had seen Omegas that hadn't looked past his PP for their entire heat. Come over here, Aijiro said, and Izuku couldn't help but smirk at the boldness of his mate to use such a commanding tone with him in his heat. But he nevertheless followed the command as he was impressed that Aijiro could still exert this kind of dominance in his heat. Getting on the bed, his mate instantly came over to him and started to kiss his neck down to his scent gland. The bite at his scent gland was anything but gentle. No, Aijiro was showing clear signs of alpha behavior. He let it happen, his inner alpha completely at peace with this. This was just their mate claiming them back, showing him that Aijiro wanted him as much as he wanted him. Aijiro's hand was running over his body, trailing his abs before coming down to his pages. A soft escaped his lips as Aijiro started stroking him. His fingers gently tucked his foreskin back as he still nippled at his scent gland, biting it as pleasure shot through his body. Aijiro's fingers slowly itched to his hole and he couldn't help but growl a warning. I think you are mistaking your heat with a rut, my little Omega, Izuku said in a teasing and yet warning tone as he turned them around so that he was on top of his mate. Tell me what you want, he breathed out as he bit Aijiro's scent gland, bit the mating mark. His Omega was miming under him as he smelled the slick that was running out of his cute version hole. I don't know, Aijiro finally breathed out between thens. Okay, we will figure out what you like. Just one step after another, Izuku said softly as he grabbed Aijiro's PP, and boy was his mate sensitive down there. He was miming and bucking his hips to F his hand, but he didn't wait for him to come as he let go and slowly pulled the butt plug out. Empty, need to feel full aga again, Aijiro groaned out as his hips tried to follow the butt plug, but he couldn't let that happen as he put his hand around Aijiro's hips, stopping him from moving. I gonna hold you like this and you are gonna be like this for 15 minutes. After that we will see what you really want, Izuku said as he looked down on his beautiful mate. His CC little mate that tried to reach for his PP with his hands. I don't remember giving you permission to touch yourself, Ijiro-kun. The warning in his tone was clear, but his Omega either didn't hear him in his heat or just didn't care as he still touched his PP. I have a naughty, disobedient little Omega as it seems, he breathed out as he grabbed both of Ijiro's hands and held them over his head as he once again bit the mating mark. His own PP was already hurting, being together with his Omega in heat and yet not getting any attention. 20 minutes now, you better start listening to me or we both will start this heat very unpleasantly, he said as Ijiro just groaned against his neck, biting and kissing it as he marked what was his. It didn't even take 5 minutes when another wave of lust shot through Ijiro. He tried to get his hands free or buck his hips, but nothing worked. Please, the Omega ummed out as he pleaded with Izuku. Please what? What do you want me to do? Izuku asked with a smirk as Ijiro just whined under him. It seems you need a little more time to decide what you want, he breathed out as his mate's scent turned a little sore with frustration. 15 minutes and his little Omega was whining and groaning under, and slowly the lust turned into pain as it wasn't satisfied. Please Alpha, touch me, Ijiro pleaded with him. I will, when you make just a little promise with me, Izuku said with a smirk as he leaned down to kiss his mate, letting his tongue explore that hot cavern. Ijiro was trying to catch his breath as he stared up at the Alpha. What promise? The Omega finally asked. Promise me that you won't touch your PP until I give you permission, Izuku said seriously. He had visited a few doctors that had experience with alphas that were turned into omegas. They all said that it was important that their PPS shouldn't be stimulated in their first 3 heats. Are you gonna touch it? The smaller man asked, almost fearful. No, and the Omega paled under him. Alpha, please, don't I have to come, please? Now this is something you call desperate pleading. Hey, look at me, Izuku said softly as Ijiro looked into his eyes. Do you trust me? Izuku asked, and Ijiro just nodded weakly. Well, what could he expect? Trust is built over time. Then trust me that I will make you come however many times you want, okay? So just promise me that you won't touch yourself, Izuku asked again. Okay, the Omega breathed out. Good boy, wanna come? Izuku asked with a laugh as his mate nodded eagerly. Bringing 2 fingers to Ijiro's already wet hole, he pushed them in. The Omega ummed under him as he wiggled his hips to get more into him. Izuku didn't wait long before he added a 3rd finger and then a 4th. He was very aware not to touch Ijiro's PRSTT. Ijiro was now all nice and opened up for him. His PP was still bigger, but prep wouldn't help that. Get on all 4s, he commanded, and Ijiro moved like his life depended on it. He slowly moved after his Omega as he saw that perfect muscled bubble but waiting for him, waiting for its virginity to be taken. Kneeling behind his mate, he lined his PP up. It was already leaking a massive amount of pre-cum. He used it as lube as he played around Ijiro's, but finally he just lined his PP on that beautiful pink hole, and it took everything in him not to just push in, to F that willing hole. Now show me that you are my Omega that wants his Alpha's PP, Izuku said in a steady and authoritative voice. He could see the hesitation in his mate's body language, how his Alpha instincts were fighting with every fiber of their being to not impale themselves on his PP. Lust and dignity were fighting each other, doing everything so that the other finally shut up. Then he saw how Ijiro shook his head to clear it for a second and pushed his butt back. His hole slowly opened against his PP, and he grabbed the sheets under him not to push anything further. Ijiro had to do this himself, had to accept that he was an Omega now, that he was his Omega. He could see and hear the pain Ijiro was in as he hissed, but his Omega wasn't a quitter. He pushed and pushed until half of his D was in him. You're so perfect, my beautiful little mate. Let me help you with the rest, Izuku said as he leaned over to cover Ijiro's entire body with his own. He was careful to not push his PP in any further, as it seemed that his mate needed time to adjust. After about 5 minutes of waiting, Ijiro himself started to become impatient as he pushed himself further onto his pages. His hand moved around Ijiro's body as he twisted his Omega's nipples and bit the scent gland again. The Omega groaned in pleasure as he pushed the last few inches into the willing hole. As they both groaned, he waited for another 5 minutes before he started to pull out and push it all the way back in, and he heard the gasp, felt how the walls around his PP tightened. The PP of his Omega was hard as it leaked cum all over the bed. Oh, someone liked it. Please, please more Alpha, Ijiro pleaded with him, and God that did things to him. So he did. He pulled out and pushed back in with strength that the bed under them rattled. He plowed that greedy hole as Ijiro was gasping for more, his hole tightening, trying to grab onto his PP to keep it in there. For 10 minutes he continued to F the living sheet out of his Omega. He then noticed something almost let him come right then and there. Grabbing Ijiro's muscular shoulders, he hoisted the Omega up as Ijiro was F'd into the air with the only connection to his hands and PP. Ijiro, look down at your stomach, he whispered, and his Omega looked down, and yes, these walls tightened more around his D-dash. Because you could see how his PP was outlining between the six-pack of his mate. Alpha, so good. Please not me, please Alpha, give me your knot, I want your pups in me, Ijiro pleaded with him, and he already felt how his knot started to form as it pressed against Ijiro's already abused hole. He pushed it through the hole and pulled it out as it always tugged on the rim, getting more and more groans of pain and pleasure from his mate. Then finally he pushed it with all his strength in as he bit down on their mating mark as he came, his knot expanding as it locked him and his Omega together, his cum flowing into his mate. Ijiro's had collapsed as he came hard, his body being held up only by his shoulders now. He slowly lowered them to the bed as he was careful not to tug on his knot. You are bloating me full, Ijiro complained as they lay on their sides. His PP, still hard, was clearly outlined on that beautiful six-pack, and Ijiro was right. His cum was filling the Omega slowly up as the stomach started to get around. I'm pretty sure that someone asked for it, he replied with a laugh as he felt how Ijiro was squeezing his knot, getting more and more cum into him. Alpha? Ijiro asked softly. Yeah. I want round two. Best rut heat I ever had, Ijiro said a week after his heat had started. He and Izuku had fed each other's brains out and had tried so many new things with each other. Same, you are way sturdier than normal Omegas, I don't have to fear that I break you in half the moment I use a little bit more strength. Izuku laughed out. So that was the reason you were so gentle at the start. Do you think that he will be angry at us for not telling him? Ijiro suddenly asked. Who? Our trainer? Izuku asked as Ijiro just nodded in confirmation. Why should he be angry with us? It's none of his business what secondary gender we have. Izuku said as Ijiro breathed out a sigh of relief. Did you call the school to let them know why we are away? Ijiro wondered out loud. I sent them a mail. You are a good Alpha. It had taken Izuku by surprise to hear this soft tone of certainty in his Omega. His heart skipped a beat as a smile grew on his face. Thanks, you are a good Omega as well. So you two are done effing? Aizawa asked as they had returned to him after school. There were only a few weeks left before they would be finished with high school. After that, they would be able to train here all day long. For now, Izuku replied without missing a beat as he gave Ijiro a meaningful look. We are done, Ijiro said as the poor guy blushed. Good, then let's start again. I hope that you haven't forgotten anything in your 1 week of absence. Training was way more intensive than before. Aizawa didn't pull any punches anymore as he hammered them into the ground. He was merciless with Izuku, but even more so with Ijiro. It was getting to the point that the two of them had bruises all over their bodies. Why are you suddenly so ruthless? Ijiro finally asked in anger as he gritted his teeth in pain. Bruises were forming all over his body. Because you are special, I didn't know that you were an Omega and that your mate was a teleporter. You are now both a special target for villains, which means you have to be better prepared than anyone else. Especially you, being an Omega in the hero industry is very dangerous. So yeah, you will have to work harder than others. Now stop whining and train or get out and don't even try to apply, Aizawa said seriously. I know that you mean well, but watch your tone when you talk with my mate, Izuku said as he appeared behind his teacher. No, Izuku, he is right. I was just beaching while I should be grateful that he trains us, Ijiro said as he tried not to let this situation escalate. Now that we have this pointless talk behind us, let's go back to training. We will now include quirks as well. Training from that point on was way more helpful. The two tested out their quirks for the first time in a real battle. Izuku thought that he was undefeatable, but Aizawa had 1, 2, 3 of their matches with a far inferior ranked quirk. That only showed how good that man was. He had long surpassed his quirk's limits with training and experience. Teleportation wasn't just any S-rank quirk. It was unpredictable, fast and deadly. Yet that man could predict his moments, his next move, and interrupt him. Don't just always teleport behind me, you have my left and right side or even above me. Mix it up and don't always choose the best option, it makes you predictable. Aizawa advised as he beat them both down to the ground. Easy for you to say, you probably have decades of experience. Izuku complained as he rubbed his bruised back. And? Villains have that too, are you going to complain while they try to kill you? Aizawa asked without the slightest bit of empathy. Give it up, that monster will not take it easy on us, Aijiro whispered from Izuku's side, ready to dodge at any moment. I know, but I have it here with his brutal training, Izuku said as he stood up. Aizawa's hair was down, so that meant he wasn't using his quirk right now. They quickly learned Aizawa's quirk was very much OP. To cancel someone else's quirk is so overpowered. Even with his completely OP teleportation quirk, he didn't stand a chance against the man yet. Aizawa's quirk wasn't only OP in interrupting your quirk, but it also spread self-doubt into your own ability. That man combined this with excellent martial arts and combat experience. We were this close to beating him today. Maybe tomorrow we could use one of the gym benches as cover and you teleport above high. Aijiro couldn't finish as Izuku picked him up and pressed the other man against the wall as he kissed his omega. Shut it for now, we can talk about that man after I fed you, silly, Izuku whispered as Aijiro bit his lip playfully. Oh, can you even do that? Aijiro asked in a challenge. Are you provoking me now, How daring of you, so not omega-like, but I like this about you, Izuku whispered as he bit Aijiro's scent gland, getting in response. This guy was so easy to ours. He let his hand travel under Aijiro's shirt as he felt up these perfect muscles, this six-pack that no other omega had he slept with. It felt perfect under his hands. How defined it was with just the slightest bit of fat making it softer. You are so perfect, he whispered, and he meant it. Aijiro was really a perfect mate and he had to make sure that his omega knew that. His hand went up as he twisted Aijiro's NPL a little, getting a gasp. He liked that sound of surprise his mate made, but he liked the smell of slick even more. A scent that was slowly filling the room. Take your clothes off, he commanded without his alpha voice, but he didn't need to. Aijiro was already all too eager to comply. It didn't take long before a very naked and CC Omega was standing in front of him. You look so handsome, Izuku said as he slowly took his shirt off, knowing full well how much Aijiro liked his muscles. He pushed Aijiro until the Omega fell onto the couch. Without a word he knelt down as he took Aijiro's entire pee-pee into his mouth. Oh God, slower or I'm gonna come too soon, Aijiro breathed out heavily. Oh baby, you wouldn't come without my permission now, would you? Izuku asked in the most innocent tone that he could get out. I will try. Try? Well, I'm in a good mood, let's see if you can manage. I will reward you if you can hold out long enough, Izuku said before he rammed his fingers into Aijiro's hole without much of a warning. Aijiro's breath was knocked out as he squeezed on his fingers. He was still loose from the day before. Izuku didn't waste any time as he hit Aijiro's PRSTT, getting MMS of pleasure while simultaneously spreading that hole open even wider. It didn't take long before he deemed that Aijiro was ready as he turned them around so that he lay on the couch. Ride it, he simply said, and you could see the hesitation in Aijiro's eyes because there was still a spark of his alpha instinct left, and he loved to torment that little bit of instinct by showing it that Aijiro would be his slutty omega with a simple command. Aijiro hesitated for another second before he lined his hole up to his PP and slowly sunk down. Both of them groaned in satisfaction, this feeling of your omega's Sinti gripping around your pages. There was nothing better in the world for him right now. He loved it, he loved the feeling, loved the sound Aijiro let out each time he sunk down. Loved how much pre-cum Aijiro was producing as he bobbed up and down on his pages. This face of pure joy as he rode his PP, There was no better feeling as he got close without so much as sitting there. Ijiro's muscles didn't seem to tire out as he picked up on speed. His knot was already forming, making it harder for Ijiro to pull it through his rim each time, but his Omega was a very stubborn guy. He used more and more strength as he abused his own rim to a brutal extent. Sheet, you are amazing EI, you slutty little sheet. You can come whenever you want now. Izuku breathed out and Ijiro didn't wait as ropes of cum shot out of his pee-pee all over Izuku's chest and face. You look pretty covered in my cum, Ijiro said with a smirk as his knot had locked them together, pumping cum into his mate. You are a little sheet. You are a little sheet. Kirishima was so done with his life, he had no energy left as he roamed the streets back home from his school. Training with Aizawa, yeah, they finally asked for his name, had taken a toll on his stamina. He was exhausted from his daily training, and Izuku took the little energy he had left. On top of that came the final exams, which were only 2 weeks away. Studying was the most energy-consuming task for him. Learning and studying didn't come easy to him, but Izuku taught him, and well, his alpha was a good teacher. Sorry, he said as he bumped into someone. His eyes were really tired, so didn't look up. Hey shithead, at least look into my eyes. The voice was rough with layers of a huge ego and arrogance laced in it. What? He asked as he turned around and faced the a-hole that was trying to make his life harder. The other man was tall, not as tall as Izuku but still taller than him, definitely an alpha from his build and height. His lips were kept in one of the most typical alpha smirks. Apologize again, the blonde alpha demanded. Yeah, not happening, I did bump into you and I apologized out of courtesy. Or are you saying that the big bad alpha couldn't handle that and needs to go to the hospital now? He asked, and he could see that the other hadn't expected such an answer from him. Hey, you better watch what you say, the other said as he recovered. Or what? He challenged. The other didn't humor him with an answer as he tried to grab him. He twisted to the side before pushing the alpha's back as the other fell with his grab motion to the ground. Little thinks he's tough, huh? The man mumbled out as he jumped up, and he saw smoke coming from his hands. A second later, the man charged at him again. His palm ignited as an explosion was fired at his left shoulder. He hardened that part of his body before hardening his left hand that collided with that guy's face. Stay down, I'm not in the mood. Next time you attack me with your quirk, I'm calling the cops, he said as he pointed to the camera across the street. But the man didn't seem to care as he kept staring at him, and then he sniffed. His scent blocker was blown off. He sighed as he saw the wallet of that other guy. He picked it up from the ground and opened it. Bakuguha? He took the money to replace his shirt and scent blocker before throwing it back at the young man. For the damages, he simply said before walking back home. He was so not in the mood to deal with this sheet. He had no time and stamina for this. Well, at least his training paid off. Katsuki could only stare after the other man. He didn't care that he was beaten or that he took money out of his wallet. No, that guy was an Omega and not an ordinary one. He was a FING strong one. Had fighting experience and could tank an explosion even if powered down a lot. His punch felt like he was hit by a rock. That guy was cool. Cool enough to be his mate, his Omega. He had his fair share of F-toys until now, all these weak fragile people that couldn't take sheet. He was Bakugu Katsuki, he would become the #1 hero. His mate, his Omega should be strong. That redhead didn't show any signs of fear or hesitation. He was quick and precise and had ball, doesn't take anyone's bullshit. Not even his. He didn't need someone SBM's SV to him. No, that was boring. Someone who was strong, who didn't give himself away. Someone where you earned his SBMison. He already had a hard one just thinking about conquering that Omega. It looked like he had come from school. The next 2 weeks he will look a little closer at this street. Did he have a mark on his gland? Was he marked? He didn't look. It didn't matter anyway. He was way better than any other loser. He could take this Omega. He will be his. FK. Izuku cursed as he once again went flying to the ground. His mate crushed under him as Aizawa had thrown him at Ijiro. Get off me, you overgrown teddy bear. Ijiro groaned out in pain. You two are getting better, a lot at that. Aizawa praised as he gave them both a bottle of water. Not good enough, Izuku replied as he downed his bottle. No, on the contrary. You have been training with me for a month, and your growth has been tremendous. In 2 weeks are your final exams. After that, you have time to train for the whole day and not only after school. Izuku and Ijiro could only shiver at the promise. They couldn't even handle half a day. We still can't beat you, Ijiro gritted out in frustration. And it's that arrogance the two of you have to put away. What did you expect? That you could beat a pro hero with a month of training? You have potential, no doubt. You have talent, and even more so, you have the discipline to come here every day. But that will not somehow get you my 17 years of experience. The thought that you could beat me was absurd to begin with. You cannot reach my level this fast. But you are promising. Keep it up this way and I can guarantee you that in the following 8 months, I will make you two into people of equal power to our top graduates this year. Hizawa said, or more like monologued as he handed them a towel. So you are going to teach us in 8 months what we would have learned over the next 3 years? Ijiro asked. The practical part, yes. Being a hero also comes with a lot of paperwork which you will have to learn here in the UA University. The man explained as the two nodded. Good, go home now and don't come back until after your exams are over, and don't you dare to fail them, the man said as he walked away. F. King Sylvie driver, come let's go home, Izuku said to his mate as Ijiro only groaned in response. Carry me, the smaller man replied. Come on, I'm exhausted as FK. Izuku argued back. What? My alpha can't even carry his omega to his bed. Ijiro asked with an innocent tone, and he knew how he could manipulate him as Izuku's arms wrapped around his waist to carry him princess style. Once I have my energy back you will get a punishment for this, Izuku whispered the promise as he put him down in his dimension before teleporting them home. Here, eat this, and then we can watch TV or whatever doesn't involve moving, Izuku said as he gave his omega a plate. Thanks, let's just watch a movie and cuddle, I'm too done for anything else, Ijiro replied. What happened to the shirt in the trash? Izuku asked. Some alpha was picking a fight. I put him in his place and got compensation for the shirt and my scent blocker. Speaking of which, I need to buy a new scent blocker. Could you note that down for our shopping list? Ijiro answered as Izuku's nose came near his scent gland. He ripped it off? Izuku asked in a dangerously low tone. Blow it off would be better. His hands seemed to produce explosions. Ijiro explained. Where? Izuku pressed. On my way home. I'll get you after school tomorrow, Izuku said. I'm capable enough to defend myself and your school finishes after mine. Are you expecting me to wait for an hour just so that we can walk home together? Ijiro asked, annoyed with his alpha. Yeah, Izuku replied without missing a beat. Well, it's not gonna happen. I have to study and I don't want to uselessly wait around my school. You were attacked, Izuku pressed. And I handled it, Ijiro argued back. Izuku started, but Ijiro interrupted him. What do you expect from me? I handled it, I didn't even get a scratch. There are a lot of assholes out there. Are you going to limit my freedom each time I meet one? What about when I'm a hero later? Are you going to forbid me from going out without you because villains could be around? Think this through and tell me that your reaction is anything but helpful or even appropriate. Are you going to forbid me from going out without you because villains could be around? Think this through and tell me that your reaction is anything but helpful or even appropriate. Izuku and Ijiro didn't talk about the topic again that evening or on any other for that matter. At least Izuku didn't try to stop him from going home alone. Ijiro studied hard for his finals and was sure he would pass, not with such good grades as Izuku but good enough. Tomorrow would be his first exam and he kind of looked forward to it, not the exam but the time after it. He was so sick of studying, it would be better if he had these exams behind him. Denki also stopped coming by because he had to study a lot and maybe his friend had found a girlfriend. It kind of hurt that he hadn't seen her, that Denki didn't introduce them to each other. Sure, he had neglected their relationship a little with all the training and with most of his free time spent on his mate. Oi, there you are, redhead, dash. Just his luck to meet that a-hole again as the blonde alpha jogged over to him. What now? He asked, annoyed as the alpha stopped in front of him. Fierce, I like that. What's your name? The alpha asked. Why should I tell you so that you can stalk me? Ijiro asked carefully as he eyed the other more carefully. He smelled something like caramel mixed with nitrogen? How did he know that this smell was nitrogen? Dipshit, it's so that I have a name for this pretty face, the alpha said as he tried to touch him, but he batted the other's hand away. I'm mated, so go and look for someone else, he replied as he turned to go. Oi, I wasn't done. The alpha said. He grabbed him by the shoulder. Look here, a-hole, I have finals tomorrow. I have an alpha waiting for me at home and training after a good F-dash. So either you let me go or I will have to cancel my plans today to report you to the police, Ijiro said calmly as he turned to the alpha but stopped as he saw that the alpha had taken his wallet out of his backpack. Kirishima Ijiro, huh? That's all I wanted to know for now, and for the I'm sure that you will find nobody who could satisfy you more than me. You can ask any Omega that has slept with me, I can make your fantasies come true. The blonde said with confidence, and for once Ijiro didn't doubt that. Sure, I would have a fantasy that you could do for me, he whispered as he leaned into the taller alpha. The smirk on the blonde's face continued to grow. Do tell. You up in the air, gasping for more as you are impaled on my alpha's pee. Ijiro could see the cold rage that went through the other, how that man tried to control his temper to not kill him. You little piece of shit, the alpha growled. Well, now you know how I feel, know your place and don't butt into other people's business, Ijiro said, shaking the guy's hands off. You will regret this. I doubt it. You smell after another alpha, Izuku commented the moment he came into the house. I was near one. He answered as he moved past his alpha to change his clothes. He needed something comfy to study. Could you shower it please? His alpha asked. No, he even pleaded with him. Of course, wanna join me? He asked as his alpha perked up. Izuku had taken his words to heart, it seemed. He hadn't brought the topic up again and tried not to meddle with his free time. He was more considerate and tried to keep his alpha instincts out of his free time. That also meant that their SEC life was even more dominating than before. Izuku got his dose of domination with every little move he controlled in his bedroom. So you passed? Aizawa asked as the two students nodded. Good, we have 7 months and 2 weeks. You will come here each day at 8 a.m. sharp and study for 2 hours for the entrance exam. After that we will be training your quirks as well as hand-to-hand combat. Aizawa announced. Don't you have a class to teach? Ajira asked. I expelled the entire class this year, so I have enough time to teach you too. Shock was an understatement. Getting into UA was hard enough, but now there was even a chance that they would be thrown out again. We need 2 hours a day also to train Ijiro's instincts, Izuku said from the side as Aizawa just nodded while Ijiro looked like he was about to give up. Well, let's start. For months and Ijiro was dying inside. He was exhausted, and that for a long duration of time now. His mind was accompanied by a new task each day, but he kept on going. He wanted to be a hero and had 2 people that were doing their all to help him. Aizawa was training for 6 hours a day and Izuku trained his instincts. Training was draining on his physical body paired with a lot of bruises and pain. But he could handle that. He would even say that it didn't affect him that much. But the instinct training with Izuku was a whole other story. It drained his mental energy to no end. It didn't help that his progress was minimal over the 4 months they had trained. It exhausted him and took all his willpower to move forward, but he still listened to every command Izuku gave him. The weekends were his only free time that he spent mostly with Denki, whose girlfriend had left him. Denki was also training and he helped his friend as much as he could. He even offered to take him to the training with him and Izuku, but Denki dropped it after 1 session. He had met that other alpha once and for some crazy reason, that guy had shown interest in him again, which was annoying. He hadn't told Izuku more than that he met the guy 3 times. Izuku's reaction showed that he didn't like it at all, but his alpha kept quiet and didn't pressure him to answer. All in all, he could say that he was very happy with his mate. He just wasn't sure if Izuku also felt like that. He had of course also smelled other omegas on his mate and once asked his alpha, but Izuku assured him that he wasn't cheating and that he just met someone from his school. What has you thinking so hard? Izuku asked as they were lying in bed, naked with Izuku's not locking them together. He could still feel how his stomach was bloated from all the cum that was filling him up. His last heat was 2 weeks ago and he kind of got used to the feeling. It didn't help that Izuku had a breeding Kankei. That fucker loved to fill him up and leave his pee-pee inside him as long as he could to keep the cum inside. He kind of loved it too, being so round. It was also like he carried their pups. Pups, he answered honestly, and he could see the shock on Izuku's face for a second before it vanished. Do you want pups? His alpha asked carefully. Definitely, 2 or more, he answered. Or more? His alpha asked with a laugh. Maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4, he replied. Your melons are going to be raw from all the bursting. Izuku said, and he couldn't help himself as he touched his nipples. That thought hadn't crossed his mind. All his ideas and dreams for a family came from the position of him being an alpha. He had never thought he would be the one to bear all these children and to nurse them. To take care of them while growing up. His career would take a hit if they truly decided to have these many pups, at least 10 years at home if not more. Could he do it? Maybe a nanny? But he wanted to have a home life with them. As long as you don't SCK on them, he said. Oh, I can't promise that, he laughed. Of course, his alpha would at least once try to play with his melons. So pups. When? Izuku asked him as he stayed silent. I don't know, not now. But I want some, he answered. I want some too. I want some too. Izuku dropped down as he rolled over the ground to dodge Aizawa's capture weapon. He teleported. The sheet. He wanted to teleport, but it seemed that Aizawa wouldn't let him. He dashed to the side as he took cover behind a bench. At the same time he saw how Aijiro grabbed the support weapon of Aizawa and pulled. He watched how Aizawa was pulled to his mate into a hardened fist to punch his gut. The moment he saw how Aijiro's stone fist turned to human skin was when he knew that he could teleport. A second later he was above Aizawa and kicked him with all his might. Aizawa crashed into the ground with a big impact. They had strategized and tested for months now, but this was their first success, it seemed. At least when Aizawa took them seriously, today they challenged their teacher once again. He was sure that he hit the target, and Aizawa hadn't shown any other skill that would save him from there on. You did great, but not good enough. That BSRD had wrapped his support weapon around himself to lessen the impact, which it successfully did. We aren't finished yet, Aijiro yelled as he was already above their teacher as he hardened his entire body to stone and fell with the weight down on him. Izuku could see that it was over now for sure. Aizawa was trying to catch breath as his mate held him down. Let him go, he is going to suffocate if you continue, he said as Aijiro slowly let go of their teacher who glared at them. Not that it intimidated them anymore. No, that was at the start, and he was honestly afraid of the older man. Now they had gotten used to it. Call recovery girl, I think you broke my ribs, Aizawa hissed out as his cute Omega blushed as he dashed away to get the old lady. He is good, your training pays off, he said as Aizawa slowly unwrapped himself. Yes, he doesn't have the years of training you had in the dojo, but he will catch up. He has to, his quirk resolves around hand-to-hand combat, Aizawa said. He is good physically, but mentally. His resistance to the alpha voice is almost non-existent. Sadly, it's no surprise, Aijiro was already very SBMSSV as an alpha and gave away very easily under pressure. Izuku admitted that his training didn't work so much. How about I train him? Maybe another Omega could explain it better to him. Aizawa offered as he hissed a few times while getting up. You are an Omega? Izuku asked surprised, because he did not see that coming. Aizawa was always professional and never showed any signs of SBMSN or even heat. No, he would even say that Aizawa was an alpha from his behavior. He dominated the two from the moment they walked into the training ground until they left. Not once was there gentleness or care that you would think an Omega would show. Maybe it would be better, but he didn't like the idea that someone else would be training Aijiro's instincts. His inner alpha didn't feel comfortable with the fact that maybe someone else would be better for his mate. But that was not his decision to make. Aijiro would have to decide that, and he would have to suppress his instincts in that regard to make his mate happy, because that was all that mattered. That Aijiro was happy, because a happy Omega would make his alpha happy. That's at least what he had been taught his whole life, what the doctors and other alphas taught him while teaching. He signed as he already felt his inner alpha protest to the idea, but he buried it under logic and stubbornness. Did Aizawa tell you about his training with me? Kirishima asked him later at home. Are you okay with it? His Omega asked, not quite sure how to take his answer. I'm not. No, wait, my instincts are not. This is difficult for me. I'm the alpha, I'm your alpha. I should be the one to teach you this, I should be the one that can help you. That can give you the things you need, but I can't. The decision is yours, Kirishima, so choose so that you know it will help you best, Izuku said as he didn't look into his Omega's eyes. You are more than enough for me, you are perfect. The best Alpha one can dream of, my Alpha, Kirishima said as he hugged him, his arms bulging around his torso. His mate sure worked out a lot, he was sure that his Omega was more muscled than most Alphas were. Thanks, you are also the best Omega I could dream of. Training with Aizawa was a lot more hellish than Kirishima would have imagined. He now knew that Izuku had gone easy on him. Probably because he was his mate and he cared about him, Aizawa did not. He didn't see the fact that he was an Omega as something that he should be more careful about. No, it was the opposite. Aizawa was brutal with his training. He brought him to the line of mental exhaustion that he didn't want to cross because he was sure that if he crossed that line, he would stop trying to be a hero. His only support was Aizawa's mate, a beta. Present Mike, he was gentle and stopped Aizawa from time to time. It almost seemed like Aizawa was the alpha in their relationship. They would train for 4 days a week and then Aizawa would bring Midnight, an alpha pro hero and teacher here at UA University. She would use her commands and he would try to resist, which worked a lot better than it did with Izuku's. He could resist maybe 30% of her commands, which was good considering that he had 3 years at UA University to perfect his resistance. Aizawa could tell him a lot, his tricks and techniques to resist were a lot better than just willpower. And more importantly, it came from the perspective of a fellow Omega. He knew the struggle it took to resist his natural urges. But yeah, mostly it was indeed that Izuku's command was just too strong to even start to resist. And if he had continued training under Izuku, he would have never resisted it. He came to know that knowing you could resist was the most helpful, to know that he was human and not just instincts. But that was hard with Izuku, if he could never resist his instincts, but it also had its perks that Izuku trained him first. Midnight's commands weren't that strong now compared to Izuku's and with that to what he was used to, so he had it easier to resist her. Months passed as they trained until their bodies gave away, but he was happy with their results. They could beat Aizawa in 60% of their matches, they won more often with each passing week. Their hand-to-hand combat was getting better and better and he could even beat Izuku now. Well, if Izuku didn't use his weapon, he still didn't know how Izuku danced around him with that gigantic scythe. He could drag him around with that weapon and even attack him out of his blind spot. It showed that Izuku had trained in the dojo with his scythe since he was 4 years old. After 14 years of mastery, it was something that even Aizawa found amazing. Something that they couldn't handle when he used it. The problem was that Izuku had used only his scythe 10 times in these 9 months of training. Always saying that he should get better without it, that he shouldn't only rely on his weapon. He hadn't seen Izuku lose to Aizawa when he used his weapon. He sliced Aizawa's support weapon away with such ease. The pro hero couldn't do a thing, he had seen how set Aizawa was. It showed as the pro hero started to train in new weapons to counter that. He, himself, had learned that he should focus on speed and strength, but more so on speed. Izuku had taught him physics and well, he was an object in motion that could drastically increase its weight in an instant. He learned that new trick where he ran straight at an object and jumped. Midair he would turn his entire body into stone. The effect was enormous. The impact he made had crushed metal walls and even a cement one. The problem was that he was open for an attack right after it, but for special situations he could use it. Nervous? Izuku asked as he looked down on his Omega. A little, Kirishima admitted to him. It was the morning before the entrance exam. Still had 3 hours left until the exam started. You don't have to be, you are better than most that will come today. You have studied and trained until you literally fell over a few times. Just go in and claim your rightful place, Izuku assured his mate. I know that we will make it in, I just want to rank high. I want to show that I didn't just come in per luck, Kirishima admitted and he had to laugh. You will make it at least second place after me, I'm sure of that. You are my mate and Omega after all, he said as his mate smiled at him before a serious expression went over Kirishima's face. I would like to keep it a secret that we two are bonded. His heart stopped beating as his blood boiled for a second. He took a deep breath as he remained calm. Why would you want that? He asked carefully. You are awesome, the best and perfect. You have the most powerful quirk that I know of. At least in this university I would like to build my circle of friends and be seen for me and not as the mate of the most powerful alpha. His mate said, and he could understand that, but he didn't like it one bit. Of course, it made sense. Kirishima wanted to be his own person and not just the omega of the top scorer. But building a friend's circle took its time. He didn't know if he could last that long. Each day pretending as if he and Kirishima were strangers, it wasn't easy at all. Please Alpha, I swear that I won't ask for something else, Ijiro pleaded with him, fear in his eyes. It hurt him that Ijiro still had fear in him for asking for this. You don't have to beg me, Kirishima. I was just surprised. Of course you can, I will try to keep my distance. Come, let's get in the shower and wash our scents off each other. He said as he already turned, but each step he took was harder and harder. His entire being screaming at him that he shouldn't do it, that he shouldn't let go of his omega. Thank you so much, Izuku. I appreciate the struggle you go through for me. I know from experience how hard that must be for you, Ijiro said into his back as he hugged him from behind. Anything for my mate, he replied. Anything for my mate, he replied. Kirishima felt guilty as he stepped through the halls of UA alone. He tried to push that guilt away as he got to the first examination room. The written part of the exam, he looked around and saw Denki not too far away from him. The other man waved at him with a smile. Izuku was on the other side of the room. He smiled at his alpha but didn't make it obvious. Denki had already punched him for doing this to his alpha but promised that he would keep it a secret. He just wanted to be seen as someone who made it a hero without his alpha. That he was more than just the omega to Japan's future rank 1 hero because he was sure that Izuku would reach first place in the future. There was just no doubt about it, so he had to make it on his own to show that he got his place on his own. The written part was pretty easy, so studying with Izuku had helped a lot more than he thought. He finished it earlier than most and went to the waiting area only to stop this sheet. The blonde alpha from before was there again and he had seen him, but what was even more of a problem was that Izuku was there as well. He didn't want his alpha to see him talk with another alpha the moment they pretended they weren't mates. But it was too late. The blonde came over to him and he could already see how Izuku watched them. Should have known that you would be here, the blonde said. Leave me alone or I will report you for disturbing a fellow participant, he replied, his eyes ice cold. For what, for talking? The blonde asked with a smirk. Is it enough to ban you from the exam or haven't you read the rules? I told you to leave me alone. If you approach me again you will be going today without even taking part in the exam, he threatened. Fine, I will have enough time to talk with you when we are both in, the blonde said as he left. God, just his luck that this species was going to the same university. He just hoped that he wouldn't make it through the selection process. He texted Izuku informing him that he shouldn't think too much about the other alpha and just concentrate on his test. After all, Nezu had high hopes for the young alpha. He didn't know anyone on the test side, well apart from the blonde alpha who was still smirking at him. He hoped his hope was crushed as the other came over. Luck was on his side as another tall, broadly built guy with blue hair stepped between them. What are you doing? It's against the rules to disturb the others, the haired guy said, and while he didn't see how just walking was disturbing, he didn't say it out loud. What are you whining about, huh? Some rich kid syndrome? The blonde asked loudly as many stared at the two. From there on it was an arguing match that the blue-haired guy was losing. Not because his arguments were bad, no, they both had terrible arguments. No, it was because the blonde had no filter at all. Start sheet, had they all been so distracted that they didn't see present Mike? He started running into the city. The explanation was very clear on how to get points. He saw the first robot as he straight up crushed through it without stopping. He turned to the left as he saw 3 more. Running, he dodged a punch and punched a hole through its chest. The first one fell as he jumped at the second to rip its head off. He loved that his quirk gave him strength as well. The test was easy and he meant really fing easy. These robots were so slow that he didn't need to dodge like he did with Aizawa. So he focused on speed. He kicked one in half as he was already on the next one, once again punching a hole into its chest. The test continued and he tried to work as effectively as possible as he ripped as many robots apart as possible while saving some students here and there when he could. He had seen the blonde once and how he had blasted a robot apart. He could admit that the Alpha had an impressive quirk. Time blurred as suddenly the 5-minute mark was announced. He hadn't even registered that 25 minutes had already passed. Nevertheless, he sped up his pace as he now knew that he had only 5 minutes left, so he didn't need to save up more stamina. He annihilated the robots as he suddenly felt the vibration in the ground. Looking to the side, he saw the reason. The 0-pointer. He saw how people turned to run away, which did make sense. There was just no reason to fight that thing when you didn't get anything in return. It also turned to finish the 3-pointer he had seen on the other end of the city, but a cry of pain let him stop. Looking back, he saw a pink-skinned girl who for some reason couldn't walk anymore. She was dangerously near the 0-pointer as that monster rolled to her. He didn't even think as he dashed back, his hands and feet already turning to stone as he built up momentum. The 0-pointer was just a few meters away from her as he jumped and turned his whole body into stone. He had never built up this much momentum as he crushed through the armor plating of the robot into it. Rolling through the robot, he grabbed any wires he could find and ripped them out. It didn't take long before the robot halted as it shut down. He sighed as he had to climb up to get out through the hole he had made. He would have fallen to the ground face first hadn't a girl slapped him around his cheek, which let him hover before she dragged him down to the ground and released her quirk. "Thanks," he told her as she smiled at him. Not a second later, a tone signaled that the exam was over. He could see that she cursed herself. It seemed that she wasn't that sure of her performance. They helped the pink girl to recovery girl before going out. He knew that Izuku would start his exam later. They had agreed to meet at the training ground and wait for each other. Izuku was fuming with himself. He had agreed to let his Omega roam around freely without anyone knowing that he was claimed. The first thing he has to see is how a blonde alpha instantly approaches his mate. He could see that Ijiro didn't want it and that it wasn't his mate's fault, but he still felt like killing the guy and avenging his mate for so long that he could only think of him. He gripped his scythe harder as he waited for the start. The moment the announcement came, he was in. He teleported high up to see which route would be most effective before going in. His scythe sliced through the robots like butter as he took out 3 in under a second. He was cleaning out every robot he saw on his way. They didn't stand a chance. With his speed, they didn't have even the time to react like Aizawa did. No, he just appeared above or behind the robot and sliced them in half before teleporting to the next one. It felt good to let this pent-up energy out, to go all out and destroy something. He didn't even give a shit about the time as he annihilated the entire training ground in under 15 minutes. The 0-pointer didn't even have the time to move before he split the whole thing in two, announcing the end of the exam. "This year seems promising," Snipe commented as he looked at the blue-haired boy kicking a robot. "Isn't that the young man you were training, Aizawa?" Recovery Girl asked as she pointed at Kirishima, who tore through numerous robots very effectively. One of them, Aizawa admitted with pride. These two would show how good of a teacher he could be. "He is very good," slightly above the blonde, Cementos said as they saw a feral-looking alpha blasted his way through the robots. "No, the blonde will catch up soon. His quirk has a higher firepower," Ectoplasm said, and he was right. Bakugo was blasting and almost flying over the field as he destroyed the robots from afar. There was just no catching up with someone who could destroy its target from afar if you had to get near and waste time while doing so. "His technique, while good for his age, is crude compared to the redhead," Vlad King commented as most of the teachers agreed. "The question is, who has more potential?" All Might said, more to himself than others. "Well, we will see about that," Nedzu said as he pressed the button to release the 0-pointer. It wasn't long after that they all saw chaos, which was normal, and each year it repeated itself. What they wanted to see how the students fled and what decisions they made. They saw the pink girl who had strained her ankle as the 0-pointer rolled to her. They didn't do anything. The robot would stop a meter away from her anyway. Still, there were a lot of disappointing prospects. That was until they saw the redhead sprint at the 0-pointer at full speed. The crash was loud. The monitors showing how the robot malfunctioned before shutting down. "Well, that was something. This will get him a lot of rescue points," Cementos said. "Definitely the heart of a hero," All Might mumbled under his breath. "Let's get ready. We will be watching the next test on Training Ground C," Nedzu said as he was already on the move. "Wait, shouldn't it be over? We already tested A and B." We don't have enough participants for another round, Vlad King said, but still followed the principal. It's a single student, the principal answered. Who is that boy? All Might asked as they reached the observation room, staring down at a young man. He was tall and well-built, with green eyes and hair. The more interesting thing was the green scythe in his hand. He didn't seem to be in a good mood as he gripped his weapon so hard that his hand turned white. The second student Aizawa trained for the last few months, Recovery Girl said as she stopped beside the number 1 hero. Oh, he must be special when he takes the test alone, Cementos said. Or a complete disaster that can't control his quirk, Vlad King throws in. You will have to wait and see, Nedzu said as he announced that they arrived. They saw how the young man relaxed his muscles as he swung his weapon around a few times. Start. Holy. God DMN. Teleportation that's in Turs. God, he is fast. That precise weapon control. His reflexes. F-. They just watched how one student that hasn't even officially trained here annulated, slaughtered the robots in less time than the other participants needed together. The 0-pointer was split in half before he could even move, cut completely in half. Where did you find him? Vlad King asked Nedzu. He found me. He found me. Izuku, his mate, greeted him with a hug as he came back to the training ground. Let's go home, he said as he already opened his dimension so that he could teleport them away. Ijiro didn't say anything as he stepped in, just to be let out a moment later as they were at home. Is something the matter? Did your test go wrong? Ijiro asked as he came out. I want you now, he growled out as his mate stiffened. Well, not like this, Kirishima replied as he stared at him. That, Alpha, it's the same one that has been hitting on you for a while now, right? I can smell him on you again, it infuriates me. Not you, it's not your fault, but he. Makes my blood boil, he said. Well then, as long as you know, Ijiro said as he stepped back, his hands slowly pulling his shirt off. Are you just gonna watch Alpha? His mate asked. Present, he growled out as his Omega dropped to the ground in the living room, his butt up, head down. Even though his butt was still hidden behind his pants, it didn't matter as he ripped them apart with the underwear. You mean the world to me, but you are also so much trouble for my instincts, he whispered as he opened his pants, freeing his PP. He didn't wait as he showed 2 fingers into Kirishima's waiting hole. The Omega under him gasped but didn't move as he finger F'd him. You dare to distance yourself from your Alpha just to smell like another when coming home, he said as he added 2 more fingers. Kirishima was groaning and whining between pain and lust. He bit down on their mating mark and his Omega's body went lax as he collapsed to the ground in total esping. He lifted the smaller man, lined his PP up, and shoved it in. Kirishima gasped above, struggling to breathe as he went all out from the start, hammering away as his Omega's delicious PP hugged him around his PP. Whose Omega are you? He asked as he once again bit the mating mark. Kirishima was just riding in bliss as he was drooling, his PP whipping around in the air. At least he knew not to touch it. Who? He growled. Yours, I'm yours Alpha, Ijiro replied. You better remember that, you are mine and mine alone, he said as he slammed extra hard into his mate as Ijiro came, shooting his cum all over the floor. He wasn't there though and he didn't care as he continued to slam into his mate, as he abused Ijiro's oversensitive PRCT. Kirishima was a whining, drooling mess as his soft PP slowly became hard again. He felt how his knot was formed as he pushed it through the rim and pulled it out again. He did that at least 10 times before slamming it in as it inflated and formed. Locking the two together, he felt his PP pulsing as he filled his mate up with his cum, with his estu. Kirishima's stomach slowly inflated as he still saw the outline of his PP. Just imagining that one day this belly would carry his pups made him happy. His Omega had come a second time, laying back against his chest as he was trying to catch his breath. While that was great, I don't want to be F'd like this again. Ijiro said as the knot deflated, cum spilled out of his hole and dripped on the floor. Okay, he simply replied. Don't you want to know why? His mate asked cutely, a little confused at his resistless agreement. No, you said you didn't want it like this. You don't have to justify it if you don't want to, he said. He probably already knew that reason. I don't want to be seen as an object. I'm not yours to possess. I'm your mate and you are mine. We are going to be together for the rest of our lives. Well, if we don't divorce. We will share everything and be everything for each other, but I'm by no means your possession, Ijiro said seriously, and he nodded. Divorce was also an option that he hadn't thought about, but his mate did. I understand, he simply said, still caught up at the mention of divorce. Good, also I don't like it rough, the pain, the feeling of getting used. It's not something I like, his mate told him. He already knew that today was just for his instincts. He had been selfish, that was the reason he was rough, even though he knew that Ijiro liked it gently with a lot of praise. I will be more mindful, he promised. You like it rough, don't you? Kirishima asked in a sad tone, like he knew that it was something that the two of them didn't agree on. Yes, but I also like how we are doing it most of the time, he told his mate. There was nothing for his Omega to worry about. Maybe in the future, Kirishima whispered, like a promise but one that he didn't believe himself. Maybe, but even if not, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it, EC is great with you either way, he said as he snuggled his Omega, cum still leaking into his lap. 2 weeks later. Can you open the door? He asked his mate. Izuku sighed but still went for the door as someone knocked impatiently. Come in, he heard his alpha before Denki came running to him. Dude, have you seen it? Denki asked as he sat down beside him. Seen what? He asked as Izuku came back with a Coke for his friend. Now that he thought about it, aside from Izuku's mother nobody had ever come over from Izuku's side. Give me the remote control, Denki said, still super excited as he was vibrating with energy. That didn't help him when Izuku just stared back at him, his brows slightly raised. Could you give me the remote control please? His friend asked again as his alpha handed it over. He had to smile. Izuku was someone who was very strict about manners. UA just uploaded the performance of the top performer this year. Opening YouTube, Denki clicked on the video, as it showed how Izuku was spinning his scythe before the test field. Then it started. They saw how the alpha flowed through the city as he slaughtered the robots. He couldn't believe it, his alpha was FING powerful. He didn't struggle with his robots, but this was just pure destruction without a care. His alpha split the entire robot in half as he teleported through the city. An arm around his waist pulled him in, he could feel it. His alpha was proud of himself, as he should. You did great, he told his alpha as Izuku smiled down at him. Yeah. It was just Izuku finishing for more compliments, but he felt generous right now. Very efficient, not one wrong move, good job. Izuku's smile grew as he looked down on him. Good job? That's it? How about a monstrously great badass motherfucker? Denki asked, interrupting their moment. It was in the range of expectation, he told his friend. Yeah, in yours. How about telling me that your mate has teleportation for his quirk? Denki answered. But would it change something? Izuku asked over his head. Of course it does. What is different? Izuku questioned further. Well, you can teleport. Your quirk is what, S rank? Denki replied. What does my rank matter to you? You are friends with my mate and with the extension with me, and that without my quirk. Or is something different now? Izuku asked sharply. No, you are just awesome. I would have liked to know that earlier. Denki said. You and Ijiro are also awesome. Oh, don't give me that sheet with we are all beautiful. Ijiro and I are good and awesome, but you are on a different level and... Friends tell each other something like this, Denki said. Fine, sorry for not telling you. It's SS rank just so you know, Izuku said, and Denki's mouth was hanging. Dude, you better never leave this guy. I want to chill on your private island later, Denki said as Kirishima couldn't help but laugh. Right, because heroes have that much free time. I got my letter already. I got it in, Denki suddenly said as he showed them the acceptance letter. It clearly showed that their friend had placed 32 out of the 40 that had made it. 700 had participated, but only 40 could get accepted into the hero course. The rest would be rejected or put into the support course or general studies. Didn't you check your mail this morning? Denki asked, but the couple had done something different this morning. Izuku vanished and reappeared before them with 2 letters. Izuku opened his first as they already knew the result. The principal was shown in a holograph as he congratulated him for first place and told him a lot of stuff he needed to fill out and which class he was in. He had gotten 700 villain points and no rescue points. which was hard to get with no one to rescue. But they already saw who was in second place, so Kirishima didn't hesitate as he ripped his open. Congratulations, you got accepted into UA Hero course. You placed second with 75 villain points and 89 rescue points. With an overall score of 164, you got the second highest score this year. Please fill out the forms of. You will be placed in Class 1A Hero course. You effing did it, you too destroyed them. Denki said with a smile. You did it as well, you made it into UA as well. Be proud of yourself. Izuku said as he patted Denki's head. He did that on his own. Do not scold me later, Denki said to Kirishima as Izuku could only laugh. Are you jealous? Izuku asked with an annoying tone of know-it-all as he pulled the Omega into his lap. Are we going to the dorms? Ijiro asked instead of reacting to Izuku's provocation. We can discuss that later together. Izuku replied. No, you two have to come, I don't want to be alone there with all these new people, Denki said pleadingly. We will consider your point as well, Izuku easily said but didn't agree to it immediately. We will consider your point as well, Izuku easily said but didn't agree to it immediately. Do you want to live in the dorms? Izuku asked in the evening when they lay in bed. Denki had just gone home as he had stayed over for a movie. Separate rooms or together? Ijiro asked back. However you want, he answered easily. I don't know, I don't want to go into the heat room there. Ijiro said as he turned around to look at him. We could come back here to F-. I can teleport us between the dorms and home, he said as Kirishima blushed. Maybe separate rooms then? At least until we have our friends and everything is settled, if that is okay with you? Ijiro asked. Can I sneak into your room? He asked as his Omega nodded. Then yeah, but no other alphas in your room past 10 p.m., he said sternly. Deal. He was the second person to arrive at their classroom as he silently sat down at the back. Ijiro would be coming later to not draw suspicion. The first person seemed to be another alpha. He was rather tall with blue hair. His gaze and presence already showed that he was a person that stuck to the rules. He was fine with that, as long as it didn't come between logic and common sense. He watched how more and more students filled the classroom. His mate came in together with Denki and a pink-skinned girl. An alpha, he knew about her from Ijiro, that he had saved her, so it shouldn't be surprising that he had made friends with her. It also wasn't a surprise that she was an alpha. 40% here were alphas and 59% were betas. That 1% with omegas was so little that 1% was already too much. It was probably nearer to 0 for percent omegas that went to the hero course here. The girl and Ijiro talked for a long time before a brown-haired girl with a round face joined them. It was probably the girl that saved Ijiro from humiliating himself by falling face-first into the ground. She was obviously a beta. He already liked his seat neighbor, a red and white-haired man with a scar on his face, a beta who was quiet and didn't try to engage in any kind of social interaction. Suddenly the door was thrown to the side as a very familiar blonde guy walked in like he owned the place, which annoyed a lot of alphas in the room. But he was furious already as the blonde smirked at his mate. Hey, that's rude you know, the blue-haired alpha started before the blonde cussed him out, which resulted in an argument match. Hey, congratulations on getting first place, very impressive control have there over your quirk, a girl said as she approached him. She was also an alpha. Long black hair, a beautiful face and figure, her presence was authoritative but not with the intention to show it into your face. He could see that she came from a rich background, which showed that she had learned to show subtle dominance without making people uncomfortable. In short, she was classy. Thank you, Midoriya Izuku, he greeted her. Momo Yaoyorozu, she greeted back as she shook his hand. I didn't see your name on the list, he said as she smiled at him. I got in through special administration. That meant 1, she bought her place, or 2, her quirk was really special. Mizo Shoji, a man greeted from the side. He was probably taller than him, which was rare. He couldn't thought if the other was an alpha or a beta. He had an interesting quirk with that many arms on his side. Nice to meet you, he greeted back. He had to be careful for now. He couldn't be sure why they approached him. The video, is it real? The guy asked. It is. He confirmed as he saw that many had listened. Wow, congrats, to be able to be in the same class as you. It's nice, the guy simply said. All of you get to your seats. We will start now. Aizawa said as he came in. He was glad that this awkward interaction was over. I'm Aizawa Shota and I will be your homeroom teacher. Now get changed and come to training ground 2A. I will make an assessment of your quirk as well as your physical fitness. Aizawa said as he pulled out their sports uniform. You have 10 minutes. Anyone later than that is expelled. The students stumbled over to get their things before going to the changing rooms. He signed as he pulled his size and went along. Reaching the changing room, he made sure to stand between his mate and that blonde alpha who was eyeing his mate like candy. There was only one other person that had their neck marked beside them, and that was a blonde guy with a tail, a beta. It was to be expected since they were still young and most bonded around their mid-20s. He waited for Kirishima to get ready before heading out after his mate, always between him and the blonde. Getting out onto the field, they were greeted with an annoyed-looking Aizawa. 9 minutes. We will have half that time by the time you are done here. Aizawa said as he threw him a ball. You, first place, stand in that circle and throw that ball as far as you can. You are allowed to use your quirk, Aizawa explained. We can use our quirks? Awesome. This will be fun, the pinkhead said, and Aizawa's gaze turned dark. Fun? Is this fun for you? Well, how about I make it fun? The person that comes last in the overall score gets expelled, Aizawa said without missing a beat. His face didn't twitch a single time. The protests were voiced by many students. He could understand where Aizawa came from, but he also understood the students. They worked hard after all. That's just not fair, the round-faced girl said. Since when was this fair? Natural disasters, villains, diseases, nothing is fair. Aizawa said strictly as they all stopped protesting. He walked into the circle with the ball in his hand as he tested the weight. Am I allowed to leave the circle with my quirk? He asked. No, they're not fair, but what would complaining bring him? He summoned his scythe as he used it to smash the ball away as hard as he could. 401 meters, not bad. From there on they all witnessed ball throwing with a lot of superpowers. Kirishima had gotten a solid 270 meters. Which was good considering that the strength part was very little in the quirk. Most of them had pretty predictable scores that matched their quirks. Round Face, or now known as Achiko Uraraka, even managed an infinity, which was very impressive. He gave her that. After that was a 50-meter dash. The blue head, or now Tenya Ito, was made for that. A speed quirk with engines in his legs. Ijiro had to start beside the guy. 3.04 seconds was impressive, and his mate made it in 6.09 seconds, which was also very good. He was impressed with Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero. How he slid over the ice that he produced. Still, his irritation was high as he had to start beside the blonde alpha. Prepare to eat dust, the blonde said as they both got into position. Go? The word hadn't even left Aizawa's mouth as he already crossed the finishing line. The blonde even started late because he stared for a second before he blasted himself across the field. Seeing it myself is truly different, the invisible girl said. From there on the tests were all different in nature, and it was a good fit to see many different quirks working. His quirk didn't help him in his grip strange at all, so they all had things they were good at and some they weren't. It was also the moment he would out that Momo had made it here through her quirk. It was truly versatile. She could produce anything out of her body, which she showed as she produced a motorcycle for the endurance run. If she had been from a poor background, then this quirk would have been a blessing and curse that would have taken her down the road into illegal usage. Overall, he ranked high but not at the top. He was in third place after Momo and Todoroki, which he was content with. Ijiro had made it 6th place. But it seemed that the blonde alpha was not happy with being 4th, had probably been 1st place wherever he went so far. A small boy with ball for hair was crying on the ground for coming in last place. He had literally lost to a girl that was invisible. How that was possible was a mystery to him. She couldn't use her quirk at all. Nobody is getting expelled. That was a logical ruse to motivate you, Aizawa said to stop that crying baby. That's all for today. Get settled in your dorm rooms and look around the campus. Tomorrow the Real lectures will start, Aizawa said before vanishing into his sleeping bag. That's all for today. Get settled in your dorm rooms and look around the campus. Tomorrow the Real lectures will start, Aizawa said before vanishing into his sleeping bag. Man, that was exhausting, Yuga Aoyama said. He was a blonde, slender guy with the ability to shoot lasers out of his belly button. You should train more if you want to be a hero, Mashireo Ojiro replied. He was the guy with the tail who was also bonded. Not everyone can be as fit as you guys, Hanta Siro commented. He was a beta and rather slim. He was right, you could see a good difference in build between the betas and the alphas. You don't have to be a muscle head, but look at Todoroki, he is pretty fit for a beta. You could see how uncomfortable the beta was with all the attention, even when he masked it over with his indifferent gaze. Or you could become a muscle god like these guys. I bet you can get any girl to sleep with you, Minoru Mineta, the midget with ball for hair, said as he gestured to him, Ida, Bakugo and Kirishima. Anyone I want, Bakugo boasted as he looked straight into Eijiro's eyes. Seems your personality is shit or you would have someone already, Kirishima shot back as many snickered. He could see how Bakugo considered just outing Eijiro as an omega but thought better of it. For one, it was illegal and second, he would drastically increase his competition in a room full of alphas. Still, he would watch that BSTRD who was after an already mated omega. UA campus was big with a lot of free time activities like a dancing club, painting, chess, gyms, boulders and a lot more. The most important part here was that you were allowed to use your quirk for your hobbies. The dorms were good, the rooms big enough to fit most mutant quirk type students, which made them even bigger for emitter types like most of them. His room was on the opposite side of the Eijiro's, at least they were on the same floor. He was glad that the blonde alpha was 2 floors below them. His room neighbor was Todoroki, with whom he was very content. He yet had to exchange any kind of pleasantries with that guy, which meant that Todoroki also wasn't here to socialize. They had a common room downstairs with a TV and a big couch. UA probably wanted them to bond together as well as possible. This also explained why there was only one kitchen. He was already regretting his choice to move here. But his mate looked happy as he talked with the girls and Denki as they all carried their things in. UA had still traditionally separated the girls and boys into 2 different buildings, which was nonsense in his eyes. Sure, most relationships were heterosexual since betas were the majority. Betas had no special reproduction organs, which made only hetero relationships possible if they wanted to have biological children. Between alphas and omegas, it went just like you found them. Nobody cared if they were both males, females, or normal hetero-like. Still, for some reason homosexuality was kind of frowned upon by betas since they couldn't produce children of their own. He found it bullshit. That was a problem they had before quirks even appeared and it still held until today. It was kind of laughable. Everyone's attention please, the pink head shouted as most of them were in the living room. How about making an introduction so that we get to know each other? She proposed. He already didn't like her, she was noisy. In the end, most agreed since it would be impolite to refuse. I'm Midoriya Izuku, 17 years old, I will turn 18 next year. My hobbies are reading and martial arts. He started or more like set the pace, because he didn't want this to be about secondary gender. No need for him to lie or even more so for Kirishima. Todoroki Shoto, 18. The beta didn't say more even as the rest of the room was waiting in silence. Bakugo Katsuki, almost 17, and I'm gonna be number 1, one day, so don't even think that I will remember the names of you extras, the blonde declared with confidence. Yeah sure poser boy, tell us something that we can believe, a girl with frog futures said. She was blunt and obviously doesn't take bullshit. He liked her a little, but that would have to be observed more. The blonde started as his hands exploded. Yairazi Momo, I'm 18, you can call me Momo, my hobbies are reading and tea. Classy, she was indeed upper class, her personality seems fine until now. She also knew when to just ignore another alpha's explosive temper. From there they all went around introducing themselves, most of them seemed fine. He disliked Bakugo, Mineta and Aoyama. These 3 had something that made him want to murder them. Bakugo obviously because he was an arrogant F that was after his omega. His arrogance wasn't his problem to deal with, at least not now, but the problem with his mate was his. Mineta was just a pervert, you could see how he lusted after the girls, even the alphas. Aoyama wasn't serious enough for his liking, mentioning and caring about his appearance. This smells good, Ojiro said as he came into the kitchen the next morning. He could see that he was training just now. It's enough for two, you can have some, he offered. He had seen that Kirishima had already left with Gravity Girl. Thanks, man, I appreciate it. The beta said as he took a plate out of the cupboard. You look irritated missing your mate? The beta asked. Yeah. He had missed Kirishima in his arms waking today. I get you, mine is in the business course, Ojiro said, still a little boastful, but he could respect that if he was proud of his mate. How about we train together, getting our minds somewhere else? Ojiro asked. Sure, sounds like fun, he agreed. A training partner wouldn't be bad for him. Nice, but no quirk, Ojiro said with a laugh. No worries, just hands, feet and tail I guess? He replied. Yeah, how about 5:30 each morning, we can train until 7 a.m. Then shower and eat something before going to lectures. Ojiro suggested that he had forgotten that martial arts people loved waking up early. Well, nothing he could do about it, and it made sense to time it like that. We will see us tomorrow then, he agreed as he finished his plate before going to his room. They had classes in 20 minutes. They had a few core classes: homeroom with Aizawa, math with ectoplasm, history with Midnight, English with Present Mike, hero training with All Might, and lastly literature with Cementos. Today they had math, English, and hero training at last. So far what they learned seemed a little slow, maybe to see their level of knowledge? They would also be able to select a few more compulsory classes. He would like to take advanced physics and reflex training. Kirishima wanted to further advance his hand-to-hand combat skills and support weapon training, both classes Aizawa taught. Kirishima also needed to attend classes with Midnight to further train his resistance against alpha commands, so his mate's schedule was very packed. Maybe he should take management classes for hero agencies. He would one day become one of the top heroes. So his own agency was going to come one day or another. Maybe a class in management wouldn't hurt him. Even more so as Ijiro wouldn't have much time to hang out with him. I'm here. All their heads turned to the door as they heard the boastful voice of All Might. Coming through the door like a normal person, nobody came in like that. His opinion on All Might was alright for now. He wasn't a fan, but he also didn't dislike the hero. He knew that his mate loved the #1 hero. It's really All Might. We are being taught by the best. Is this his Silver Age costume? He is the best. Wow, that sure was a fan club right there. Even the blonde arrogant alpha had stars in his eyes. While he thought that All Might was strong and a good symbol of peace, he was also careless with the surroundings he fought in. That was a lot of praise for simply walking through the door. Nevertheless, most of his classmates seemed to be happy. The symbol of peace strode up to the teacher's podium, turning to address the class. In hero training, you will learn the fundamental basics of being a hero through a series of trials. So for today, we will be holding. All Might dramatically produce a card with the word battle in stylized capital letters. Battle trials. Also, All Might continued, you will be needing these. Right on cue with his words, 4 slots on the wall behind him opened. Each was a cabinet holding 5 metal cases with a number stamped on the lids. Your costumes are tailored based on your requests and to best suit your quirks. Oh, he hoped that the support department got his costume right. The battle trial will be held at Ground Beta. All Might instructed, go and get changed, everyone, and I'll see you there. Man, All Might is our teacher. Kirishima gushed, isn't that something? He had to smile. His mate was just so cute as he almost jumped around while getting his costume. He followed his classmate to the locker rooms as they changed into their costumes. He was interested in what Kirishima had chosen since his mate hadn't allowed him to look over it, saying it would be a surprise. His costume was rather practical, a tight-fitting tactical gear in black with no pockets. The material was resistant to heat and cold to a certain degree. He didn't need pockets with his pocket dimension that could store a lot more supplies. He put on his boots as he looked at his mate. His blood froze. Kirishima had red boots and pants, with a big fat R on his belt buckle. Probably for Red Riot, since his Omega was the biggest fan of that hero. That wasn't what shocked him. No, it was that Kirishima didn't wear anything above. Only 2 rings were around his shoulder, more for the design than it was for protection. His head was encased with black metal lines that didn't protect his face but the edges. But the problem was, as he said, his mate, his Omega was half naked and showed that delicious body for anyone to see. which they did. You look hot in that, the blonde alpha complimented. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Did this just happen? No, Izuku. You will control yourself. This is something to be discussed at home and how he will discuss it. For now, he had to keep it in because he had promised it. He would not reveal that Kirishima was his mate. Not now, at least. Good costume. Very practical, Momo said to him as they gathered together. Yours too. I would add a cape and open up your back to have more access to your skin to produce bigger things, he said, but her costume was already very good. The material was stretchy, and she left as many openings as possible to access her quirk. She also didn't have ridiculously high heels, so her mobility shouldn't be compromised. All in all, her costume was convenient but also revealing, which she didn't seem to have a problem with. She didn't need to. She had a good figure and almost perfect skin. I thought a cape could hinder my mobility, and even worse, it could get trapped, she explained, showing that she had thought about it. It could, but it also adds the advantage of surprise, he told her. Let's see how it goes so far. Trial and error, she replied, and he smiled. He liked her. This could be a good friendship if he gave it a try. Who else has a good costume? He asked as the two looked around. Bakugu's seems fine. I bet the grenades on his hands aren't just design, and the rest is fairly centered around mobility. Well, apart from the orange thing behind his head, which seems to be pure idiocy. He couldn't help but laugh at her accurate analysis. What is your choice? She asked back. Shoji's looks simplistic and practical. If we assume the materials have resistance against everything, he said, and she nodded along. So, what is so great about tea? He asked, admittedly pretty awkwardly. What are you trying to get at? She asked, turning to him. Befriending you. I observed and thought that you are the best choice so far. You said your hobbies are reading and tea, didn't you? He asked bluntly. He didn't think she would laugh at him, but she did. You don't have many friends, do you? She asked instead of answering. No. Almost zero, he admitted. He wasn't ashamed to say he didn't have friends. I see. People are usually more subtle about approaching others. You hang out and kind of become friends. But the blunt and direct way also has something, she told him. He was glad she skipped over the part where he didn't have friends. I will tell you later about tea. It seems that everybody has finally gathered, she said as she stepped past him to All Might. The battle trials will see you all split into two groups, heroes and villains, and pitted against each other in 2 versus 2 fights that will take place in indoor settings. Unlike the entrance exams, there are no robots for you to attack. All Might started. Then came a barrage of questions from the class. How will the wins and losses be decided? Yaoyorozu Momo asked first. Can we punch the F out of them? That came, naturally, from Bakugu. Will the worst performing pair be expelled? Asked a nervous Uraraka. How will we be paired? Ida raised a hand. Is my cape flashy or what? Aoyama asked as he displayed the sparkling piece of cloth. Yeah, he definitely didn't like this one, far too many self-esteem problems. The pairs will be drawn by lots, and nobody is getting expelled. All Might answered a little louder to be heard over the noise. Winners are those who manage to touch the bomb. There is a bomb? Mineta shrieked. Could you all shut up, please, and let the man finish explaining? Izuku said with just a tiny amount of command in it. It was more of a suggestion, but most of them stopped talking. Right. So the villain team has a bomb. After 15 minutes, the bomb theoretically explodes and the villains win. The heroes win by taking the villains out or touching the bomb. I hope that explains everything. All Might said, and most of them nodded. Good. Then draw lots for your partners. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Team B, Shuji Mezu and Todoroki Shudo. Team C, Yaoyorozu Momo and Mineta Minoru. Team D, Ida Tenya and Bakugu Katsuki. Team E, Aoyama Yuga and Ishido Mina. Team F, Sada Rikadu and Kuda Kuji. Team G, Gyrokyuka and Kaminari Denki. Team H, Tokoyami Fumikage and Azui Tiu. Team I, Hagakure Turu and Ojiro Mashireo. Team J, Kirishima Idru and Shiro Hanta. My condolences, Izuku told his newfound friend as she kept staring at her partner. It's important to learn how to cooperate with anyone in the hero industry, she replied, although they both knew she didn't believe it. I'll get to know my partner now, Izuku said as he heard a sigh of defeat. Hello. We haven't formally introduced ourselves. Midoriya Izuku, he said as he shook her hand. Uraraka Ochako, she replied. The first team's fighting will be Team A as heroes against Team D as villains, All Might announced, and Izuku couldn't be more grateful. He could fight that blonde alpha and establish dominance over that arrogant prick. No, why him? Uraraka whispered. She probably meant Bakugo, judging by how she stared at him. Afraid of him? Izuku asked carefully. A little. He seems like an alpha with a very fragile ego, someone who could go wild at any moment, she told him, and she was right. Izuku thought the same. The difference was that he wasn't afraid of him. Others would be. I will handle him. You go find the bomb or fight Ida, Izuku suggested, and she nodded gratefully. That's a plan. Then. Start. Izuku breathed in slowly before entering the building. The first floor was clear. He walked confidently as Uraraka followed. They searched each floor thoughtfully as they went up. He heard the enemy before he could see him. He grabbed his partner and jumped out of the way. His scythe appeared in his hand, cutting the explosion aimed at them in half. The energy blast dissolved and left a very confused alpha on the other end. Go up, he told his partner. She nodded and dashed back to the staircase. Where do you think you're going, Beach? Bakugo shouted as he aimed at her. But he was sent flying back when Izuku teleported into his personal space and kicked him in the stomach. Izuku didn't want to end it quickly, so he gave the alpha time to stand again. Biasuri, you think you can beat me that easily? Bakugo yelled. Yeah, I do, Izuku replied without missing a beat, and rage flared in the other alpha's eyes. Die. Bakugo rushed him, riding his explosions as he kicked for Izuku's legs while his arms stayed ready to blast wherever Izuku teleported. Izuku respected him a little more now. Coming up with that wasn't hard, but doing it mid-fight took skill. Bakugo didn't expect Izuku to grab his leg. Izuku slammed him into a wall, then teleported away as an explosion went off where he'd been. He had to give it to the blonde. He had good battle sense, and he could tolerate pain. Izuku didn't wait for him to get up. He teleported above him and kicked into his back, earning a cry of pain. Give up, Izuku taunted as Bakugo forced himself upright. Shut your FANGPP, Bakugo screamed as he fired a long-range blast. Izuku teleported above him again and raised his scythe too. Pain snapped through him as Bakugo blew the ceiling above them, letting debris rain down. Izuku teleported away and checked himself for injuries. A clicking sound made him look up. Bakugo had aimed his grenade at him. Izuku could hear All Might yelling for him not to fire, but Bakugo didn't care. He can teleport. Bakugo shouted before firing. Izuku's scythe appeared. He cut open a slit to his second pocket dimension and the grenade vanished into it. Then Izuku teleported behind Bakugo and opened the pocket dimension again. You can have it back, Izuku said. Panic flashed across Bakugo's face as he dodged to the side, and a second later Izuku knew why. The explosion was massive. It ripped the walls in the hall apart. That would have killed him or anyone else Bakugo had fired it at. You are effing done, you psycho, Izuku growled. His scythe hooked Bakugo's right foot away. Izuku kicked him hard into his left side, teleported to the right, kicked him again, then stomped on the downed opponent's stomach. You fire that thing at anyone again, and I will teleport you into a place you can't get out of. Now surrender. Bakugo was out cold and still didn't surrender. Izuku was about to. The match is over. Heroes win, All Might announced. Lucky BSRD. Izuku grabbed the other alpha and dragged him back to the observation room. Young Bakugo, do you need to go to recovery, girl? All Might asked as they entered. I'm fine. Leave me the sheet alone, the blonde alpha hissed as he crawled into a corner. Everyone could see his inner alpha had taken a lot of damage. Can someone tell me who the MVP of this match was? All Might asked. Nobody approached a wounded alpha unless he was in danger of dying. It was Uraraka. While Midoriya had a good fight and showed his superiority, he didn't accomplish the objective and dragged the fight on. Uraraka managed to touch Ida and make him useless before capturing the bomb, Momo explained, and many nodded. Very good. I couldn't have said it better, All Might said. That was concerning. He should have had something to add. The next fight will be between Team B and Team I. Make yourselves ready, All Might announced. Izuku looked over at his mate, who was watching the blonde alpha with concern. His blood was boiling. He walked toward Kirishima, but Kirishima gave him a look that made him stop. It was somewhere between uneasy and defeated. God damn it. Now Izuku needed a reason for walking over. So his body carried him forward until he stopped in front of the bloody alpha he had beaten to a pulp. Get up, he ordered. Bakugo looked up at him with a sneer. Get up, Izuku repeated. Even some students behind them reacted. The command clearly wasn't for them. There was only a tiny flicker of response in Bakugo, suppressed instantly. For yourself, Bakugo spat. Izuku opened his second pocket dimension and dragged the alpha in. I will bring him to Recovery Girl, Izuku announced as he headed for the infirmary. Katsuki had never felt so humiliated in his life. Not even in front of his parents. He was an alpha. He'd known that since he was 6. He'd acted like it until he became 1, presenting at 14. He was early, but everyone had always known. He was top dog. The best wherever he went. Nobody was as strong or as dominating as him. Teachers feared him and respected him. He was a badass motherfucker, and literally, too. Once, he'd fed the mother of an alpha he didn't like. Perfect revenge. A show of dominance. After that, nobody challenged his authority. He was tall, well-built, and had a powerful quirk. He was the prize any Omega wanted. Not that he wanted weak losers like them. They were good for AF toy, and he used them how he liked. But that redhead Kirishima was different. An Omega who stood his ground and didn't roll over to spread his legs. He could fight. He'd even beaten Katsuki in the entrance exam. Katsuki wanted to impress that Omega. Wanted to show there was no one better than him. But the physical exam on the first day had already shown him he wasn't. 3 other people had ranked above him. Still, his inner alpha told him it didn't matter. His quirk was built for this. And today, the battle trial, this was where he was most confident. It was made for him and his offensive quirk. He could impress the Omega. He could prove he was better than the loser Kirishima had bonded with. But no. He'd gotten his butt kicked hard. That other alpha, that tall BSTRD, had wiped the floor with him. Katsuki wanted to say it was only because of teleportation, the most overpowered quirk there was. But it wasn't. He had felt it. Even without teleportation, he would have lost. Now Recovery Girl was treating him because the other alpha had taken pity on him. He was the loser right now. He had to work harder if he wanted to beat that fucker. And that guy's alpha voice was something else. Nobody had ever managed to get even a twitch out of Katsuki. But that BSTRD had. He would get better. He would win. Like always. Next fight is between Team C and Team G, All Might announced when Izuku came back. Shiti had missed his mate's fight. That blonde. Watching Momo kick that pervert out of the second floor was satisfying. After that, they watched her take down the naive opponents with traps and tricks. It worked, but for how long? Those were situations with preparation time. She needed to get better in head-on fights. They discussed her strategies and what the other 2 could have done better before the next match started. Izuku moved over to her. Good job, he told her. You too. Can you make anything? He asked. Any non-living object? Yes, she answered. Your limit. My body fat. I need to intake a lot of food. Of course, my metabolism works faster, she explained. Can you make air? He asked, curious now. I haven't tried, to be honest. She stared at her hand, but nothing appeared. We wouldn't see it if you could, he laughed, and she smiled. Then a little bit of water appeared. Well, that answers it, she said with a grin. The question is whether you can shoot it with enough power to be useful in a fight, he said, and she nodded. Let's test that tomorrow after lectures, she replied. Why not today? Tea, remember? Let's drink tea and read today. They did. She made tea for him that he couldn't describe as anything other than perfect. He read a book about a serial killer from the age before quirks, and she studied a chemistry textbook. Is the book related to your quirk? He asked after they finished. Yeah. I can only produce something if I know the chemical structure, she answered. Oh. You must be very smart then. She laughed. In chemistry, yes. Probably better than most professors here, she said, and he believed her. Can you produce things smaller than their original size? Sure. Can you shoot a gun? He asked, and she shook her head. You should learn. It would be the most effective weapon you can produce, he said. A handgun would be better than most quirks. If he got sniped, no teleportation would help him. It would also be the most lethal. I don't want to kill someone, she said, and he understood her. Just not if that someone tried to kill him. You said it yourself, you're a genius when it comes to chemistry. Make bullets that freeze targets or shock them. Put poison in them, for all I care. I saw it today. You think very traditionally for a quirk that could make unconventional things possible, he said. He could see her brain working, already trying to design the bullets he'd suggested. The fact that she started immediately, without even grabbing her phone to look up structures, showed how good she was. Those are amazing ideas. I'll think about them in my room, she said, eyes bright. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening and thank you. I will repay you. She left looking excited and kind of innocent. Those are amazing ideas. I will think about them in my room. I will see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening and thank you. I will repay you, she told him as she left. She looked excited and kinda innocent. He used this time to teleport into his mate's room and waited for him to come back. He even made dinner for Kirishima. He waited and waited, but his mate didn't come. It was around midnight that his mate stumbled into his room with Denki behind him. Were the two drunk? Hey, stay quiet, don't want to wake up the others, Kirishima mumbled as they didn't even see him. We should have asked your alpha to get us. We would have arrived 2 hours earlier, Denki said as they closed the door. No, Kirishima yelled, and his heart broke a little. So his mate didn't want him there. No, he looked like he had fun. Oh, so it seemed that he was being considerate. Oh, come on please. He would have been happy to get us. He always lights up when he sees us, Denki said, and that friend should get a reward for that observation. He does. God, how could his omega be so dense? I do, he said as both men jumped up, scared shitless. How did you get into my room? Kirishima asked as he clutched his heart. I can teleport, he stated the obvious fact. These two must have drunk a lot. I made dinner and wanted to talk about something, but it seems you aren't capable of that right now, he said as he guided his omega to bed. Kirishima was out cold the moment his head hit the pillow. Come, Denki, I will bring you to your room, he said as he put the small beta over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Thanks, man, the beta mumbled as he walked down the stairs. So you were out drinking? He asked. Just the two of you? He asked again. No, we had Mina, Hanta, and Mizo with us. Great, Alpha's with his omega. You make friends quickly, he observed. Not as quickly as Ijiro, he was a social butterfly before he met you, the beta mumbled out, probably too drunk to realize what he said. Did he confine Kirishima too much? He would have to ask him. There we are. Have a good night, he said, already turning. Wait, the beta called out as he turned. What? Don't be mad at him. He thinks you are mad because of the thing with Bakugu, Denki said. I'm sad, he admitted. Well, it's not his fault that he gets a compliment, Denki said. No, it isn't, he admitted. Good, sleep tight, Denki said before shutting the door in front of him. The next morning he went to the gym before sparring with Ojiro. The guy was better than he thought. Without his quirk, he was at a disadvantage compared to Ojiro, who used his tail very well. But he was much stronger in basic strength, being an alpha and all. They sparred for an hour and a half, while he won half of his matches. Ojiro was very professional though, always giving him points to improve. It helped him a lot. Maybe Momo would gain a lot if she trained with them. Classes were basic, some interesting, others rather boring, nothing you could do about it. He just hoped that Ijiro would keep studying without him, otherwise he would have to teach him again. Did you come up with a solution? He asked Momo after class as they walked back. No, But I did send some professors in Germany a few ideas. They helped me a lot in the past, and I think I will get an answer tomorrow or the day after, she told him. He was impressed. She sure was fast and had a lot of connections. Anything else you could think of? He asked. Else? She asked, confused. I don't know. Shields made out of diamonds or sleeping gas, flash grenades, he suggested. I don't know how you come up with these things, she said, amazed and scared. It was clear that she was a rule follower, a goody two-shoes. Why don't you ask the internet? They will have a lot more OP suggestions than me, he told her. It seemed that this kind of thinking wasn't hers, probably coming from studying science. In science you couldn't just think outside and get results. I will do that, she said as they entered a training hall they had reserved. How about we try water first? He asked as she nodded. Holding her hand out, a constant stream of water came out. It was nowhere near being able to damage something, but she could provide drinking water. Okay, that doesn't cut it, she said as her hand glowed again. Out came a gas mask and then another one. Put it on, she instructed before gas came out of her hand. It was pink, almost purple. So probably sleeping gas. It was slow but could fill the room in about 5 to 10 minutes. How about releasing it from your whole body and not just your hand? He asked. Not a second later he couldn't see her anymore as gas flowed out so much that the room got filled up real quick. That seems to work just fine. Maybe integrate a mask into your costume. I will for sure. You aren't the only one that can produce or buy sleeping gas, he told her. Sounds good, this will be good for indoor fights. If my teammates also have gas masks, that is, she said, and he agreed a good way to dispose of enemies without even fighting. They will have it soon. After all, they wouldn't want to lose to you in a fight that easily, he replied. Let's open the windows. Yeah, they could need a little fresh air in here. So that covers indoors. You will need an alternative should a situation come where you can't use it, but that's for later. Now something for long-ranged fights, then close combat, and at last a heavy hitter, he said as he saw her thinking. A minute later she produced a metal rod that had a stun baton on the end. Can't you cover the end in something that doesn't give away the effect? He asked. He watched how she produced more and more rods as she tried to integrate the stun baton into it. It took her at least 50 tries before making one that looked like a normal rod. Not bad at all. She looked exhausted and a little disoriented. That's it for today, she breathed out. You made huge progress in a single day, 2 more ways to fight. Right, now I will have to take classes with Aizawa to master the rod and one with Snipe to learn shooting. It's good that we try to better ourselves. After all, our lives can depend on our skills, he said as she nodded along, tightening her grip on the rod. You are very serious about this hero thing, she observed. I'm serious about life. I have family and a mate to look after, he replied, already turning to leave the gym. Say, can I get to know your mate? She asked as she jogged after him. No, he answered without hesitation. Why, aren't we friends? I swear I will not try anything funny with him, she promised. I will ask the person, he told her as it seemed to satisfy her need for now. Come, I will make you some tea as thanks, she said with a smile as she practically dragged him back with her. Coming into the living room of the dorm, there were already a lot of classmates playing cards, including his mate and a blonde alpha who was sitting beside his mate. He really needed to talk with his mate and with Bakugo as well, because this couldn't continue. Hey, you two join us, Mina, the pink-skinned girl, called them over. Give me a second, I want to make tea, Momo told her as she vanished into the kitchen. He sat down on the other side of Kirishima. You know Uno, right? Jiro, the girl with the plug-like earphone jacks hanging from her ears, asked. He hummed in agreement. They played a few rounds and it was fun aside from the fact that Bakugo was trying to touch Kirishima under the table. Not that his mate allowed it, but still it infuriated him. Hey Kirishima-kun, could I talk to you about a problem I have? He asked in round 6 as he couldn't take it anymore. Sure, wanna go out? His mate asked as he already led him out of the dorms. He could see that Bakugo wasn't that happy with them leaving.